Hi, I'm Julie. Join me on Hobbymaker this Wednesday for the launch of the Cutterpillar. With a self-sharpening blade, it will slide through all your products with ease. We will also be launching the Cutterpillar crop and the Cutterpillar crease. So join me this Wednesday on Hobbymaker for the launch of the Cutterpillar Pro crease and crop.
Hi guys, Sandra's not in the office today, so I thought I'd give you a sneaky peek of what's on Hobbymaker on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. We've got the Dragonfly, love this one. Spanish bands are back on, and probably shouldn't be showing you this, new stamps and a new frame. I hadn't better show you anything else. See you Thursday and Friday, bye!
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Thank you to Sewing Street and thank you to Jewellery Maker as well. Welcome to Hobbymaker. We're going to be with you right the way through till 6 o'clock as we are every single day of the week. And we have got a really, really enjoyable, exciting afternoon to look forward to. We've got two great guests, actually three great guests. We've got lovely Gwen, who you'll meet in a second from Creative Expressions. Craig is here, who I've not seen in absolutely months from Crafter's Companion. And a brand new guest, Julie, from our office, who is the biggest fan of the best trimmer ever. We have got the launch at 3 o'clock this afternoon of the Cutterpillar. Every type of trimmer you need is in one place in Hobbymaker here today at prices I've never seen before in my days. The only trimmer you'll ever need, launching at 3 o'clock. Okay, so that's what to look forward to. A couple of Creative Expression shows, a couple of Crafters Companion shows, and of course the Cutterpillar at 3 o'clock. Now I've got to tell you something before we do any more. This yesterday was a craft spotlight because we saw Creative Expressions and Gwen yesterday for one show. It flew. I'm not surprised when you see the price of this. It should be $21.99. We have got the last few of these spotlights available. If you're lucky, if you're on the phones, if you're on the website straight away, if you missed it yesterday, maybe didn't even see the show yesterday, this is going to be your last and only chance of getting the spotlight. $21.99's worth of dies. Look, £7.99. That's why it flew. That's why you've got to be incredibly quick if you want it. We're single figure stock basically. When it's gone, that is it. We cannot get any more. We've asked Creative Expressions. They haven't got any more. If you want it, get it now. MN2807 is the product number. Now I wanted to show you that before we did anything else, because this proves just how busy our shows have been recently, and it's going to be the same for everything that's in the Creative Expression show that's coming up over the next 60 minutes or so. Let me just remind you, if you are brand new to Hobbymaker, it's a free phone number just there, 0800 001 4433. That will get you through to our call centre up there, and they will give you an account if you haven't shopped with us before, and they'll also, of course, process your order. If you'd rather do it and have a little look online as well, what we tend to do now is kind of preload all the items that are in the show that are available at the beginning, so you can see everything that's available coming up and you can order ahead if you want to. And everybody pays the final low price, okay? So the website is www.hobbymaker.co.uk. There you can see everything that we've got available. Let me introduce you to Gwen straight away. Good to see you again. You all right?
Hello, Dave. I'm really well, thanks. Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, good to see you. It's good to be back as well. I had a nice holiday, but it's the first full day back, so
yeah,
back with a bang.
Back in the saddle.
Absolutely. Now, to start off with, this big bundle we're going to show you is the most incredible value for money. Easy breezy it's called, isn't it?
Yes, I love this collection. This is designed by our lovely Caroline Webley. She's one of our in-house designers for our Designer Boutique collection. And I love that because it gives previously unknown designers a showcase, and it helps us to bring new designers to the market as well. So it's win-win. And Caroline's style is gorgeous. I really love this boho. I called it yesterday boho gypsy, and I think that fits perfectly. It's very modern, but it's quirky. I think it will appeal to any generation, and I just love the sentiments and the style of the stamps, and we've got mini stencils, which I know you all absolutely adore. So I think you're going to enjoy this.
I think you are. And the price is fantastic. It's less than £50, RC2856. And what you've got is a combination of stamps that you can see at the top. You've then got those fantastic mini stencils, which are really handy and really useful. And you get the Watercolour Breeze paper pad as well. And we have it on split pay. I didn't realise that. So that's even better. You can split the cost into 2 payments, one today and one in a month's time, just £24.99. So you've got Hello, you've got Be Kind and Laugh as the main stamp bundle at the top. Beneath it, you've then got your verses and sentiments. You've then got your separate stamps, which make wonderful backgrounds. You can use them in all sorts of ways, and we'll show you some finished cards in a second. And then down the bottom there, you've got your 5 mini stencils, which is a bit of a thing for creative expression.
Yes, we've got lots of these mini stencils. These are all brand new, all designed by Caroline to fit this collection. And they are really usable. They're kind of ATC size.
Yep.
And obviously you can repeat patterns. You can just use a small area of each one. I just love these. I find them, I reach for them time and time again just to fill up a spot on a background or even for a focal point. They're wonderful.
Well, this should be £58.69 for this, so you're saving nearly £9 off the price by getting them as a bundle today. And if I just show you, you can see them individually as well if you want to on the website. These stencils, though, they're the stencils you're going to be getting. You do get actually, is it 4 or 5?
5, you get 5.
Okay, I've got 4 here, but you do get 5. Let me just show you some of the finished cards that we've got here as well to give you an idea how you can use them. Oh, I love that. Very kind of almost luminous.
It's neon, yeah.
Love it.
One of our neon polishers.
And stencils, so usable, so versatile, whether it's textured pastes. We're now, if you want to get hold of this, please be quick. Remember the Spotlight, we've literally got a few. That's now sold out, the Spotlight, that's gone. This bundle was on air yesterday, proved very popular. And we don't have masses of stock of this either. We've hopefully got enough to last 2 shows, fingers crossed, but who knows. So there's a little look as to what you can do with the stencils. Let me then move on to the stamps and show you how you can use these stamps. Now these ones are a stamp set, but they're all individual stamps, as you can see here. Now, when you look at them, because they're quite small, you might think, well, what can I do with those? The answer is an awful lot with them, as these finished samples prove. I mean, your design team are great, aren't they?
Oh, they're wonderful. We've got some fabulous samples from all the girls. Caroline herself has done a lot, which is fantastic. I always love to have cards done by the designer themselves because you can really get into their head and see what they were thinking when they designed it.
Absolutely.
But also we've got from Diane and Jacqueline and Christine,
Maria,
and Irene. So thank you all so much. You've done a sterling job. And it really shows off these little tiny stamps that, as you say, Dave, you might look at and think, well, what am I going to do with them? But they match perfectly some of the elements in the big stamps as well. So you can use them for layering up and decoupage. But obviously you can build scenes. That's one by Sheila. Now, Sheila's really good at building scenes with tiny stamps, and I love what she's done there.
And this one?
And that's so pretty, isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful?
Just gorgeous.
So,
and it all fits this easy breezy kind of, it reminded me this morning actually, it was such a beautiful morning with the autumn tones in the trees, the sun was out, and I thought, yeah, it's an easy breezy day.
Easy breezy day, absolutely.
Yeah.
So perfect selection. Now this has got, says always be kind, that particular stamp. And again, you get a load for your money, you really do. Lots and lots going on in here. Look at this one. And you can change the sentiment in the middle, can't you, if you want?
Yes, the sentiments will all fit inside the frames. So you've got a separate sentiment set. You can switch those out. Don't forget, you can use any of these frames in any orientation, so vertical, horizontal, even on a diagonal if you prefer quirky. You can use just parts of it. You don't have to use the whole thing.
So all of those sentiments fit in the frames. You can interchange what you want the actual frames to say. This one's done by Irene. Look at that, isn't that great?
I love that. It's like a Wedgwood all in blue, isn't it? Just really classic.
Very nice. Now the next one is Laugh a Little Louder. That's something we should all do, I think. And this one's in a rectangular style. Beautifully designed stamps there. Again, as you can see, the actual sentiment in the middle is completely separate, so you can have that frame saying what you want it to say, and it could be with love. That's off the sentiment set. This one says just for you. Next one says happy birthday, so just using a part of it rather than using the whole thing, so very versatile.
Absolutely, I love these, yeah.
And then, next one quickly.
Quite a lot of the samples also use bits of the paper pad, so see if you can spot those as we go along.
I'll flick through the paper pad for you in just a sec. There we go, this is the circular one, so look at that, isn't that lovely?
Lovely.
Beautiful.
Just an inky background and embossed in white. And then you've got Caroline doing her fantastic collage style. I love what she does.
Really, really lovely. RC2856. And before we get to demo, which we're going to do any second now, I'll just quickly flick through the paper pad that's included as well. This is your watercolour breeze paper pad. Now look at this.
Again, designed by Caroline, and I would imagine all handmade backgrounds which have then been printed onto the papers. So you've got this watercolour effect. Some of them have got text, some of them have got floral. They've all got sort of splatters and watermarks. Just really gorgeous.
And if you struggle doing backgrounds like that, then this is going to be the absolute answer for you.
So you can stamp directly onto these, you can die cut through these. Really, you're going to find you reach for these a lot. I certainly did. I nearly used up the whole pad again.
I can imagine. And you get how many sheets in there?
36.
36, yeah. 36, 150 GSM, acid-free as well, so great for your scrapbooks too if you want to use them in there. So that is your bundle for $24.99, the first split payment of 2, or one payment of $49.99. The choice is yours. Right, demo time.
Phenomenal.
Let's see it all in action then.
All right, so I want to start. I'm going to be using a product called Mask It. Now, this is a product which comes through our woodware stable, and it's a masking sheet. So you get A4 sheets in a packet, and it's used for creating a mask. So I've lost mine. I had everything ready, and I've gone and lost it. What have I done with it? Oh, here we are.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do like a little shopping list of what Gwen's used in the demo at the end of the demo, if that's all right.
So what I've done, I've cut the piece to the size I wanted, and it comes with a clear plastic backing, and the paper side is the mask. So you stamp on the paper side, and when you peel that away from the shiny side, it's adhesive. So that's giving me a negative mask, but equally the circle that came out of the middle of this would give me a positive mask. So you stamp, if you want to create a mask for a particular stamp, onto the paper side, which is what I've done. You can see the circle stamp here, and I just wanted the circle. So that's the Mask It. But I want to start by stamping my stamp. Oh, I've got it ready in my stamp press here. So I'm using the Oh Hello, which is the circular stamp here. I really love this. And I've got a piece of the paper cut with a die, which we've also got the set of dies for you today, the cut corner rectangles. And I'm going to use the Perfect Medium ink pad, and I'm going to make sure I use my anti-static bag, which I forgot yesterday and got in a pickle.
What does an anti-static bag do?
So this removes any sort of areas on the surface which might contain oil from your fingertips or something static that causes the embossing powder to stick where you don't want it to, and it does cause a problem, especially with an intricate die like stamp like this one. So if you use the anti-static bag, it means that when you put your powder on, it just sticks where the ink's been.
Good.
So you get a lovely clean image. So the Perfect Medium is a clear sticky ink, and it's perfect for heat embossing with the powders, but it's also really good for using with mica powders, which I'm hoping I'll get to show you as well today.
Good.
But for now, I'm using it as an embossing ink. So I'm just going to make sure I've got ink on all of that lovely stamp.
Remember, all of these are listed on the website right now. All the products that we're talking about and demonstrating, you can find them at hobbymaker.co.uk.
So because I know this ink is very sticky, chances are it is going to lift my paper up. If you find that's an issue, you can actually physically tape down what you're stamping onto, or use a removable tape runner behind it or something like that, just to keep it in place. Or you might use an offcut from perhaps a Cricut sticky mat or something like that. That would help as well. I'm just going to hope it works first time. Okay, so that's my stamped image, and now I just need to pour onto this the embossing powder, and I'm using the black sparkle, which we've brought for you today in a very special set, which we'll talk about later.
We will.
Or Dave will. Okay, so you can see it's an absolutely stunning, sparkly black powder, and it's got rainbow particles in it. It's just the most pretty thing.
And that's not just glitter, that's actually an embossing powder.
It's actually an embossing powder. You can use, I always say this, people forget, but you can use any embossing powder as a dry particle.
Yeah.
You don't have to heat it. So if you've got a particularly pretty one, like yesterday I was using this to sprinkle into wet stencil paste.
Right. I'm glad you said that, because I never thought of that.
Yeah, because it's so gorgeous, and it doesn't change a huge amount when you heat it. So it's nice to have that option.
Sure.
But I've just got a tiny bit of stray powder, And I think what it is, it's where I had my low tack tape when I was die cutting it.
Right.
So that's left a tack as well. So that's something else just to be aware of.
So just to brush it away with a
Just
dry...
a little soft dry brush. But if I'd got specks in the middle of here, that would be a problem because it's very difficult to get in, you know, and clean it up. So it's best to use your anti-static bag and then you don't have that issue, hopefully. So I'm going to now heat this. It's really tricky to see this change live because it doesn't change that much.
Okay.
It just goes from a slightly duller to a slightly shinier finish.
But you still keep the sparkle. I can see the sparkle from here.
And but what it does do is it sort of dances in the light. So if you just keep your heat gun on it and just watch for it start to twinkle and dance, and you will see a very slight change.
Yeah.
It's going now.
And I presume when you heat it, it makes it even stronger attached to the paper you're putting it on?
Yes, that's right. It actually then
Bonds it,
fixes and
yeah.
bonds to the surface. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, can I just ask you, I forgot to mention this when we started at 1 o'clock. If any of you watching have got a Cutterpillar and you love it and you've been using it for a long time and you'd like to give us a little review, what you think of it, we'd love to get your emails or messages. Just email the studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Send a picture of it if you want to as well in your craft room, that would be lovely. But we'd love to hear from you so we can get your opinion on it at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
I have.
Have you?
I absolutely love it.
Thank you. That's review number 1. I'll take that.
I use it every day, and it never lets me down. It's just the most wonderful thing.
Good.
So I've got my stamp embossed. That's cool now and set. If it wasn't, you would find that the powder rubs off with your finger, but by then it's too late because you've wrecked it. All right, so I'm now going to use the masking paper. So I need to take off the shiny backing and keep it because you can reuse your masks over and over again.
Great.
So just take that away and pop it to one side.
I know some crafters actually deliberately have a mask for each stamp that they ever buy.
Yeah, I mean, not all stamps are maskable, I would say, but certainly if that's something you find usable, then yeah, why not?
Why not?
And I would store the relevant mask with the stamp that it fits.
Yeah.
And then it's always handy, isn't it? So because I want it to actually fill this circle. Yes, we've said you can put your sentiment in there, and that's the most obvious thing to do. But I want it to introduce some pattern into this because I've got these fabulous little stencils. Now that's adhesive, so it's stuck down. So when I start to ink this, it's just going to be contained in that area. So into that area, I'm going to introduce one of our little mini stencils. I'm going to pop that down. I'm also going to bring in some of the Wendy Vecchi ink pads. I've brought you these, excuse me, over the last couple of weeks.
Now, as far as ink pads go, where do these fit into, how do we use them basically?
They're a water-based, dye-based ink, and they are for stamping with.
Yeah.
They're for blending backgrounds with. Obviously you can stencil with them. You can water them down and actually paint with them.
Right.
You can splatter with them. You can do everything. You can mix them into pastes to colorise your pastes.
So very versatile.
Absolutely love them. They're my latest favourite toy. Well, I've been using them for a long, long time, but they are really superb. I really enjoy working with them. So what I've done here, I've used the cornflower blue ink and I've just gone through the stencil. This is the water mesh. And I've now filled that circle with pattern, which
Nice.
I really like.
I like that.
And I just want to now bring in a tiny bit of the peat moss, which is a very grey-green, but I just want it really, really soft. And I'm just going to go in and colour the whole circle. Perhaps not quite that soft.
Well, the Wendy Vecchi ink pads, we've got those in sets of 3, and you actually get cornflower blue, peat moss, and tiger lily as a set of 3. Tiger lily is like an orange, and they're on the
Beautiful,
website too.
absolutely beautiful colours. You've probably seen me use these over the last couple of weeks. I like to paint with them. I put a little bit down onto an acrylic block or onto your craft mat, and you can then use them to paint with. So they're like a watercolour, really, because they are a water-based dye ink pad. So they're perfect for painting with, but I use them for lots of other bits and bobs as well. So I'm just trying to go between. I could have cut my mask and masked out all these flowers, but I'm lazy. So I'm just going to be careful that I don't colour the flowers too much with this green ink. Now I'm just going to peek and see, oh yeah, that's fine.
And you can reuse that mask again and
So
again.
I can reuse this, I will put it back onto its backing and save it for later. Okay, so that's that bit done. And I'm now going to do exactly what I said, which is paint with one of the ink pads as well. So this is Tiger Lily.
That's the third one in the set of 3.
So I'm putting a little bit down onto my mat, and I have a paintbrush here, just some plain water, and I always squeeze the water off my paintbrush so it's not super wet. Don't forget as well, I'm painting onto paper which is porous, so it's going to drink up this ink, and there's a chance it might bleed. If you have this ink too wet, then it probably is going to bleed. But we've got our embossing to act as a little wall to hold it in place. But just don't add too much water to it. Look at that stunning colour. Gorgeous sunny bright orange. So I'm going to paint this big one here as well.
And by the way, one person, if you buy something from Creative Expressions in either this show or the 5 o'clock show this afternoon, one of you will win that entire collection that we've just been talking about. So one will be lucky, totally at random, a person that buys something in this show today between now and 2 o'clock, and also between 5 and 6 o'clock this afternoon. We'll announce just before 6 who the winner is. One person will win that entire collection. So good luck. Shop away. You could be a winner later.
I don't suppose we know who won yesterday, do we? I missed it.
I don't know. We could probably find out, but...
That's an amazing prize.
It is.
Absolutely incredible. So now we've just introduced a little bit of colour, and I'm trying to stick to the palette that suits this paper. So I'm on the minky, there's a minky paper in that pad, which is really lovely. And I just felt these sort of slightly muted tones.
It makes it look more antique-y, doesn't it?
Worked. Yes, it does look a little bit more vintagey, doesn't it? And this particular paper has text running through it, which is really lovely. So it's just saved me a whole load of effort creating a background. Yeah, I could have inked a background and I could have stamped text on it and I could have added splatters and but it's all done on the paper, so I didn't have to.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
You always give us unusual demonstrations, which is really refreshing and nice.
Thank you.
I always learn things.
I've said it before, I'm a messer. I'm very much of the thinking that, I wonder what would happen if. And so I try it. And I think that's how I do sort of maybe come up with things that are perhaps a little bit different. But I do really love pushing my limits with the products. So I'm just going to pick out those little circles as well. You could add gems to this. You could use sort of liquid pearl. We've got a 3D pearl accent for you today as well. That'll coming up in a little while. So you could add that as well. Now, what I want to do is something else with this ink on here. And I'm going to use the stencil. I'm going to add a bit more water to this. And I'm just going to create a bit of a slurry, a bit of a wash. And then I'm just going to, if I can keep that flat, add some lines using the edge of the stencil. Now you can do this with an old credit card or any bit of plastic or something like that, and you can just add in some accent lines.
That's another way of using the stencil, that's for sure.
Another way of using the ink.
Yeah.
So this is something that I know people use on journal pages and things like that, and I just thought, well, it'd be lovely on this background actually. What set me off was the paper's actually got lines on it, and I thought, oh, we could enhance those.
Right.
I thought, well, why not do it with our ink? So there we go. And this is all water-based. It just goes in water and cleans up without any bother.
Good.
And just wipe that off and your block's ready to go next time. Okay, and then the last thing I'd like to do is enhance the edges of this panel. So I'm taking the same orange ink pad, and I talked about this yesterday. When you stick to the same colour ink but use it in different ways, your project is always going to be fully coordinated. If you're somebody that's perhaps not great at putting colour together, if you can learn some techniques where you can use the same product in different ways, your colours are always going to be right, aren't they?
Oh, it was only recently that I ever thought about using an ink pad as almost like a paint palette. I never thought of it like
Yeah, I use it like that all the time. Obviously, it needs to be a water-based, but it's not just dye ink pads that are water-based. You get pigment ink pads that are water-based, and you can paint with them as well.
Okay.
Now, they're going to give you a much more of an opaque finish. These are going to give you a translucent finish, which is why we can layer them in this fashion.
It's looking good.
Now, I could not have coloured that circle any other way than by masking it out. So that masking paper, I think you're going to find a real boon. So that's basically my panel done. Then all I've done, really, I did stamp out some of the little accessory stamps. What have I done with them? Here we go. I took the matching daisy. Like I said, all of these, well, most of these do match the main stamps. So they're perfect for accessorising. And I'm using a black archival ink pad, which is a permanent oil-based dye ink pad. And the reason for that is I'm stamping onto porous paper.
Right.
And I know it's not going to bleed. So I've got an offcut of the same piece of paper from when I die cut it. I'm going to stamp the flower onto that, paint it with the same orange ink pad, or I can just actually take the ink pad direct to paper and colorise my flower. Do that before you cut it out, or as I've done, cut it out and then do it, whichever makes no odds. And then I can layer up that flower and give it a little bit more dimension. Give that some shape if you want to. And then really, I just didn't want to do a huge amount more to it. So I took a very simple mat of a beautiful glitter paper to pull out the orange onto a pale blue background.
Look at that.
And there you go. Oh, and I've used a white pen. Stamped and embossed the sentiment and used a white pen.
Okay, well, there's demo number 1 for you. I think you'll agree they're absolutely gorgeous, and that's using just a couple of the stamps from the main bundle, okay? $49.99. Now, if you don't want to go for the whole thing, we can offer you the... we'll do the stamps first of all. Okay, the stamp collection. So if you just love the stamps and that's all you're interested in, you're going to get all of the stamps you can see here. Hello, be kind, laugh, and you also, of course, get the sentiments as well that will go in there. So all those centre sentiments are interchangeable. Now, it works out to $6.99 per stamp set. You're going to get all 5 sets of those stamps, and that's HU2824. If it's just the stamps you're after, you're not interested in stencils or the paper pad, that's fine. They are available as an individual bundle where you save more by buying them as a set of 5. So that's that for you. That's HU2824. Now the stencils, always the stencils fly because of the size of them. They're compact, they're diddy, but of course you can multiple use them, so you can do larger backgrounds using them as well. Lovely shapes and lovely images on there, including the falling hearts, those beautiful daisies. You've got almost like a rattan effect with that kind of lattice, which is really lovely. And you get the one that obviously Gwen used in the demonstration on the right-hand side, and you get that lovely vine detail on the left-hand side as well. Now, that's not each, that's for all 5 stencils. £7.99. £1.59 per stencil is ridiculous value. You do have a little hole punched in one side of the stencil, so if you want to keep them on a jump ring or something like that, you can do that very well. EN2854, if that's what you'd like, £7.99. And do remember, the P&P here at Hobbymaker is always just $3.95. No matter how many things you've ordered during the day from midnight to midnight, that's all you'll pay. Even if you've ordered 50 things during the day, it's just $3.95 postage. So those are your stencils. And again, really useful. You can emboss with them. You can obviously put your texture paste. You can ink through them, paint through, whatever you want to do with them, basically. £7.99 for all of those. Add those to your collection. EN2854 is the product code there. And of course, we've got the paper pad available as well, which if that's all you're after, if you, maybe not everyone's into kind of, doing kind of distressed backgrounds or whatever. If these are the answer to your prayers, you've been thinking, oh, I can't do really effective backgrounds. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you the need to buy certain products. You've got instant backgrounds there. Die cuttable, obviously. £9.99 for all of these pages in all of these lovely colours. IO2875. IO2875 is the product code for your paper pad today, which is called, of course, the Watercolour Breeze. There it is. IO2875. Now, some things that we were talking about. Now, the Black Magic Shimmer Set. Obviously, Gwen used the embossing powder in the demonstration. What you've also got are glitter jewels. Let me just take them off and put them down here for you so you can see. And you get your black pearls as well. Now, this is actually a black PVA glue, but it will give you the effect of a black pearl when you actually use it. There's that almost like an Aurora Borealis embossing powder that you've got there. So many different colours in there. And that's what Gwen used with the heat tool a few minutes ago. And then you get the glitter jewels too, from Cosmic Shimmer, and these, is there a cap on them? No, look at these. Look at that. It's like black diamonds.
Gorgeous, isn't it? It's like jet.
It really, really is.
Tiny circles, just so sparkly.
And Halloween's not that
Think
far
about
away.
Halloween
Yeah.
or a very glamorous Christmas.
Absolutely. $9.99, you get the lot.
Yes, and I actually put this collection together. I sort of curated it, and I thought, because when I first saw these stamps, the first thing that shouted at me was how wonderful they'd look in black and white.
Yes.
That remarkable contrast. And I just thought, oh, why don't we have some black products? We don't often bring black products, do we?
No, not at all.
So I went through and sourced these products and picked them out and put this collection together. So I hope you like it.
And this is what I love about doing shows with you and Creative Expressions, in the you do the demo, so you know what products you want in the show.
Yeah.
And you put the show
It's
together,
lovely.
really.
Yeah, it's a
great.
really lovely way to work.
Okay, we get all three of those. We don't have massive quantity of them though, so we've
did
literally
yesterday.
got yeah. Well, yesterday was
out.
a very, very busy show. So if you fancy that, that's £9.99, NJ2878. Now the two sets of the Wendy Vicky ink pads. Now the three colours that Gwen used in her demonstration was Tiger Lily, Peat Moss, and Cornflower Blue. And there they are. I'll lift them up so you can see them, otherwise it's not going to be that easy. So there is your Tiger Lily, that beautiful orange that Gwen was painting with. The Peat Moss is like a grey-green, very, very fashionable colour, very classy.
It's almost eau de Nil kind of look, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you've got the Cornflower Blue. So those are a trio, and they are dye-based, you say,
Dye-based, water-based,
Yep.
so non-permanent.
and they're just $13.99 for all three of those. If you've never tried Wendy Vicky ink pads before, maybe even heard of them before, give them a go. The versatility, like Gwen was saying, is absolutely second to none.
Yeah, made by Ranger, so you know you're getting the quality.
Oh, terrific. Okay. And that's UW2871 is the item number. Have we got the masket available? Is the masket available? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, the other bundle, okay, we'll do these. Now, those three colours are what you're going to get in that selection I just showed you. Tiger Lily, Peat Moss and Cornflower Blue. The other three we've got for you, equally as lovely. You've got your Poppy, you've got your Orange Blossom, which is a much darker orange, and then you've got the Cactus Flower, which is that lovely purple. So there is your Poppy. And the colour on the front is true.
Yeah, it's quite a vibrant red. It doesn't look it on the screen, at least what I'm looking at, but it is quite a vibrant pinky red. It's gorgeous.
Okay, so that one's Poppy. We've then got your Orange Blossom, which, as you can see, is slightly more muted than the Tiger
Yeah, it's
Lily.
slightly rustier in tone, that
Yeah.
one.
And then you've got your Cactus Flower.
Which is the most beautiful, vibrant fuchsia colour. It's lovely.
Superb, isn't it? $13.99 for all three of those as well. HM2852 is your product code there. Now the masket, which is one of those products that you'll just think to yourself, what did I do before I had this? You know, if you're a stamper and you love stamping and you want to mask things off so you can make fantastic backgrounds without kind of covering up the main event, as it were. And these are adhesive. They've got like a tacky adhesive on the back, but it's a reusable adhesive.
Yeah.
It's not a permanent adhesive.
No, it's reusable and you can use them over and over and over again as long as you keep them clean. Obviously,
Yeah.
if they're going to get bits of grit and glitter and stuff on them, they will lose the tack eventually, but you can probably try wiping them over a couple of times, but you'll use them a dozen times or more each time.
Yeah, and think about, you know, if you've got tree stamps and that sort of thing, and you want to create the look of one behind the other, all that
Yes.
sort of thing. That's where this comes into
And
its
flowers, clusters of flowers. Just remember that whenever you mask something out, whatever you mask out will end up at the front of your composition.
Yes.
And you sort of working backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 sheets of the masket, reusable again and again for just £2.99. TF2882. TF2882. Now, also, you mentioned the rectangle dies that we got for you. Now, these are separate items, but this beautiful clipped corner rectangle, it almost looks like a gemstone in shape.
It's
doesn't it?
gorgeous. It's like a lozenge, yeah, isn't it?
Really lovely.
And it's got amazing embossing lines along it. So if you cut 2 of these together, you'll get embossed lines and it really can look like a wooden frame. I absolutely adore these. And the one in the middle I use a lot for mounting sentiments onto.
So this is HG2857. So it's a clip corner. You're not going to get the round ones. It's just basically the one that I'm just wiggling there. So that's what you're going to be getting. And that's $24.99 for those. Pretty impressive. And if I turn them round so you can see the actual dies themselves and see how many you've got just there. Look at the medal you're going to get. And the biggest one, usually we've got the largest one is 15.3 by 18.4, that's centimetres, and the smallest one's 13.9 by 6.9 centimetres. But you've got that lovely detail around the edge as well that Gwen was talking about. $24.99 for those, and they work landscape and portrait, obviously. And the other one that is next to it has got the scalloped circles. So this is again by, both of these are by Sue Wilson, actually, the fabulous Sue Wilson. Look at those. And again, for your mats and your layers, all that sort of thing, put some foam pads or some gel glue to give yourself height, pyramide style cards, that sort of thing would look great.
Yeah, these are beautiful. They've got that lovely scalloped edge with a little hole, so they look very lacy. What they haven't got is the cutting edge for the inside of each circle. So each of these will cut out a solid panel with an edge. If you want to cut a frame, it will match all of Sue Wilson's other circle dies. So if you've got any of her pierced or stitched circles, they will match the sizes perfectly to allow you to cut frames with these.
It wasn't that long ago that this would have been 35, 40 pounds. Because easily. Look
and
at
there's a
the
lot
price.
of metal in these. I mean,
$19.99.
How many are there? 7?
1,
8?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 8.
8 dies.
8 dies, and they all go down in equal increments. So TN2854 is a product code. I'll flip it over again just so you can see the dies, and it shows you the size as well. The biggest one of these is, oh, it doesn't say on this one.
Does it say on the front?
I might say it on the front. Yes, it does. Thank you. 16.7 centimetres across, and the smallest one is 4.2 centimetres across. TN2854, under 20 quid. All right, let's go back to Gwen. It's all about the demos, what we can do with the products.
I'm going back to my ink pads again, and this time I want to show you one of the stencils and also one of the texture pastes. So I'm going to use a little piece of acetate, and I'm going to put my ink pad onto my acetate. So I'm just going to squidge a little bit of ink down. I'm then going to mist this with water to create a fluid liquid. And I'm going to use this like a stamp, I suppose. So I'm just going to sort of roll it down.
Oh, I love demonstrations like this.
And create a kind of wishy-washy little background using that ink. This is a really easy way. If you're not great at creating inky backgrounds, that's just da-da, done. If you want to blot any of it out, you can do. What I also want to do, sorry, just bring that back, is grab a small brush and pick up some of this liquid, very liquid ink. Actually, I'm going to water it down even more and try and do a splatter as well with what's on here. So.
You like doing that, don't you?
I do, but I'm not very good at it. I never get my splatters where I want them. They end up the wall and, you know.
All over you.
Yeah, but at least it will wash out. It's only water-based. I'm not doing so bad. I'm getting some splats.
Yeah, you are.
So there we go. So that's another thing you can do with those inks as well.
The more random, the better.
Yeah, love it. All right, so I need to pop that aside and let that dry. And then I'm going to bring in, again, I've used those clip corner rectangles to cut myself a panel. And I hope you can see this gorgeous detail, this embossed framed edge around here. It's just wonderful. Nice. And I'm going to use the leafy stencil, loosely leafy, I think it's called. I'm going to bring in some stencil tape because I want to protect the surrounding area. I don't want to get paste on my background, so let's just take this down. And I'm going to be using the Polar White Sparkle Texture Paste, which is, it's a little bit of a misnomer because it's not sparkly. I would say it's more frosty, but it's the same texture as our Sparkle Texture Paste, so it's in that collection. But I want to do something a little bit different with it.
Now, this texture paste that we're talking about is actually brand new to us today, and we have it in the show. There are a choice of 2 colours. The one we're going to show you is the one, I think you're using the white one, aren't you? Yeah. So.
And it's got like little white particles in it. It's quite unusual. I love it. And I want to mix it with some of the mica powder that I brought today as well. So this one's the teal.
I'm thinking festive and snow at the moment with that texture.
Well, yes, it's perfect for snow. I'm just going to grab, I don't know why I'm faffing with that silly little tool when I've got this. I was having a mental blip. Obviously with this, you don't want to mix up too much. You don't want more than you need if you can help it. But if you do have any left, just pop it through another stencil on a spare piece of card and you've got the makings of another background. So I'm going to mix into this some of the mica powder. Now, you need to not put too much. If you go too much, your paste will be too dry and it won't function properly. So I'd say never more than 2-to-1 mixture. I've probably got maybe 30% powder there to paste, but it's not quantifiable really. You can start to see the texture of that paste. It's got little bits in it.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are, but I love them.
Like
And
little
then,
granules.
yeah, they are. So then I'm going to pop this through my stencil. And it's a lovely creamy consistency.
You're not
really
gritty,
gorgeous.
really?
No. I always think about the texture pastes. When we're using the sparkle texture paste, you do expect them to be gritty because glitter's gritty.
Yes, exactly.
But they're not. The base is so beautifully smooth.
You've done that before. You took out just exactly the right amount.
Well, almost. I would use that on something else, but not today. All right, so let's reveal this. I haven't finished there though. And I've got some water at the side. If you're going to start stenciling, always make sure you've got some water, just so you can pop your stencil straight in into it.
Nice.
Then I'm going to bring in the pumpkin mica, and I'm going to tap this here and there.
Now the micas, you actually get four different colours for $8.99. Wow. And the intensive colour is really, really impressive. Decadent teal is what Gwen just used a minute ago. The chic pumpkin is the one that you're using now. Also, you're going to get graceful mustard, lovely kind of golden colour, and then frosted mink as well. So those four for $8.99.
So I've just very randomly scattered a little bit of that across the wet texture paste. Now, you can't clean up, so I just give it a little knock. That you could gather back, but don't touch that. When it's dry, you can go in with a soft brush and clean up any spare that you might not want to be there. All right. So when you've done that and it's dry, you get this gorgeous effect with the leaves of having a bit appropriate really with the autumnal turn. You've got that little bit of rust effect on the leaves just coming in, and it's just a really lovely effect. And
It's gorgeous today though, isn't it? With the
it's stunning.
Bit kind of chilly, but nice sunshine.
Yeah, it was really lovely coming in this morning. So I've got my wishy-washy background that I did, and I've got my texture panel ready. I want to enhance these now. So I'm going to stick with my tiger lily, and I'm going to bring in some of those little accessory stamps again. And I'm just going to sort of start to create a background. Some of these stamps I found myself using again and again and again, like this one. It's just a little cluster of dots, and you think, what on earth would I do with that? But honestly, I used it such a lot. So I'm just going to, I know in my head I want this to sit at an angle. So where I've stamped that is a waste of time because you're not going to see it. So bear that in mind.
Yeah.
And just start to bring in these little elements here and there.
I'd rather use small stamps to make backgrounds rather than one big one, because a big stamp you can't really change.
That's, well, I'd argue that.
Well, you could, but, you know.
But yeah, I know what you mean. There are also two really beautiful little leaves. And even though they're such teeny stamps, they've really got movement. And I'm going to put two on my stamp block together. I'm going to stamp them both together and just create a little bit of autumn here in the corner. And then I'm going to take the little one off. They are tiny, don't lose them. And I'm going to create a little bit more detail here. You can take as long as you like over this. Obviously, I'm trying to do it quickly. Then there's also a teeny weeny little cluster of open circles here. And if I just bring in the blue so I can tie these colours together, and I can bring in these little things, they're just wonderful. And I keep my stamp turning in different directions and also take some of it off the side of the page. Let's bring a little bit in towards these to bring the elements together. You can over-stamp. Remember, these inks are translucent, so if you do stamp on top of something else, you'll still see what's behind. And then I'm going to ink around the edges a little bit as well. So bring back in. I think I might have done this background with poppy when I originally did it. It's a slightly different colour, but that's fine.
So now you're using tiger lily, yeah?
So this is tiger lily,
Right.
yeah, and I've stamped with tiger lily and cornflower blue.
So the main colour in the middle of the paper is the poppy from the other collection.
So you can see it is different. So that was quite serendipitous, wasn't it? So just a little quick smoosh around the edges to create a finishing edge, if you like, and to frame it. And then on this one, I want to bring in another stencil. Now, the one I originally used is in my water, so I will use this one instead. And I'm just going to bring in, this is really just to add another texture, but it's also great to show you how you can use these stencils together. So I'm just going to go across the middle. This is quite soft. I don't want it to overpower the main image.
And that could be fencing, it could be
It's
rattan.
like woven fabric, or it could be brickwork. There we go. So that's just a little bit of a different look. And then I've also done another thing with my ink pads. 101 things to do with an ink pad. Colorise the ribbon. I did it yesterday wet, and today I'm doing it dry.
Right.
So I'm just using my lovely blending brush and literally sweeping that ink on. So you can make that as heavily coloured as you like.
If you did it wet, what would the difference in the look be?
I can show you if I can find the original. Oh, I've left it in the green room. I can't. There's a sample, the pink and black sample that you held up earlier. If you can locate that, you can see the ribbon. Okay. I think it, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. There.
That one?
So that's what it comes out more tie-dye.
Okay. So that's using the inks with water or the ribbon wet. Yeah, more of a tie-dye effect.
So I wet on my craft mat, put the ink down, wet it, dripped the ribbon through it and scrunched it up in some cling film until it was dry. And then it came out crinkly and tie-dyed.
Nice.
So it is really cool. So there I've got my ribbon, and then we can tie a bow with that. So now we can put this all together. So that over there, tie a little bow to go on the bottom there. And here's one I did earlier. Thank goodness.
Look at that. Gorgeous, isn't it?
So that's all done in poppy, and that one was done with the tiger lily.
Now, you can always rely on creative expression shows to really give you ideas. I mean, what I love about creative expression shows are, well, there's lots to love, but the Cosmic Shimmer products, whether it's micas, whether it's texture pastes, or whether it's you know, embossing powders or whatever, they're all just so brilliant. They really, really are. Now, the collection is $49.99. $49.99 gets you all the stamps, it gets you the stencils, and it gets you that fantastic Breeze paper pad as well. Now, I've had a question about the texture paste? The white paste, okay, it's this one. So this is it, brand new to us today. This is the Polar White texture paste. Now, you saw Gwen mixing some mica powder with it to give it that lovely blue hue. I don't know if you can really see that well, but it's got like a granular texture to it, but it's nowhere near as gritty as you expect it to be. Wonderfully smooth. But if you want to use that maybe for your snow effects, maybe on rooftops if you're making cards like that, or on the ground or whatever, this is going to be the product for you. And it's new to us today, wasn't on the show yesterday, DC2859, only £5.99 for that, and there's a good size as well. That's actually 50mm in size, and you don't need that much to create a really cool effect. And it could be that you're maybe doing MDF, maybe making gingerbread houses, you want to have snow on the roof, that sort of thing. Perfect for that. DC2859. Now the other colour in the same range is this one. Now this colour is called Midnight, and it is beautiful. So here we've got Midnight. Look at that. It's the deepest blue you could ever possibly think of. Isn't that gorgeous? So that's just, again, £5.99. Really rich, really opulent, and a little bit of that goes a long, long way. HG2848 if you fancy that one, which is, remember, midnight. They call that midnight blue, not black, but very, very dark blue. HG2848.
It actually dries black.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I was shocked because I thought when it came, I was hoping it was black, and when it came, I thought, oh, it's blue.
Is that what you've given
But then when I
me?
used it, yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's it?
It dries
so
black.
You've got the AB running through it as well?
I've put the embossing powder on it as well, yeah.
Right, okay. So that is the texture paste there. That's what it's like, adding that beautiful embossing powder that we showed you earlier on as well. But yeah, okay, it dries black, but it is a very, very dark blue. There we go. So £5.99, 2848, HG2848. Now the mica powders, let me explain and show you those colours, because these are lovely. You can paint with these as well if you wanted to, couldn't you?
You can mix them with water and they make a paint, yeah.
So here you've got the iridescent mica pigments. Wonderful. This one is called your Decadent Teal, which we used, or Gwen did in that demonstration. She also used, to go alongside that, the pumpkin, which is the Chic Pumpkin. very apt at the moment. Halloween not that far away. Then the next one, I love this colour actually, and it's just called, this one's called Graceful Mustard. But as you can see, it's a lovely gold. I don't know if there's a cap on this or not, if I can undo it. Oh, it's all sealed, I won't do that. But you get the idea. You can see the colour.
Don't do it, don't do it.
Don't do it, Dave. And then the last one, love this colour too. Look at that, mink. Isn't that lovely? It's got almost like a pinky hue to it, that.
Yeah, it's beautiful, very classy.
And mica is the most intense for colouring. It really is lovely. So all 4 of those, it works out to £2.25 per pot, and it's DZ2860. You are going to get all 4 of them for that price. 0800 001 4433, the free phone number to our call centre, if you want to order that way. And of course, the other way to order is on our website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. That's free to order. And if you want to set up an account, if you've never shopped with us before, the operator can do that, the call centre guys can do that, the guys and gals there, or you can do it yourself on the website with your email address and then just make up a password that you won't forget. It's as easy as that. That's DZ2860. And do remember, if you buy anything in this show or the 5 o'clock show from Creative Expressions, you'll automatically be entered into a prize draw. One person, just before 6 this afternoon, will be told that they are the lucky winner of the big collection we've been showing you, which I think we can show you again. So you're going to get the paper pad, you're going to get the stamps, you're also going to get the stencils as well, worth nearly £50. One person will win that just by buying something in the show. Now, we always try and get at least a couple of demos in, but have we got enough time to do one more quick one?
I hope so.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
All right.
I've got lots to show you, so yeah. So I've just quickly washed my stencil and I want to just start another background. So I'm going to just do a little bit on the corner of this piece here. I would normally tape it down with stencil tape, but for speed, I'll try and just be careful. Always a mistake. So I just want to pop in a little flourish on this top corner here. There. And then take back the excess. Again, just drop that into water. Not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Phew. All right, and then I'm going to sprinkle on this embossing powder. And I'm going to heat it. Now, when you don't have to heat this. You can let it dry naturally, and the glitter embossing powder will stay put, and you can just treat it as though it was a glitter.
Okay.
But I want to heat it because what happens when you heat texture paste is it bubbles and you get a really interesting texture.
All right.
Plus it will cure the embossing powder as well. So you've 2 options there. So I just want to get the heat gun on this.
You don't always have to use the sticky ink. You can use texture paste instead.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. Really interesting. You can do all sorts of lovely things.
I think people, if they haven't tried it, will be a bit wary about doing that until they hear someone like you saying it's perfect.
Yeah, well, it's perfectly all right. And I mean, obviously, try it out with what particular texture paste you're using. But in general, because they're water-based, well, our pastes all are, what makes it bubble is the water evaporating when you heat it. Of course, it creates steam and creates bubbles. You can see it now starting to really bubble up. And that's just the water escaping, really. So it's really perfectly fine to do it. You may find some are better than others. This one, I find when I've heated it, contracts back to quite a flat texture, so it's lovely.
Okay.
So that's look at it dancing. It's just gorgeous.
It is,
Oh, you
yeah.
can't see, can you?
I can
It's
see
really
it from
sparkling.
here. I'm about 8 feet away from you. I can see it from
Yeah,
here.
so that's done. And when it's cooled, obviously just give it a few minutes, it'll be fixed and fine to go. So I'm just going to do the same again. I want to build up a bit of a background. I'm just going to use, this is black and white, so this is where my head started when I first got these stamps. I'm going to bring in a black ink pad. I'm going to use Archival, just because I know it's safe, it's not going to bleed. It's a good black. So I'm going to go in between this little stencil with those gorgeous dots again. I couldn't leave these alone once I started with them. They're just gorgeous. And you think, gosh, it's just some little dots, but honestly, it's texture. It's that thing about adding texture.
Well, we are popping things on the screen as you're using them, Gwen. So there's the archival ink in black at
Cool.
$7.99. Yeah.
I'm now going to use one of these little spiral stamps, which is also from this accessory set. And you may notice when I use small stamps, I take the stamp to my ink pad. Normally I would advise using the ink pad that way onto the stamp, but I'm just going to do it this way. So there are 2 sizes of spiral, so that's the biggest one. And then there's a really titchy one, which is fab. So I can just bring in a couple of those. Let's twist a couple of them together. Why not? And then I can also add in a couple of hearts, which came off another stamp set. Now, which one were they off? They're off the sentiment set. So the sentiment set has also got some little tiny stamps, which are really cool.
Oh yeah, didn't see those before.
That's the thing, there's so much to see and so much to look at. Now, when I did this, I actually embossed it, but for speed, I'll just do them black.
So remember, make sure if you've bought something in this show that you listen and watch at 5 o'clock this afternoon for more inspiration from Gwen, but also the announcement of who's won themselves, the big bundle, the Easy Breezy. So you could be getting those stamps and those fantastic stencils and the paper pad as well. Worth $49.99. One person will win that just before 6 o'clock this afternoon.
So I've got here that black pearl 3D accent. And I want to just add, similar to what I did with the side of the stencil and the ink, but this time I'm going to go direct to paper with this pearl, and I'm going to create some lines with it. So I'm just going to get scribbling. And this is how great this is to control.
Oh, it is really controllable.
Yeah. I'm hardly squeezing at all. I mean, it practically falls out of the bottle, this stuff. It's wonderful.
Now, the glitter jewels, the embossing powder, and this product that Gwen's using, limited stock now. If you want all three of them, we call it Black Magic, the Shimmer Black Magic set, $9.99. We've got a minute left. Gwen.
You can easily do dots with it as well. Mm-hmm. So you can just use it like that as an accent. And it dries quite quickly, I'd say 20 minutes tops. Obviously, it depends how much you've applied. So that's how I did my background. And then I've cut with the scallop circles. What I did on some vellum, I've embossed in white part of the big stamp set, and added that to some double-sided adhesive and a piece of card. So, and then added a frame cut with a circle that I had that just fitted that size. So this is vellum, and it's got sticky adhesive and then card to support it. Embossed in white, and I've got foam pads on the back of that.
Beautiful. And the white vellum is on the show, on the website as well, or the operator can help you with that.
I've also cut another circle in black, and I embossed in white on that with the sentiment. So if I just quickly pop this together, so my sentiment was going to go up there, imagine that stamped. Then I've got my focal image here going so, and all those elements I stamped now make sense because they're framing that work. And here's the finished one.
Beautiful. Absolutely
I know
gorgeous.
that was quick. But
3 demos, fantastic. Gwen's back at 5 o'clock with more. Remember, everything is available on the website right now, and one of you will win that big collection, and we'll let you know who just before 6. The afternoon continues. I've not seen this guy for a long, long time. Craig is back in the building. Craig with Crafter's Companion right after a short break.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web-only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Tune in to Hobbymaker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi guys, Sandra's not in the office today, so I thought I'd give you a sneaky peek of what's on Hobbymaker on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. We've We've got the dragonfly, love this one. Spanish bands are back on, and probably shouldn't be showing you this, new stamps and a new frame. I hadn't better show you anything else. See you Thursday and Friday. Bye.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Julie. Join me on Hobbymaker this Wednesday for the launch of the Cutterpillar. With a self-sharpening blade, it will slide through all your products with ease. We will also be launching the Cutterpillar crop and the Cutterpillar crease. So join me this Wednesday on Hobbymaker for the launch of the Cutterpillar Pro crease and crop.
Yes, 1 hour and counting until we say hello, Cutterpillar, here at Hobbymaker for the very first time at prices I've never seen before. Just an hour to go, 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be big, it's going to be busy, and you'll meet Julie as well for the very first time. You're going to meet Craig.
Hello.
Mate. Good to see
Fancy
you.
seeing you here.
That was a nice surprise. We were expecting Jan. Not,
Absolutely.
If Jan was here, it'd be a nice surprise as well. But we're expecting Jan, and you turned up.
So yeah, Jan's just feeling a little bit under the weather, so I stepped in. Clearly, you didn't realise that when I walked into the office earlier on. I'm like, what are you doing here? Yeah. So Jan's just taking an extra few days off under the weather. So you've got
Jan.
me.
Brilliant. Glad that we got you. Craig's here. Haven't seen you for months, so it's good to have you back with us.
I know. So good to be back.
Now, we've got the launch of a brand new Crafter's Companion gift box, craft box, which we'll talk about in a second. But we've got some very exciting news because we have got all the stock that we can get. This is it. When the stock of this is gone, we cannot get any more. We've had that straight from Crafter's Companion HQ. This is a magazine, but it's so much more than a magazine.
Oh, it's a lot more than that, absolutely. There's freebies in there, there's inspirations, there's step-by-step, there's book, there's just loads and loads and loads.
Now, by the way, if you love these cute little creatures, just a little bit of a heads up, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, there's going to be something else that will combine with these beautifully well as well. But the magazine itself is in this box. It comes beautifully gift boxed. And it's like a portfolio, really. You can undo it and open it. And this is issue number 4.
Is that 4?
This is issue
4.
Issue 4.
Yes.
So this is the latest magazine, but look at what's inside it.
Look at that all.
Wow.
Look at it. So what you'll find, Dave, is excluding what you showed a moment ago, everything in there, what you're going to be getting is around about the £58 mark.
Really?
So what you're going to find within the magazine is ideas, hints and tips, inspiration, step-by-steps, everything that revolves around not only the goodies that you get included, but launches that we've done here at Hobbymaker and we do on our website as well.
Yeah.
Everything that's in there, the reason you get so much at an incredible price on its own is because what Sarah will do is, we don't market the magazine, we don't see billboards, we don't see leaflets of the magazine. She puts all the cost of the marketing into the magazine, so you get all these goodies, because she's convinced that if you've never tried our products before, you buy this, try our stamps, try our dies, try our stencils, you're going to be back more and more and more.
It's like Crafter's Companion's marketing budget,
It is,
basically.
yes.
That's what it is. So you get to try the stencils, these fantastic stencils, and all of the projects in the magazine relate to a lot of what you're actually getting with the magazine as well. So there's your polymer stamps, there's that beautiful star die, and you've also got words on there as well, like birthday happy, happy birthday party, you're a star as well. And we haven't even got to the magazine yet.
Not at all.
You're going to get your cute creatures, which is a mixture of stamps and dies as well, to cut them out.
And these ones you're only going to get buying via Hobbymaker. You can't get them even with us. But they will complement, as you said a moment ago, something we've got coming later on.
Yeah, at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then The pièce de résistance, the magazine
It is.
itself. 79 tips and techniques and projects included in the magazine here. This is one of the latest. I know many of you watching actually collect Crafters Companion magazines because they're complete tutorials, aren't they?
They really, really are. Now, in case you're brand new and you think, oh, it's only issue 4, they've not started for very long. We've been doing these for years, but what was happening is they were launching here in the UK, then they were launching stateside, then they were launching in Europe, and people were getting confused with the numbers. So a few months ago, what we've done is we went right back to the beginning. So when issue 1 came out, it goes out to the world. 2, 3, and the same with this one. When it comes out, it launches to the world at the same time. So everyone is going to be crafting away with the same ideas.
The whole thing.
Their own take on them.
The whole thing is only $33.96. You know, you could probably pay that sort of price, I would have thought, just for those 3 stamps and dies, and that is not your final price. No. That price is going to drop even more. I mean, what would you pay for a star die like that? $8.99, $9.99 at least?
You know, around about that. And what you'll find, for instance, the stamps there, you will see you've got some really cheeky animals there. Now, we do a collection of cheeky animal stamps. However, what you'll find when it comes to the magazine, any of our magazines, they're not replication of other stamps or dies.
No.
So you're not going to find that you're going to have that stamp in another collection. It's our top quality Crafters Companion products, materials that you're going to find with our products that have been made from, but they're new for the magazine.
And remember, this is the last stock we can get hold of. We can't get any more. We tried to, but this is everything that we've got from Crafters Companion. Issue number 4. It comes beautifully presented. It makes a fantastic gift, but it makes a fantastic treat for yourself, doesn't it?
It does as well, and it's not just simple square cards. That stencil you see in there that has, it looked like a little bit of a bunting, actually makes a shutter card.
Right.
The steps are in the magazine as well. There's a download address there, so you could download bits and pieces as well. It's just absolutely jam-packed, and what you'll find now as well, since we went global with the magazine, a lot more environmentally friendly with the packaging, not just with the magazine and the box, but like the stencil packaging, the stamp packaging. I mean, for that, Dave, I'd be using that as pattern paper for the back of my cards.
Absolutely.
And projects.
Don't throw it away.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Everything has got a use. Nothing needs to be thrown away whatsoever. Now, $33.96 for all of that is amazing anyway, but I promised you that that was not your final price. AS 2090, this is all the stock we've got, but it's gone, it's gone. Where are we going to go? I love it when I see flashing out.
I know. And wow, 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 wow.
$19.99 for the whole lot.
Wow.
$19.99 for everything. I mean, you pay that just for these dies alone, I'm sure you would.
Absolutely.
Stamps and dies. There's the creatures, there's the little critters that you can cut out and stamp as well. Have them on the top of your card, have them peeping over the top of your card if you want to. They're just so much fun. And remember, all the other bits and pieces you get in here, all the other dies, the stencil, the papers and everything else, all relate to projects actually within the magazine, which is so cool.
They absolutely do. Some hints and tips for maybe your colouring, if you're not too confident when it comes to shading. Leanne's in there, our Nicole's in there. So many of our design team are in there as well. You get to know us, not just us on the TV team, but backstage as well. And because that these are out certain times of the year, they're going to work well with ideas, inspiration for times of the years.
And even the cute creatures that we're going to give you as well, they're featured in the magazine as well. It is just a crazy, crazy price when you consider this is Sarah and the team's way of saying, okay, we want you to try Crafters Companion. We want you to come back, love it, and buy some more from us in the future. So that's why you're getting this incredible deal. You may think to yourself, oh, it's too good to be true. I can't be getting all that for that price.
You do.
It is absolutely true.
You absolutely do.
$19.99. Be quick though if you want it. We've got a limited quantity and this is all we can get our hands on. Honestly, we did try to get an awful lot more. AS 2090. Now, the other issue we've got for you is the one before it. And this is just fantastic as well. This is issue number 3.
It is.
And obviously, if you're going to go for one, maybe go for both at the same time. You're only going to pay one P&P of $3.95. If you've already paid that on something else, maybe from Creative Expressions, you've paid it. So this will be delivered for whatever the price goes down to without any further postage at all. 68 pages of inspiration inside here. But again, it's not just a case of you getting the magazine. You're going to get lots of other goodies, including that stencil. Look at that butterfly stencil.
Look at that. So yes, ink through it, stencil through it, emboss through it with your die cutting machine. But then think about your Zentangling, your Zantangling, all of these that you can be doing as well. So not necessarily what you watch and you learn from us at Crafters Companion when we come here to Hobbymaker. Think how you can use them with your other, I know like Gwen with her pastes and that, you could use that through the stencils.
You could do. And of course, you're going to get lots and lots of extras. These are all die cut toppers and images that you've got here, pre-coloured in for you. Then you've got these beautiful background papers as well, which are lovely. That looks like a speckled insect, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really lovely.
So maybe you love that look, but you're not confident or you don't like getting inky yourself. It's done for you.
Well, like Gwen said when she was doing the splatter technique a few minutes ago, she said it often goes all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you're not a fan of that. Well, it's all been done for you here. Gorgeous quality papers. They're inside the wallet and the portfolio as well. That lovely butterfly stencil. You get that fantastic collection of wildlife stamps. You've got best wishes, happy birthday, sending love. You've got daffodils on there and a bird house as well. And you get the magazine. And it comes beautifully presented in that cardboard wallet as well. And like you said, Craig, very important to point out, the actual packaging, lovely as it is, don't throw it away.
No, not
recyclable.
at all.
Use it for backgrounds, all sorts.
You do actually, it must have fallen out that one, you do actually get like a border die as well. That's what that long packaging is in that one there. So you do get that included as well.
Okay.
Same concept as with issue 4.
That one there.
That's it.
You get that included. Ours hasn't got it in, but yours will, okay?
Yours will definitely have it. But yeah, same concept. Instead of putting the marketing budget into advertising with leaflets and all that sort of thing, Sarah will put that cost into that magazine. So it's round about 50. When I say round about, it's just over, you know. It's never just under, it's just over.
Over £50.
But I always say round about £50.
Well, we're going to do something just like we did with the first magazine, issue 4. We're going to do something similar with issue 3. But where are we going to go? It's not going to be $32.97, I can assure you of that. It's not even going to be $19.99, which would be amazing if it was. VY2047, where are you going to go? £12.99. That's the value of the die, surely, on its own.
It's got to be, absolutely. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Yeah, it will be.
I'm a stamp set. That's got to be, what, £7, £8? Stencil, £3 or £4.
Yeah. Yep.
That die's got to be maybe 15, 16, 17 pounds, something like that. We're letting you have it for £12.99 for the whole lot. And just like we said before, the things you're going to get as bonuses with the magazine will be featured in the demonstrations. So how to use the die that you're going to be getting, how to use it, how to get the most out of it, how to create that lovely decorative edge. How beautiful is that?
And even if you've got other items, not just with the magazine, but things that you've bought from Hobbymaker, you're going to find them through these magazines as well. You're going to find additional hints and tips and step-by-steps when it comes to the magazine.
And you can meet the team as well and get all their inspiration, all their skill and all their talent in basically every single page here. Wonderful. So this is issue 3. You'll have also issue 4 if you choose to go for it at the same time. Issue 4 is just under 20 quid. So for $33.98 it would be, $32.98. $32.98. You'll get both of these and have over £100 worth of Crafters goodies.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
It's just too terrific to miss out on. But we did put in the call, and we always ask, can we have some more? Sometimes they say yes, and they did. But they did say this is everything that we've got in stock. So please fill your boots and enjoy issue 3 or issue 4 or both if you'd like to here at Hobbymaker this afternoon. Okay, now let's move on. Let's go on to show you the brand new Crafters Companion. I love these boxes. Boxes of inspiration, complete craft kits in one box, and this is all about the reveal wheel.
It is the reveal wheel. So this is our new craft kit to Hobbymaker here. It's number 53, and it is all about the reveal wheel. Now we're going to go through this, but what this is a lovely craft kit in one. Maybe you're lacking on space and you just like to have little craft kits together. Perfect. Maybe you want to then gift them out for presents. It's perfect. Maybe you're just starting out. It's perfect. So you've got everything to do the reveal wheel. And what I mean by the reveal wheel, let's show you.
Look at this.
What you can be doing is you've got enjoy your day. You can eat cake. You can dance on the tables. That's Debbie. Well, that's both Debbies. Drink Prosecco. That's probably both Debbies as well. Yep, absolutely. Celebrate with style. Absolutely. So you've got these 4. Now, these are templates that you can then, once you work out where you're going to stamp, you can do your own wording in
you
there
can.
if you want to. You can have fun when it comes
I mean,
to
it could
things
be a
like
baby's
that.
reveal, gender
course it
reveal,
could.
something like that. It could be a save the
Absolutely.
date, got an announcement, just through each window, stamp or write whatever you want. I love cards that do something, love cards that move.
Yeah, it's mechanical, isn't it?
Now you've got over 200 items, or elements in this box. You can make a minimum of 18 cards, but you can make it go that much further, believe you me. Look at where we're going with the price. DG2056 is only $24.99, brand new today, the latest, number 53 from Crafter's Companion. Shall we have a look inside?
Well, we'll have a look and see what's inside.
Okay.
As you were saying, Dave, over 200 elements. Now, we say a minimum of 18 cards because you get 18 cards and envelopes included.
Yeah.
You use your own because the other items to make the reveal wheel are stamps and dies. So you look after them.
Right.
They last you a lifetime. So it doesn't have to be just 5x5 card blanks that you get included. You can do 6x6, 7x7, 8x8, whatever it is that you like. So what we have got here is the mechanical part, which is the dies. Now we're going to be using that in a moment, too, just to show you how they work. But you've got 3 options for that reveal window, and this is where you're going to pop your finger so you can move it round, and that is going to be the wheel.
Okay.
So that's that one. Then what you've also got is a little template. That is actually going to create the wheel to draw around. You're going to draw around it and then cut it out. But do you know what, Dave? If you've got a circle die round about that size, you can use your nesting dies that you've got at home. That would work.
Yep.
It's really to get that pinpoint centre piece.
Okay.
You've got that. Then what is all about that reveal, you've got your stamps. So this is where you have your little cheese triangles, as I call them. Drink Prosecco, dance on the tables, eat cake, celebrate with style. So that's what's going to appear behind the windows. You've got all your additional stamps as well. You've got a couple of arrows there. You've got turn here that you could stamp out as well. But as I was saying a minute ago, if you've got tiny die sentiments or small handwriting, anything like that, you can infill it yourself.
You could even put tiny little pictures on the wheel if you want to.
Of course you could.
Yeah.
And because it is a craft kit, what you then get is all your embellishments as well. So what you're going to get is satin ribbon. You're going to get 9 reels within this one. You're getting 3 different sizes as well. So you're going to get 9, 6, and 6, 9, and I want to say 12 mil in total with them.
And again, the envelopes, don't throw them away. They're lovely, beautiful papers to cut.
Not at all. Then what we've got is 100 dewdrops.
Wow.
You may love your glossy highlights, but you don't have time to let them dry. You've got 100 self-adhesive ones included. Ink them with your alcohol pens. Then you've got your 18 card blanks that are 5x5, so you've got them included. Then you need envelopes to pop them away. You've then got your envelopes as well.
Perfect.
What you're then going to be getting is for your layers and your mats, you're going to be getting cardstock. So you're going to be getting 18 sheets. Now, I have separated these so I can see one of each. You're getting 18 sheets, you're getting 3 of each, and you're getting 6 colours. So you're getting a deep teal colour, you're getting sort of like a duck egg blue, you're getting a peach.
Instantly, I can see that the colours match the ribbons as well.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Everything coordinates.
All coordinates. So that's 18 sheets in total. So that's 3 colours of each that you're getting. So it's a big pad that you're getting.
Great.
Then what you're also going to be getting is
Still
your
more.
printed papers. So these as well as these are a mat, so you can then ink them if you so wish. I've done the same again with these ones here. I've gone in and I've separated them so that you get 18 and you get your 6 designs and you're getting 3 of each. So you've got your polka dots, you've got your flowers, you know, maybe more for the masculine cards that you can see there. Some more flowers, and then you've got your stripes as well. I think that's all of them.
For $24.99. I mean, so many of you I know buy each box as they come out. This is number 53. You don't have to have had any of the other boxes before because they're all self-contained. They all stand alone, but they've all got different themes. And to have the reveal wheel, okay, yeah, you can use the Prosecco stamps and that sort of thing. Obviously you can, but you can use that reveal wheel to do all sorts of other things. It could be an invitation that you want to kind of do in stages. Just rotate the wheel, just stamp where it says turn here so people know what to do. And I love a card that does something, that moves, that's animated, and that's what these will make for you.
It really does. It really does. But if you are someone that loves your concept, please don't think they just have to be on a square card.
No.
You can still put them onto an easel card, a twisted easel card. You can do them into your stepper cards. Anything like that you can absolutely do. Because all that they do, absolutely, absolutely, top of a box, a fold out of a box. Think of it as going on the front of a 5x5 card blank, and then you can then mat and layer it any way you want.
To have that style of card available, if you've got an announcement to make or an invitation to send to someone, have it in the reveal wheel, make it something a little bit different, make it intriguing, make it more exciting. It's not run-of-the-mill. This is very different and very unusual and lovely.
And then this is what I was talking about a moment ago. So I'm going to do the reveal, turning that one around.
Yeah.
But then if I show you, you can see there, just going around, show you, if I turn it around, we have got an easel card.
Brilliant.
So you can absolutely do your own easel cards that you can see here. Or prime example, this one is just in pure black and white form, but it was to show you how you can absolutely go on to your larger cards. So dance on the table, eat cake. So this is where you've got your 5x5 blank, so to speak, and then what you've then done, or you can do, is go onto your larger cards. You don't have to use the pattern papers that's included. You can, of course, use your own cardstock, use the card and papers in that elsewhere if you want to. It's just a lovely kit, either to get you started or as a gift.
And I love the fact that it's all in one box. They can go onto a bookshelf or onto a shelf really, really easily. They look lovely. If it is a gift for someone else, the presentation, it's like you've gone into an upmarket department store and everything's been gift wrapped for you, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, that's
Really
a really
gorgeous.
good way of thinking about it, yeah.
$24.99 is our price, brand new today. It's box number 53 and it's DG2056 if you'd like it. I tell you what, those magazines, by the way, are going very, very fast. Issue 3 and issue 4. They're both still in stock, but this is the last stock of those magazines. So if you do want any of those, they're all on the website now. You can see them, but I'll let you know when they go low in stock. We don't have that many of them. 0800 001 4433 to call the call centre. They will take your order and process it for you, absolutely free of charge to have an account with us. If you want to set up an account, if you're new on the website, that is hobbymaker.co.uk. All we ask you for is your email address, and then you choose a password of your choice.
Excellent.
Okay, what are we doing first then, Craig?
Right, so what I'm going to do is I'll do a simple black and white form to show you the concept of building it, and then we can show you some decorative ones shortly. So what I've done just now is I've taken a piece of my white cardstock that I've got at home. This is multi-purpose card. You can be chopping down your card blanks if you want to do it that way, but most crafters at home will have white cardstock. So what I like to do is at that halfway point, I like to draw a very, very light pencil line. And I'll do this all the way across. And there's a reason for that. So what I've got is my little card blank here, or card base anyway, where I've got my center point. So what I can then do is I can then bring in my dies. Now this little half circle here, that's going to go at one side. Now, we usually say the right-hand side, but if you're left-handed, right-handed, you could change it if you want.
If you want it, if you wanted
of course
to,
you could,
you?
absolutely. Yeah, you really, really could. So all that you're going to do at that halfway point, at that little notch in that half circle, where your pencil line is, I'm going to pop that right up to the edge of my cardstock, and then I'm going to tape it down. And then you can take your reveal window. So you've got the 3 options to choose from. So I'm just going to go in with this one here. And then what you've got, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it really, really is. Now you've got your die at the top here. This piece does not cut. What that does is where you've got that little notch right at the base, if you put that to that center point of your card, this is why I like to do the pencil. So all that I'm going to do is line that one up, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that into place. So I can bring in my junior. Now, we have got the most smallest smidge of Gemini Juniors left with that goodie bag.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but this is your favourite machine, your machine of choice, isn't it?
This is my machine of choice. 95% of my die cutting will all go through the Gemini Junior size-wise.
Why is that the one that you love the most?
I think just because of the size and because, of course, majority of my die cutting's going to go through there. I have my 3D embossing folders, no problem, my 2D embossing folders. I don't do a lot of mixed media, but we do have our own dies, other branded dies that are thicker that will go through there as well. just not the deep one, but we've covered that with the multimedia dies.
Well, I know for a fact we've got a few, and only a few, of the Gemini Juniors available. And this Gemini Junior at the moment is coming with a £70 value goodie bag. So if you were paying for the goodie bag, you're only paying 70 quid for the machine. So that is on the website now for you. That's also got split pay on it as well, but only a few of them left now at the moment.
It really is. And although it's your Gemini Junior, still unrivaled pressure, edge to edge. You can do all your different materials, and you know, size-wise, it's great on a space saving, but you've still got that pause and reverse feature. So now that I have die cut my little half circle and I've got my little window reveal here, I'm going to set that to the side for now, and then I'm going to take another piece of cardstock, and this is where I am going to bring in the wheel. So we're going to bring in this one here, and we're going to then run this one through the Gemini as well. So with all of these, the dies that come included, these are our standard silver wafer thin die, so you don't need to think about changing platforms or combinations or anything like that.
Remind me, Craig, the actual width of the mouth on the Junior, is it 6 inches?
6 inches.
6 inches.
6 inches.
If you want to go and check, have a little look at your die stash you've got at home and see how many dies that you've got are 6 inches or under. I reckon the vast majority will be, and they'll all go through there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mine's does, and it's the one that always sits on my desk. I always say to everyone, and I have to remind myself because I've not that long switched them over. I've now got my Junior on my left-hand side, my craft desk at home, and my MIDI on my right-hand side, and I use them both as well.
Right.
I used to have them the other way round, and I keep forgetting, and not that it matters. I've still got each of them on each side, but I just use it all the time. So now what we've done is we have die cut our circle. We've got our little circle in the middle that's die cut, and we've got these little notches here. So what I'm then going to do, you can do the stamping of the notches individually, really, really straightforward. I do like to use my large stamping platform, but you'll see in a moment what I mean by you can easily do each section singly if you want to. So what I can then do is I'm going to come in with my stamps here. Now, once again, if you want to do a visual guide of a pencil line, you can do. But what I like to do is, you've got your triangle, but there's also a little notch at the top of that stamp. So just at the top, there's like a little notch. So I like to have that runs centrally down that centre where that notch is there.
Makes sense. Yep.
So that little point sits just at that little die cut circle, and that notch to the stamp is running in the same length as that little notch of your die cut.
So that means that the actual sentiment will be in exactly the right place.
Exactly,
Right,
exactly the right place. Now, if I was doing it on its own, I would then stamp that one and then do this next one. Stamp that one, then do the next one. But this is what I mean by, for me, I actually find it easier to go in and use my large stamping platform so that I can come along, line them up like I'm doing now, and then it means with your large stamping platform, you have that comfort in knowing they're not going to move, they're not going to budge, they're all going to be in that same place. I'm just making sure that's all in the right way. Press it so that lifts the stamps up. I'm going to use my Noir Black ink pad. It could be quick dry. You could do your heat embossing with your pigment. Still use all your different inks. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in, and then I'm going to stamp.
Do them all at the same time?
So do them all at the same time so we can see.
Oh, by the way, the Gemini Junior details are on the screen. That price isn't what you're going to be paying. It is going to go down. That's the value of the machine and the goodie bag. That should be what you'd be paying, £215.91. But we're going to give you the goodie bag absolutely for nothing, and it's packed full of £70 worth of dies, of stamps, embossing folders, you name it, it's in there. £139.99. This is the actual machine of choice for Craig. I mean, everybody's got their own favourite, but this is the one that you use most of the time.
Yeah.
So there it is if you fancy it. And of course, if you've got the big Gemini as well, you can actually use the Gemini Junior plates in the big machine, and it goes through that much quicker.
Yeah, it does. So yeah, you've got that mix and a match if you like. So now that I've stamped all these little bits out, what I'm then going to do is I'm going to take my little stencil, my little template, and all that I'm going to do is draw around with my pencil. You'll see there's little notches on this one as well. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Dave. I ignore them.
Okay.
You'll see why in a moment.
All right.
This is what I mean by, if you've got a circle die, you can then use your die instead. All you need to do is make sure you've got your center point. So cut around with your scissors, and I've done that here. The one thing you will need to invest in, and you get these so inexpensively, are your little split pins.
Little brads.
So many will have them from your crafty stash anyway, but when I say I got a big bag inexpensively on a certain website, I mean I got like hundreds of them. So you will need some of these little split pin brads.
Okay.
So let's assemble this one. So if I bring in this one here, all that you need to do is, using the stamps included, just stamp out your design. So whatever it is you're wanting to pop, I've kept it simple for this first demo because I wanted to show you the concept. We can then go in. I'm going to go in with my mat and my layer. So I've already got my adhesive on. Of course, you can use your tape runner or your glue if you want. So this is where it could be the cardstock included, it could be the pattern paper included, it could be whatever it is.
Well, like you said earlier on, you've got the dies and you've got the stamps for life if you look after them. So
Absolutely. So I'm going to put my split pin through the centre there, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed that through that little centre point, that pencil point that I've done. I've taken a little mat and my pokey tool and just pierced it. And then the key thing here is not to press too hard. If you press too hard, there are going to be too much pressure for it to run,
Gotcha.
for it to do that wheel. So keep it relatively loose. So you can see we've got a nice flow in action there. And then once again, this is where you might have a personal preference. What I'm going to do is on the back of this reveal wheel, I like to use my tacky glue. And all that I'm doing is I'm going around the outer edge. So then centrally, you can then use that as a guide if you want to. But all that I'm going to do is I'm going to line that up as central as I can.
I'm just thinking, you know, we've got split pay on the Gemini Junior as well. And if you're thinking about it as a Christmas gift for someone, get it today while we've got this great deal with a £70 goodie bag, because that won't come back again. We'll have another deal, but it won't include the £70 goodie bag. And it's $46.66 today. Next payment in November, final payment just before Christmas in December.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant, isn't it? Can't believe I'll be putting my tree and decks up next month.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
you and me both.
Cannot wait.
Sooner the better.
But look, there we go. So we've got our spinning reveal wheel. The next point that is crucial is your top layer, you want to have a little bit of lift to it.
Yeah.
So a foam pad or a glue gel, and pop it into the corners, because if you put excess where you don't want it, it's going to jam.
Yeah.
So just make sure it's in the corner, and then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that into place, and then we have now got
Spinning wheel.
our spinning reveal wheel in black and white form, just to show you that concept. But then if we go around, you can then go on. Let's just get my finger in there. There we go. Got your finger. You've got your reveal. Drink Prosecco. Dance on the table. Celebrate with style. Or eat cake.
And come on, we all know who to send that card to, don't we? We all know someone, maybe it's yourself, I don't know. But it's a great concept, and it's box number 53, collection number 53. Everything you need to make these going forward is in there, including enough to make at least 18 cards. You get 18 card blanks and 18 envelopes, plus you get 18 sheets of the plain card, 18 sheets of the pattern papers as well, plus you've got the stamps and you've got the dies as well, all in that box for £24.99. And there are other stamps and dies that you can buy to go into that as well. Now, magazine number 4, that was what we started the show with. Now, there are loads of you putting this in your basket right now. 30% of our available stock is gone. And remember, this is the last stock we can get of it. We can't get any more. So when it's gone, it's gone. We'll be on to magazine number 5 next, and 6 and 7 and so on. Now, these are cute little characters. You're going to get 3 packs with the magazine, and they include the stamps and the dies to cut the stamps out as well. So you can have lots of fun, maybe with your Spectrum Noir pens, colouring them in and so on. But they are absolutely adorable. You've got everything from pigs, farmyard animals, all the way through to horses and unicorns, and a cute little sloth as well, which is rather lovely. So those 3, dies and stamps combined, they're in there. 13 elements in each one, I think it is, or 14 in one. Yeah, 13 in the other 2. So that's 30, 26, 36. That's 40 elements in just those 3 packets. Then you open it up And it just gets even better because they've then got these beautiful star dies that you can see here with the perforations around them and those sentiments that say happy birthday, you're a star and party. You get this beautiful selection of stamps. And again, they've got little cute creatures on them as well, little zebra and an elephant and lots of little verses as well, little sayings, for example. Time to party, we just click, no problem, no problema. See what they did there? There we go. And then you get the two stencils. But there's multiple images on each stencil. You've got a wrapped up present, you've got dots and hearts and kind of faux stitching on that one as well. Now you said about this one you could make into like bunting, did you say?
So you could do it with bunting. The initial idea is what is called a shutter card. So as you open up, it's like two shutters that interlock with each other.
And details of that are in the magazine?
In the magazine as well, yeah. All there for you. You
get your die cut papers with all these party elements. And then you've got the pattern papers as well. There's so much in here, so much value for money. Balloons galore, polka dots, and then you get the magazine itself, of course, as well. So this is the latest issue, but this is all the stock that they could give us at Crafters Companion. We can't get any more of it. Nope. For less than £20, you get the lot. You'd pay that for those 3 die and stamp sets with those little cute creatures. I'm sure you would. That would only be, what, just $6.50 per set? I'm sure that's what they'd be, around about that sort of price. But to get the whole thing, this is Sarah and Crafters Companion way of introducing themselves to you. If you've never used any Crafters Companion goodies before, I'm sure you've heard of Sarah. I'm sure you've seen her. She's all over the news. Well, not news, but she's all over TV.
Sometimes
not all over the news, but she's all over TV and radio globally. But to have this amount of quantity and quality of product from Crafters Companion, with all the inspiration in the magazine as well, for under £20, just too good to miss out on. AS2090 is the product code if you want issue number 4, AS2090. Now, we have got some other little stamp and die bundles that will work well with the spin and reveal. So if you go on for the box, or you want to do it your own way, let me show you the Speech Bubble and Sweet Delight, which I think is, hang on a sec, not that one.
It is, and this one here,
so that
is
one.
it?
Okay, these two. There we go. So same sort of idea in that you've got basically the elements here. You've got the, you call them, did you say pizza slices or what did you call them?
So I think of them as cheese slices.
Cheese slices,
yeah.
Okay. Well, it could be pizza
They could
wedges.
be pizza slices, yeah.
You get those, and this time, let me move them over so I can show them to you a little bit better. Just move them over here for you. You've got thanks from me to you, big, enormous, huge, massive. So basically, a massive thanks from me to you, congrats to you, hugs to you, and sending. So you've got that aperture window that you can see there as well, which is like a little speech bubble. And then this one has got a little, like a wrapped up bonbon, like a sweet. And on here, you've got sweet, what does that say? Delightful. Also, you've got boutique and sweet as well. So you get all those. So those two together, and you will also get the main mechanism wheel as well, which is that there.
And you're getting more sets of stamps as well.
Yeah.
So they're all completely different. And just to say what you're showing now, and also the other bundles we've got, Dave, they are no repetition from this craft kit.
Right.
It is all extreme. The craft kit is completely different from this, and that's completely different from the craft kit, but you can use them together.
You could, yeah, absolutely, mix and match and use them in conjunction with it. Now, we're going to do these for the same price as that craft box we showed you a few minutes ago. 34 pieces in here, including stamps and dies and the mechanism to make the rotating reveal wheel. £24.99 for that one. That's HY 2095, if that's what you prefer. HY 2095. Now, the next set, so this one was the Sweet Delight and Speech Bubble. Now, the next one, okay, now let's grab this one. So this is the Dreamy Cloud and the Festive Balloon. So again, different themes, different verses, different things that you need to say to someone. Those are your stamps, and then that's your die at the top there. So there's your aperture. And on this one, you've got things like birthday, wishing you a totally, hope you have a celebration and party. And then the actual slices say fun-filled, terrific, super, and fantastic. Just rotate the wheel to say what you wanted to say.
Yeah, you can do. And all these aperture dies that are enabling you to see the sentiment behind, these are good and handy, useful dies just to use in your crafty stash.
Absolutely. And each one, remember, will come with the main mechanism as well. So you're not left high and dry thinking, how do I make the actual rotation? That is included. That comes with it. And then the other one, this one here, which I haven't read out, this one says, oh, have I? Yeah. Did I read that one out? Yes, that's right. So this one says, hope your day is terrific, the best ever, superb. So that's kind of general celebrations. Really lovely. And you are the best ever is another one as well.
That's a really nice one. Not only is that a fun card to receive, but imagine just turning that wheel, not knowing what it's going to say. It's just going to make you smile.
Absolutely. And every turn of that wheel is a complete surprise. $24.99 for those 3 sets, and that's DR2040 for that one. And we've got one more set to show you as well. Pop those back for a second. The last set, similar idea, but this time it's the Absolute Star and From the Heart. So the star is the aperture, and so is the heart as well. And then this time you've got sending rainbows, hugs, laughter, and love as the stamps. That's that one. And then this one's got friend, person, human, you're a star, vibrant, brilliant, super, and special. So all celebratory words, basically.
They are.
Love that.
And what you can also do, if you want to, Dave, is all these triangle slices, as I say, these are all the exact same size. So if you want to use a couple, if you were to invest in all 3 sets or 2 sets or one of that and then the craft kit, you might use a couple of stamps from one set and then a couple of stamps from another set if you wanted to. So you can, once again, mix and match them. There's no repetition. The stamps and the dies are all completely unique to each collection and that craft kit as well.
Well, we're going to do the same with this JV2003 for all 3 stamp sets. And remember, you get the 2 accessory stamp sets, and then you get the main working mechanism as well. You don't need that more than once, so we're going to include that with either of the sets that you choose to go for, and we're keeping that price, again, incredibly low at $24.99. Okay, now let's go back to the box. The box is the brand new number 53.
It is indeed.
And if you want it, remember there's actually over 200 elements in that box. All the cardstock, all the papers. Lots of you are buying more than one, which I'm not at all surprised about. Maybe gift ideas.
Yeah, I think we'll go, obviously, the time of the year that we're now at, you know, I think it's safe to say we can now freely say that we're going into the Christmas season. You know, if someone had said last month, oh, I bought a Christmas present, you'd go, what? Whereas now I think we're at that stage where you can say, oh, I've got a couple of Christmas presents. We're going, oh, you're well organised.
Well, before I went on holiday, I went into my local supermarket. They were putting out all the Christmas things about 2 weeks ago. And I thought, wow. But, you know, we need it. We need something to look forward to.
What I used to laugh at, Dave, and what I'll do is I'll just die cut these while I tell you this story, because all that I'm doing is exactly the same as before. I'm going to take this die and I'm going to run this one through.
Okay.
But as you know, before I started with Crafter's Companion, although I've been crafting for years, I worked for a supermarket for a number of years. And what they would do as well, like many others, they would put their Christmas stuff out, you know, round about September, maybe the end of August. And if I was ever to help out on the checkouts, you would always get, you know, those that would have a little moan or a complaint. They were always the ones in their basket that had some of the Christmas things. It's like, well, see, you can't moan about us putting them out when you're buying them.
Exactly.
That's why we put them out.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, but let's face it, we'll go for a shop or that and we'll see the Christmas stuff out. We'll still have a look.
To be fair, you know, in the crafting world, we start Christmas in June, don't we?
Of course we do, yeah.
It's all year round, really.
We really only get kind of like a couple of months reprieve from it, don't you, before we start all over again.
It's Christmas every day here.
It is, and I love it. Now, what I'm going to do is, once again, I'm going to construct one, but this time we'll use the elements from the collection.
Okay, great.
So I've taken a piece of this tail again, and I've gone from, this one I've gone 4.5 inches. This is what I mean by, at this point, Dave, this could actually be any size you want. The key thing is that you find your centre point and then, well, your centre point at the side.
I suppose it doesn't have to be square either, does it? It
No.
could be round, it could be triangular, provided it's bigger than the actual circle inside.
Absolutely. The main thing is, as you said, as I say, you've got that centre point and you've got that half point here. So let's go in once again with our little half circle. And I'm going to pop that up to the side. I should say as well, that half circle has a die. There's no cutting edge on the actual edge.
Right.
So it's not as if you have to be up closer over the edge, right up to your end of your cardstock, and you're going to be absolutely safe. So tape that one down. And then this time, let's go for this little scallop. And then what I'm going to do is pop that one in. I'm going to secure that with my tape. So once again, the little notch, the little beak at the bottom, that is just going to go onto that centre point. And this is now the perfect time to explain where visually you'll be able to see this could be 6 by 6, 7 by 7,
Yep,
8 by 8.
yep.
It doesn't matter. The bigger your card, the more space you're going to have. But do you know what? Doesn't matter.
You choose.
You can still absolutely do that for sure. So let's bring in our plates. So I'm going to run this one through. And as well as this going through our junior, it's of course going to go through our OG as well as our MIDI. These will go through any other die cutting machine you've got at home, size dependent.
Don't think that Gemini and Crafter's Companion dies only work in a Gemini machine. No, they work in any machine.
They really, really do. The only ones that you can really, you can only use with ours is if you buy any of our double-sided dies, because that's to do with plate configuration.
Yeah, sure.
Other than that, any other silver wafer-thin die, it's a standard die. The depth of them are changed ever so slightly by a mil or two, but that doesn't matter what die cut machine that you're using. So what we're then going to do is, now that we've got that one all central, I'm just going to take my eraser and then we're going to do that. I've trained myself, Dave, to say eraser.
Rather than rubber?
Yes, because as you know, we also do tutorials and stuff like that on our YouTube.
Yep.
And we have an American following, and rubber means something completely different.
I think I know what you mean.
And we try and remind ourselves to steer away from that one.
A few weird messages,
yes,
did you? Right.
If you're thinking, Craig, it's a rubber, I know, that's what I call it. I try and teach myself not to say it when I'm live. So we've got now our little aperture, and of course we've got our little half circle. So you can see now where we are going to go. If you want to mat and layer it, you can do. What I would say, this is a good point, I'll use this as an example. If you are wanting to mat and layer it all at first, and then come along, and then die cut. Right. That way you'll have that perfect mat and layer all the way around. Otherwise,
and it will cut through different layers.
It'll cut through, no problem at all. If you do it separately, what you're going to have to do is come in and fussy cut it.
That'll be tricky.
So yeah, it's silly when you can just do it all in a oneer. So then what we can do is I'm going to bring in my die cut wheel again, and I'm going to come in and we're going to stamp these ones out. Now, the other thing to say as well, it's not essential, it doesn't have to be central, this point.
Okay.
You just need to remember where you are popping it on. So I'm going to pop my magnets on. Let's bring in our stamps again. So once again, if you want to, you can do an additional visual guide by doing notch to notch with a pencil. I don't, I just go with it. I'm just making sure I've got a little bit of excess ink off. And then we're going to do the point of each stamp. So right at that point is going to go to that die cut point into there. Yep. And then the notch of the stamp, I run that in line of the notch that is at each side of your die cut. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm. So we're going to line them ones up.
But isn't it refreshing to have something a little bit different to work on?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really nice. It's really nice. It's a lot of fun to make them. Because what you'll find as well is when you get your box, there is actually a Facebook address on the box. Every time a new one comes out, it's actually myself that films a couple of tutorials.
Okay, yep.
So if you want to get started straight away, although you'll have seen me today doing them on Hobbymaker, if you want a little bit more idea, hints and tips, you can then just follow that address and it'll take you to a couple of videos.
Brilliant.
That I've
and that's no extra charge, you know, that's there for
none
you.
Whatsoever.
Crafter's Companion never leave you high and dry. They always give you the support after you bought anything, really.
Absolutely, and that goes for our YouTube as well. Whatever we launch here on Hobbymaker, if not straight away, then within 24 hours, maybe 48 hours at the absolute latest, you will find videos, and they're always building time.
It's nice to know that. Maybe you bought something from Crafter's Companion a couple of months ago and you think, oh, I can't remember how to use that. Then just go on to their YouTube channel and find a little demonstration. It'll be there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then worst case scenario, if you're really, really stuck, as you also know, as all the team, but especially myself, I'm always on social media.
You're always on social media.
Never off it.
No.
Never off it. Just pop in our full name with CC at the end and then you'll find us there.
Always know what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm an open book, let's say. But then there we go. We've got our 3 stamps, and then once again, drink Prosecco, celebrate with style, dance on the table, eat cake. You might want to use one of the other ones if you want to.
They all work.
You can write in. It could be, this is going to be a wedding card, and you might either little stamps, little dies, or handwrite, say, the day, the date, the month, and what their title will be, and then that's going to be the reveal.
Or maybe you've got one of your e-marks, you know, from Collop. You can use that as well, if you've got one of those. Also, if you've got like little photographs that you can print off, I think you can actually print them off at the supermarkets now, really, really quite small.
Tiny ones.
Yeah, and then you can cut them out with a fancy die and put those in the reveal if you want to.
Of course you could.
Yeah.
Good idea, really good idea. When I was talking earlier on about the brads, the split pens, it should let you know as well, colour doesn't matter, you're not seeing them.
No.
So don't worry about the colour, you know, you don't need to worry about that at all. And then all that I would do again is taking the template, and then we're going to draw around, all the way around. This little inner notch here, that's more of a way to keep it all together because you've got that centre point. But draw around it, cut it out, and then what I would show you, do this with a stamping mat or something like that right in the corner. I'll just do it to show you because I've already pre-done it. It's just pierce a little hole.
I've got to let you know 20% of the stock of the box has gone, number 53. Whether it's for you, because you want something different to do maybe in your card making, or if it's a gift for a crafting friend, or maybe someone quite young in the family said, oh, I'd like to make some cards, but they want to do not the serious cards, they want to do the whimsical cards, the fun cards, then this is perfect.
It really is, it really is, because it's all combined, and it's not just the mechanism, the stamps, because it is your ribbons, it is the dewdrops as well, it's the card blanks, it's the pattern papers, and then you can use whatever you want. If you can imagine the other month here when we brought vintage butterfly, imagine doing a reveal wheel with the vintage butterflies or anything like that you can do. But all that we need to do is take our brad once again, and then we're just going to pop that into the middle, and then we're going to feed that one through, and then we're going to split the pin, and I'm not pressing too hard because I want to make sure. So if I do it that way, let's just hold it so you can see you've got that great spin. So let's
leave it nice and loose.
Leave it loose, yeah. Leave it loose. Too tight just means it's going to jar, it's not going to move, or you'll get your fingers caught inside it. And what I mean by that is just with the edge of the cardstock. Yeah. I don't mean it's not actually going to catch you. What we're then going to do is then layer that up onto the card blank included. I'm going to take my tacky glue, and I'm going to go in and around the edge of that circle, and I say that loosely, just so we've got a nice circular of tacky glue. I'm going to go in.
Would ordinary PVA glue be okay? Does
Absolutely.
it have to be tacky glue?
Nope. It could be your tacky glue, it could be your red liner tape, anything like that.
Okay.
What I would say as well is the reason I then put my glue towards the edge, the further closest to that split pin you put your adhesive, the more it's going to grab.
Yeah, so the tighter it'll be.
So it's the tighter it's going to be. So if you keep it loosely around the edge, you're going to get that nice
spin. Absolutely.
So then what we can do is take what we've done, you will see how it's starting to come together. This time I've not put my foam pads on because I wanted to show you.
I'm just thinking you can make that into a rotating dice if you wanted to. If you've got numbered stamps, you could actually stamp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then, you know, if you're playing a board game, rather than having a dice, just spin the wheel.
Of course you could.
Yeah.
Of course you could. Absolutely. You could do. Yeah. And then what you could even do is you start to get creative again. You've still got that centre point, so you might want to do another aperture down below. You might want to do it at an angle.
Yeah.
You don't have to do one.
No.
That one is revealing that one sentiment.
Yeah.
But you can do more if you want.
Put your own twist on it.
So taking a couple of square foam pads. These could be the traditional little 5x5 if you want. The main thing is it's giving you that height. And taking these ones off, we're going to work our way around. We're going to pop that one.
So if you don't put the foam pads on and you put it flush, it's going to be a tight fit. You won't spin that easily.
No, not at all. So then we've got our spin. What we can then do is bring in little stamped sentiment. So enjoy your date. That one's included. You get these ones included as well. So I'm going to pop that one there. And now I've taken this party hat, I've already stamped it. That stamp is included as well. And I've coloured it with my tri-blends. You can use whichever ones you want. And then I'm going to go in once again. I've taken some of my foam pads and I've popped them ones on. I can then sit that one there. And then last but by no means least, what I'm going to do is if I take a bow, and this one I have already tied. Remember, you're getting that 9 reels in total of your ribbon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the ribbon in there, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the ribbon
Three
as
different
well.
widths.
And then there we go.
So everything coordinates, all the papers, the pattern papers, the plain papers, the ribbon, all the colours work together beautifully well. But the main thing is that you've got the mechanism and you've also got all those different sentiments in stamps that will make a really unique spinning card. And this is project box number 53.
Yes.
53, and you've got over 200 elements inside there. We've got enough time to just look through the box again, if that's all right, Craig.
Let's do that.
It still amazes me that something so inexpensive, I know, you know, $24.99 is a bit of money, but when you consider what you get in the box and the way it's put together, and the way it's presented for the money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And in actual fact, just to say, crafterscompanionbox.com, that's where you would go and you'll get the few tuitions that I've done for them.
Okay, terrific.
All wrapped up. So you've got your mechanism, Dave, you've got your wheel with your 3 little apertures, as well as your half circle for you to get your finger in. You've then got your little template as well that you're going to draw around, or as I said, if you've got a die, circle die that's the same size, you could use that. We've got your stamps as well, so you've got your 4 stamps, so it's doing that reveal. You've got your wine glasses, your cupcake, your hat, sentiments. You've got turn here and then a couple of arrows so that you can stamp them to let the recipient know. That was the stamps. You've got your satin ribbon, your 9 reels. You've got your 3 colours, 3 different widths there. 100 dewdrops that you can pop straight on or colour with your alcohol inks. You've got your 18 card blanks already included as well. You've then got your 18 envelopes as well.
Such a generous box. It
Really is. You always get loads. And then in total here you're getting your 18 card blank or your card bases here.
Yep.
And you're getting your 6.
So you get 3 of
6
each.
designs, and you're getting 3 each of each colour. And then also getting 18 of your pattern papers, where you're getting 6 designs and you're going to be getting 3 of each.
And don't forget, the packaging you can use for backgrounds, that sort of thing as well. Die cut it if you want to. Don't throw that away because it's beautiful quality paper that the envelopes are made out on. So very, very much eco-friendly. And the tissue paper as well is gorgeous. So everything you can kind of store or reuse again and again. $24.99 for box number 53. People will love to receive them. If you sell your cards, and you can sell what you make.
Of course you can, absolutely. Make sure your heart's content.
I'm sure they'll fly out the door, they really will. So DG2056, Craig is back with another hour at 4 o'clock, but totally different to this one.
Completely different. It's all about the cute animals, animal antics.
Okay, so when we were talking about the cute animals earlier, that's why we said...
Got them for the magazines, they're going to complement perfectly.
Okay, so that's coming up at 4 o'clock. Next, though, we're literally only a few minutes away from a brand new launch here at Hobbymaker. We've been waiting for this for a very, very long time. You're going to be a lovely new guest as well, Julie from our office here, who's a massive fan of the Cutterpillar, and we're going to show you why, and also show you some amazing prices in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web-only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Tune in to Hobbymaker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi guys, Sandra's not in the office today, so I thought I'd give you a sneaky peek of what's on Hobbymaker on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. We've got the Dragonfly, love this one. Spanish bands are back on, and probably shouldn't be showing you this, new stamps and a new frame. I hadn't better show you anything else. See you Thursday and Friday. Bye.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Julie. Join me on Hobbymaker this Wednesday for the launch of the Cutterpillar. With a self-sharpening blade, it will slide through all your products with ease. We will also be launching the Cutterpillar crop and the Cutterpillar crease. So join me this Wednesday on Hobbymaker for the launch of the Cutterpillar Pro crease and crop.
Good afternoon, everybody. The time has arrived. It's 3 o'clock. And what am I talking about? What time has arrived? What are we on about? Well, I've known these trimmers for many, many, many years. And I can honestly put my hand on my heart and say it is the best trimmer ever. It's the only trimmer that you will ever need to own. And if you look around in your craft room at the moment, and you've probably got, if you're like lots of friends of mine, you've probably got maybe half a dozen different trimmers where maybe that blade is blunt, that blade broke, that used to be good but it's not cutting perfectly anymore for whatever reason. But you can't be throwing them away, you can't bear to throw them away because they cost you a lot of money. When you've got one trimmer and one trimmer only that you'll need on a regular daily basis, and you need never buy another one again. You need never buy another blade again, because that is what the manufacturers of the Cutterpillar actually maintain. That if in the very, very unlikely event that your blade blunts, which it won't, but if it does, for whatever reason, they will replace it for you without any charge whatsoever. So this is the only trimmer you will ever need to own. Now, they're on the website. Already you're taking advantage of the fact that they're on there. Lots of you are checking out. And remember, I'm not sure what the price is on the website at the moment, but everyone will pay the final low price. Even if you check out at a higher price, everyone pays the final low price. And I've never seen Cutterpillar prices where we are going to take them in the next hour. That is not the final price on the screen. So if you buy it and check out at the higher price, you will not be charged that. You'll see tomorrow when you get your email of confirmation, everyone pays the final low price. We have got all the stock that we can get before Christmas. So if you are thinking about getting this for someone or buying it for yourself as a Christmas treat or a Christmas gift, or if you've wanted one for a long, long time, but you couldn't find them or you didn't want to pay a higher price or whatever, if this is on someone's Christmas wish list, once the stock sells out, we will not get any more back until 2023. And that's not just hype from me, that's the God's honest truth. So when the stock's gone, you won't see it again until next year. Now, let me introduce you to a lady that I see every single day when I'm here at Hobbymaker. She sits up in the office and she's an avid crafter and works for us at Hobbymaker. Julie!
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's good to see you
Nervous,
in
but
here.
okay.
No, don't be nervous. You've got a great machine in front of you, you don't have to be nervous.
Actually, yeah, the product will sell itself, so yeah.
Tell us what you do for us here at Hobbymaker.
I'm a planning assistant, so Liam's let me out the office today.
Right.
I generally, on a day-to-day, am booking in and making sure the stock's available of every item that's in a show. So
you can verify this is the only stock we've got.
yes, it definitely is. Also dealing with our suppliers, so emailing back and forth, anything they need, making sure everything's right for a show. So so part of the team behind the scenes.
Now we've dragged you into the studio.
Yeah.
It's good to have you with us. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do is we're going to show you, we've got the Cutterpillar Pro,
Yep.
and we've also got the Cutterpillar Crop. Both of them do the same job, but they are slightly different in their design, aren't they?
Yeah, so the Cutterpillar Pro is just over 12 by 12 inches, so basically stands flat on a surface,
Yep.
whereas blade cuts through everything, you know, paper craft wise. Your crop is more portable, so that is a smaller one with an arm that swings out. It does, on the width, go slightly bigger than this one. I think it's about 17.5 inches on that one.
I've got it here.
So it will give you a bit more cutting space.
17.5 inches
Yeah.
or 45 centimetres.
But if you're wanting something, obviously, that you can take to workshops, if you craft with friends, obviously that one is a little bit more portable.
But basically the idea is exactly the same.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of the blade, the cutting motion, the sharpness, everything is identical between the two.
Just whether you want to have the slightly larger platform or the slightly smaller one.
Yeah, and obviously space in your craft room, you know, if you've got a lot of space, you know, you've got room for the bigger one, if not the smaller one.
Okay, now obviously this is a trimmer that is purely for paper and card, okay? It can cope with up to grey board in thickness. And it's revolutionary and it's so brilliant because every time, if you have a little look at the mechanism here just for a second, you can see that as that rotating blade is moving and rolling, it's self-sharpening on the steel edge just here. So every time you're using it, it's resharpening the blade. So you're never, ever, ever going to be trimming with a blunt blade. You'll never get bad results again. And it is just a godsend. And it's also got a built-in light, which we'll explain more about in a few minutes' time. So the Cutterpillar Crop, the Cutterpillar Pro is here as well, both on the website right now for you. And can I also give you a heads up? We're not going to get to this until a bit later in the hour. We've got the crease. Now, if you've been trying to find the Cutterpillar crease anywhere in the marketplace in the United Kingdom, good luck, because we've been trying to find it, and we couldn't find it anywhere at all. And this is the ultimate way of getting a professional crease to your cards. It really, really is. We'll get to this a bit later, but if you've been looking for it and wanted one for a long, long time, again, it's on our website right now. You can order it. Many of you have checked out already, and I've just got to, again, verify and confirm that everybody will pay the final low price, even if you've checked out before we dropped the price and shown it to you. Let's see it in action, Julie. What do you love about it so much?
So, I just love how crisp it cuts. I've brought many paper trimmers over the years.
Yeah.
I've lost count of the amount of, and they blunt, and you know, you end up getting, well, you can't get the
Can't find the
replacements.
blades,
Whereas this obviously has got the hardened steel edge, so as you run it across, it's going to sharpen every time you use it.
Well, I was talking to Gwen in the earlier show, Gwen from Creative Expressions, and she was saying she's got one of these, best trimmer ever.
I'm sure people that have had them for years say it cuts like the first time they got it out of the packet. So I've got a few materials that I'm just going to show you how it cuts through.
Terrific.
From some grey board right down to some vellum, so it will even give you a crisp edge through the thinnest, you know, and we'll show you the light feature, but with the light feature you can literally cut a slither. You know, if you've got like, you know, a crafter's eye, you know when something's not quite right. This will cut the tiniest little bit off.
But also if you're cutting out like sentiments from pads
Yeah.
and things like that,
Pop
will
the light
illuminate
on,
where the
it
line is.
illuminates, and we'll show you shortly in a demonstration. It will illuminate the cutting line, which gives you like a precise cut every time.
Also importantly, it's a very, very safe trimmer to use.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if I just flip it over quickly, it's got the rubber feet on it.
Yep.
So once it's down onto your surface, it doesn't move.
But the blade is in a housing, isn't it? as
Yeah,
well?
yeah. I mean, in terms of safety, I've never owned a guillotine because I've always been a bit fearful of, you know, the cutting my fingers. Whereas this, I think, gives you the cut of a guillotine, but in a paper trimmer.
Also,
And
if you've
the
got-
housing means that there's no exposure to the blade, so you're not going to cut yourself.
And if maybe your four-legged friend likes to join you in the craft,
Yeah.
or you've got young kids around.
Yeah, young kids. I mean, you can't cut yourself on it. I mean, I've used mine, you know, hundreds of times. I don't think you would cut yourself on it. No. So if I just take a piece of the AC cardstock, which we've got on the show.
American Craft cardstock came in stock while I was on holiday. I missed it, but it's in stock. It's in the show. We've got it here at unbeatable prices today. 60 sheets. We've got various different colour options on the website for you as well. American Cardstock is here.
Right, so then I'm literally just going to, this is a 12 by 12, so I'm just going to take a couple of inches off it. So you'll see you've got your measurements right along the top. So you can cut from, it's got 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch, so it really does give you precise measurements if you've got, you know, certain size you want to cut.
Yeah, even down to a 16th of an inch.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just going to take a couple of inches off. And you'll also see you've got almost like a grid on the surface.
Yep.
That also sort of has a dotted line down. So you can also make sure that once you've got it onto your inches, you've also got it lined up with the line. So again, it just gives you that reassurance.
Perfectly square.
That you're square, yeah. So line that up. With paper trimmers that I've had, and I think most, you've always got something that sort of like holds your paper or card down. This doesn't. So I don't think it needs it.
No.
All you need to do is just sort of like, you haven't got to press down hard, just a light.
Well, those are
hand.
normally finger guards, aren't they?
Yeah.
To protect your fingers from
Yeah,
the blade.
but you don't need to. So yeah, I tend to just sort of keep my hand on it there. And then again, lightest touch. It doesn't need to be right, you know, really hard push down. Just a light touch and through it goes.
Like a knife through butter.
Yeah.
You knew I was going to say that.
Yeah. And again, I'll show you again. If I just turn it,
I know people that have got dexterity issues love it.
it would be perfect because you, like I say, you really haven't got to put any pressure on it, barely at all. It's just that, like I say, you can see the lightest touch slides through.
And it works on the upstroke and on the downstroke.
Yeah, you can go from either end. I mean, my preference, I always tend to bring it back and start from myself, but I don't think there's any problem, whichever way, your choice.
But just that knowledge, every time you get your trimmer out, you know, you haven't got that question mark in your head, is my trimmer going to be okay? No. Is it going to work for me today? Am I going to ruin my project? You know that every cut's going to be as good as the last.
Yeah, and like I say, every cut you make on it is sharpening that blade. You know, because like I say, because of the rotary, the gear system in it, the rotary just means it just sharpens along that.
But we must stress that this is a product for paper and card. Please don't cut like adhesive-backed card because, of course, the glue can gunk up the blade and it's not designed for any fabrics. No. It's purely for things like your cardstock, grey board, vellum, all those sort of things and everything in between. Rice paper, it will cut through, but you might want to put it onto like a carrier sheet of copier paper just to give it a little bit of rigidity. And we've got grey board here.
Yeah, I've got a piece of grey board. So I'm just going to show you how you can just take a slice off that soap. Just line it up again.
Wow.
Straight through.
It's impressive, look, isn't it?
I don't know if you can see that.
No feathering, no tearing.
No, both ends are crisp as anything. You know, I wouldn't generally go any thicker than that.
No.
That's probably the thickest I've tried because again, I think if you try to put anything thicker through it, it's probably going to affect the cutter and then it would affect your warranty because as you said earlier, I think if this blade should blunt just from regular use, they will replace it. Yeah. You know, I think you just send the housing off and they send you a new housing for it.
Now, when you bear in mind, I mean, like Julie was saying, she's had and has had in the past numerous trimmers. I think all of us have. Some good, some not so good. But even the best trimmer in the world that hasn't got this technology, the blade will blunt. It's life, isn't it? Knives blunt, blades blunt, scissors blunt. But because of this revolutionary patented technology that they use here at Cutterpillar, every time that rotary blade brushes up against that steel that you can see here, it sharpens. So you're cutting and sharpening in one stroke of the Cutterpillar. And it's geared as well. Can you see the cogs as they rotate? So that means it's an even speed, it's an even cut. You're not going to get kind of hot spots and weak spots or anything like that. It's an even cut from start to finish. So we've got both of the trimmers in stock.
Yeah.
I knew this was coming, but I wasn't quite sure when. When I got my schedule through for the day I got back from holiday, I saw I was doing the launch. Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's game changing, isn't it?
Yeah. I would say it's an investment. I've wasted so much money over the years on, like you say, different paper trimmers. It's worth every penny that you pay for it, because once you've got it, you won't need another one.
And as a crafter, what else is fabulous about this trimmer, would you say?
With the Pro especially, you have got a storage. I'm just going to move the crease out of the way.
Oh, it's got a tray, hasn't it? Yeah.
It has a storage tray.
Oh,
Mine's
chocolate.
Yeah.
Essential.
Mine has a few little treats in it because, you know, who doesn't need a little bit of sugar now and then? But it's handy for keeping, you know, I've got some batteries in there because obviously you've got the light feature on it, which we're going to show you. I've also just got, you know, some of my tools that I use all the time.
Could you store cardstock in the tray?
You could. I mean, I wouldn't say you'll store a great deal, but because you've only probably got about ½ centimetre, but it will store
12 by 12.
your 12 by 12 in it.
Perfect.
Yeah. So again, I mean, with this one, even if you were planning on going to a workshop or crafting with your friends, you could store, you know, your few pieces of cardstock, fold it up, and the boxes they come in are really good quality. They've got a carry handle.
Yep.
So you could
I've got one here,
always
actually.
pop all your tools that you need for your, you know, your little workshop, shut your drawer, pop it in your box, and you're good to go. And even though it probably looks on camera like it's quite sturdy and heavy.
Honestly, whenever I see anyone
It really
with a Cutterpillar Pro or the Crop, either or, I look at them and I think, you're a crafter that means business.
Yeah.
You love quality, you love reliability, you're prepared to pay a little bit more for something if it's going to last you a lifetime. And remember,
Yeah.
the lifetime guarantee is on the blade. So if in the very unlikely event that the blade blunts through normal use, it's not going to happen, but if it does, Cutterpillar will replace it without any questions asked whatsoever. Now, the light feature, let's just talk about that, because when I first saw this years ago, I thought, why do I want a trimmer with a light?
Yeah, again, I'll say with the light feature, it takes 4 AA batteries,
Okay.
so it's very inexpensive. You know, some of these things come and they need the great big batteries that cost you a fortune. This doesn't. It's just 4 simple AA batteries, and the light is really bright on it.
So why would you need a light?
The light I would use, when you put your paper on it, once you've got the light shines through and it gives you a precise line
Right.
where you're cutting.
So if you've got to be really accurate.
Yeah, if you've got something where, you know, perhaps the colour's changing, or we've got some sort of sentiment, you know, where you need it to be exactly, that's perfect for that. Photos as well, you can cut your photo. So if you do scrapbooking, you can pop a photo on and it will show you exactly where you need to, you know, if you're trimming it down to a certain, you know, if you've got sort of a head in it, you're not going to sort of chop some top of someone's head off. It will literally shine through.
And to be fair, you wouldn't want to use the light all the time, but it's there when you need it for pure accuracy.
Again, it's probably handy as well, you know, if you're crafting in the evening and perhaps your light's not so good in your craft room or your living room, use it for that. You know, you've only got to pop it on, do your cutting, and then, you know, it just gives you that little bit of background light.
Well, I predicted, we all did, that this show was going to be busy, but can I just say thank you to all of you that have already ordered, because you've put your faith in us, because we haven't even shown you the prices at all. But I can assure you that the prices on the website are not what you'll pay. Everybody will pay the final low price. So those of you that have checked out, you're going to have a lovely surprise. That's all I'm going to say. And for those of you that are waiting to see the price, it's not going to be long before you see it. Okay, Cutterpillar Pro. That's the one that Julie's got in front of her.
Yep.
If that's what you've been wanting, and I was talking to Andy and everyone in the office earlier on today, we can only imagine that this is on the wish list of so many crafters.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, people probably think it's, you know, the price, but it's worth every penny. I can honestly say it's an investment.
Yeah.
You know, it is worth it to me because I've wasted probably hundreds of pounds in the past. £20 here, £30 there, £40 there. Buy this, you're only going to need this one. That's
It goes for everything in life, doesn't it? If you,
Yeah.
you need a new kettle, you go out and buy a budget £12 kettle, it's not going to last you very long,
No.
probably. Same with everything in life. You know,
Yeah.
you need to pay a little bit more for something that's quality, that's not going to let you down. It's not just the expense of having to replace old trimmers and the dangerous possibilities of changing blades and things like that, but it's the inconvenience. If your project that you've been working on has been ruined, or it's the last piece of cardstock in that colour that you've got and you've just cut it in the wrong place, or the trimmer's let you down, or it's torn what you're cutting, you don't have to put yourself through that anymore. When you've got the Pro, when you've got the Crop, whichever you choose to go for, they both do exactly the same job. One is more portable than the other. That's the only difference. Okay. Now, the Pro, which is the one that's got the drawer in it and the
Yep.
tray in it. Now, we looked on the internet to do some price comparisons. We did a bit of research to see, because we're not the only people that sell this. We've got it brand new, and it's the first time it's been here, and we're lovely and proud to stock it. They were gladly supplying us, which was fantastic. Now, we looked on, where were we? What website are we on here? Okay, so have a little look on a well-known River store, if I can say that. Now they are how much? 114.61. That's good. That is good. £114.61 on that well-known River store. Okay. Next one. See, I told you we aren't the people that sell it. But wait until you see our price in a minute. Now, this is another craft website. £132 down from £142 they wanted for that. Okay, bit more money, but not bad. £139.99 for us. Now, on another well-known craft channel, don't laugh, Andy, £129.99. Check the website, it's there. Good price, £10 less than us at the moment. How did they do it? Okay, so the cheapest one we could find you was 114, and that was on the River store that we know about, okay, online. So, to all of you that have already purchased this and thought, oh, £139.99, I'll have some of that, please. You are not going to be charged it. All of your cards get charged at midnight tonight. Let's show you the Hobbymaker price for the Cutterpillar Pro. EB4776. Wow!
Drum roll.
$89.99, and it's on split pay too. You knew I couldn't dance, didn't you? $44.99, your first split payment of two for the Cutterpillar Pro. Wow, what a deal that is. Now, for those of you that have already checked out, I bet you're doing a happy dance now like I was. Once the stock's gone, we're not going to get any more till 2023. So if it is a Christmas gift, don't think, oh, I'll phone up next week for it, because you know what? It's not going to be here. I don't think it's going to last the hour.
No, at that price, why wouldn't you? It's an absolute bargain.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a considered purchase. It's a bit of money. I do understand that. But when you consider it's the only trimmer you'll ever need to buy going forward, if ever the blade blunts, which it's not going to, but if it does through normal wear and tear, they'll replace it. How about that? And I have heard when in the odd instance that's happened, they've just replaced the whole thing, given you a new one.
Yeah.
So, you know, with that sort of customer service, with that peace of mind, I mean, all of us have been familiar with the Cutterpillar Pro and the Crop for many, many years, and we've all been in awe of it. And I've worked with some really kind of, you know, top people in the craft industry who really would buy the best of anything, and they choose to have the Cutterpillar because it's the best. It's the best for cutting any card or paper, not for fabric. Don't run your self-adhesive sheets through it either, because the glue will gunk up the blade. That's pretty obvious, but don't do it. But certainly, when you're looking at things, now, I'm glad you found this pad. A third of the stock of the Pro is gone, and this is the only stock we can get until next year. And this now is the most limited one that we've got on the show. We've got a few more of the Crop available, which we'll come on to in a minute. Now, this is what I was trying to find in the office for you earlier on. Let me just show you this. This is from Hunky Dory, and it's basically the pads of sentiments. Now, have a little look at these. You may have bought some of these. They were very, very popular. But of course, to cut those out with scissors, good luck. For me, it'd be wonky donkey. I'm not very good with scissors at all. I'm not very good with blades at all. But to cut things like this out, we're going to show you in a second. how good the Pro is. Before we do that though, and we'll show you the light and everything and how it works, we've got some testimonials from you. I asked you earlier on in the afternoon, if you've got one, let us know what you think about it. Obviously you haven't bought it from us because this is the first time we've had it. Sandra messaged in. Hello Sandra, thank you for taking the time to send us an email. Sandra Lopez, she says, hello from a rather sunny Strood in Kent. I've had my Cutterpillar for about 3 years. Like most people, I've had cutters from other companies which cut fine for about 6 months. Then the blade would be blunt. When I purchased my Cutterpillar, it was a considered purchase at that time, but absolutely would not change it for any other cutter that's out there now. It cuts as crisp now as it did when I got it 3 years ago. It's simply the best in my opinion. Sandra, we love you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I can talk about it till the cows come home, but it's what you say about it that matters. Chris says, hi, I just wanted to say how great the Cutterpillar Pro is. It works brilliantly and sharpens itself every time you use it. You can use it to make extremely fine cuts and just take a sliver off whatever you're cutting. The light helps to make the cuts accurately, so if cutting out a picture, you can cut to the very edge. That's what you said.
Yeah,
Julie.
yeah, definitely.
I have the Cutterpillar Crease 2, and that can be great for folding card blanks and also inserts for cards. When using the bar, it can stop the paper or card cracking when scoring and folding. Chris, thank you ever so much. You've done my job.
Yeah.
Do you want a job? I mean, you've said it better than I can say it, so thank you ever so much for that. Yeah, but the crease we'll get into later on, okay? But it is available and it's in, well, we tried to find it elsewhere. We couldn't. You have a look. I can't find it and we couldn't find it anywhere else. We'll get to that a bit later in the show. Now, if everybody checks out, half of the entire stock. Now, when you talk to Cutterpillar, as a big company like we are, Gemporia is the umbrella organisation here that looks after all the channels, all 6 or 7 channels. When we talk to a company like Cutterpillar, we're not going to say, can we buy 10, please? Can we buy 20, please? They're not going to be interested in that sort of order. You know, we have to get these from the States. And it's taken us a long time. It's taken us virtually the time that we launched, over 6 months ago. We've been in negotiations, talking to them, and eventually the stock arrived. And we can now bring you these brilliant trimmers at groundbreaking prices. If you want these, we haven't even got to the crop yet, but that's going quickly as well. That's going to go in a similar direction price-wise. I'm not sure exactly what the final price will be. We'll get to that in a second. Should we do that now? Let's do the crop now. There's no difference, Julie.
No, do you want me to? Do you want
Yeah.
to spot? And I can show you the light feature on that one, just
Okay.
so you can.
Great stuff.
If I pop that to one side.
There
for
you
a
go.
second, if I have
Off
that
the
one
Pro.
off you, yeah. The really, like I say, isn't much difference at all.
Okay, can we set the price first? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so this one is the crop. Now the crop, the only difference is the technology is the same, the blade's the same, the mechanism's the same. Everything about the cut is exactly the same. The only difference is the platform that you've got. So you've got a smaller platform which makes it more portable, and you've
Yeah.
got an extendable arm up to
Yeah.
14.5 inches.
This one's bigger, is 17 and
Oh,
a half.
17
So
and a half,
yeah,
sorry.
you've got quite a large cutting area there.
Right. Okay. So at the moment on the website, $99.99. That's what it's been, and it's sold already on pre-order. But none of you are going to pay $99.99 for the crop. J04783. And it's got the built-in LED lights as well. Now, on that well-known River website, again, that is what price? Oh, 91. They've beaten us. How dare they? £91 on that well-known River site. Okay. What else have we got? Where else did we go? Okay, this is another one. Internet shop. There we are. Another craft shop. That's $99.99. That's euros. Okay, so that will be, what would that be in pounds? Yeah, nearly $99.99 to be fair. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Oh, hang on a minute. Look at this place. $79.99. That's a really good price. £20 less than us. What we like. I do like it when we can bring you a true bargain. And we could have brought this out at $99.99. It would have sold very, very well at that price. Have a look at where this is going to go. Where can you get the Cutterpillar crop for $69.99? Hobbymaker, And it's on split pay. $34.99 is your first payment today if you want to spread the cost over 2 payments. And again, remember the Cutterpillar Pro and Crop, both of them, this is all the stock we've got until 2023. So for Christmas gift giving, get it now, put it in a drawer somewhere, put it in the wardrobe or something like that. And it's easy to wrap as well. The boxes are dead easy to wrap. And when you're not using it and you want to carry it around to maybe a crafting event, or you're going to take it to a get-together or whatever, it comes in a carry-handled box. $69.99 for the Crop. That's the one that's got slightly smaller surface area. And of course, that brilliant price that we showed you a few minutes ago for the Pro. Now, hello, I've got to give you some name checks. All of you are coming through for the Crop at the moment. Beryl in Warwickshire's checked out. Yvonne in Bristol. Angela in Cornwall. Hello to you. Now, these are the people that have yet to check their baskets out. And that's when it gets a little bit dangerous, because if the stock goes very, very low, sometimes the operator can take it out of your basket if you haven't checked out quickly enough. So please make sure you check out Jackie in Hampshire, Sam in Diffid, Marie in Fife, Joyce in Greater London, Leslie in Kent, Angela in Britain, Michelle as well in June in Essex. You're all in. You just need to check your baskets out. And split pay is there as an option for you. If you want split pay, just basically $34.99 today, plus your 1 P&P of $3.95, and it'll be on its way straight away. Now, Julie is with me from the office, putting it through at paces.
Yeah.
And this is what I was talking about earlier on. These pads, you've got to physically cut the sentiments out, haven't you?
So if you're not very sturdy with your hands, if you've got dexterity problems, sometimes it can be a problem to cut something out straight. This takes that pressure off you. I'll show you just with the light on, and then I think we're going to dim the lights, are we?
I think we are, yeah.
Right, but even with your light on, you will still see that it shines through the paper.
So basically you can see exactly where the cutting line is going to be.
So you can literally line your paper edge up, and it will just line up with the metal edge.
Right.
And you can cut it perfectly. So if I just, and again, this one is like butter. It just goes through, yeah.
Now look at that, Julie's showing you. You can see a perfect cut. You've cut the sentiments out to perfection. You've not overshot the line or anything like that.
And again, if you could even then, you've got to just keep your, but again, because the blade is housed, you aren't in any danger of cutting your fingers. But you just keep a slight pressure on that and just run it through again. And there we go.
Let me just show you on this one that I've got in front of me. Can I just borrow that sheet for a second?
Yeah, of course you can.
If I just angle this towards the camera, because obviously you're demonstrating with it, so I'll just show you how it works. If I lift this up, can you see that when the sentiment goes over the light, it illuminates, you can see exactly where the black line is. So when you get to the edge, you can see that you'll get a perfect, I mean, if you go slightly wonky, you can see that the black line is very visible. So that's why the light is there. For things that are really, really difficult to see. And this is quite thick cardstock as well. So line it up so you're exactly on the line, you can see exactly where you are, and then, boom, dead easy. Perfect cut every single time. That's what you get with the Cutterpillar. Obviously don't cut at this sort of angle, but I was just kind of showing you how accurate the blade was. But yeah, if you would like to go for it today, remember this is the Crop. So this is the one that has got the extendable arm. It's more portable.
Yep.
But if you're not worried about that, you're not taking it anywhere, you just want to have a really good workstation, go for the Pro.
It has got the rubber feet on it, the same as the Pro though, so it's once you've opened your, it is sturdy to the surface. It isn't going to sort of like move around too much.
So $69.99 for the Crop.
Yep.
And it's exactly the same mechanism, same blade, same gearing system on both of them. Just which do you prefer? Do you prefer the more larger surface area of the Pro or the portability aspect of the Crop? And maybe you want to have both. I know lots of people that have got one for the main craft room and one for travelling.
Yeah, if you do a lot of crafting where you are out and about, why not have both and you've got room? Yeah, definitely. I can see, you know, pro points to both of them, you know. So,
I mean, this is on so many people's wish list. I know it is.
Yeah.
And to get it today at this price, it's the first day we've had it. We wanted to make a splash. We wanted it to be a deal that you would absolutely love, because we are very well aware, obviously, as trimmers go, this is a bit more money than a standard trimmer, but this is no ordinary standard trimmer. J04783. Just call the operator. If you've never bought from us before, call the call centre. That's what I suggest, because they will set you up an account. It's quick, it's easy, they're helpful, they're brilliant. It's 0800 001 4433. Just say that you'd like to go for the Cutterpillar Pro or the Crop, whichever you like, and say you're a new customer, and they will give you an account, and then you're off and running. Simple as that. easiest way to do it. If you are already registered, order it online. Loads of you are asking about the crease. Okay, we're going to get to that right now. But those are the two main trimmers we have for you. They don't manufacture much at Cutterpillar because they've got it so right. They don't need to increase.
No, I don't. No, why change something that's so good?
Yeah.
You know, it's a quality product.
I mean, all the years I've known it, it's not changed its appearance or its design at all.
No, I mean, when I've looked at things online, some people say, oh, could they have it in a different colour? But, you know, because everybody wants it pretty to match their craft rooms, but they don't need to.
No.
You know.
It's famous.
Yeah.
It's famous the world over. And we've got it here today, remember, at Hobbymaker for the very, very first time. The Cutterpillar Crop and the Pro, both available at these reduced prices. What a welcome. And the big question is, are we going to have any stock left at the end of this hour? Nearly half the stock of the Pro is gone. That's the one that's in front of me. J04783. Now the crease. Now this is really hard to find. We tried finding it elsewhere. We looked everywhere. All those places that we were talking about earlier on. Couldn't find it. And the crease is revolutionary and different, and it's incredibly affordable as well. Now, if you've got cardstock that you want to get, maybe make your own card blanks. So you've got a perfectly creased spine. It can be a little tricky to do sometimes with standard scoreboards. A lot of the scoreboards are very, very good. But the level of crease that the Cutterpillar crease gives you is amazing because it's got revolutionary technology and a very special tool that gives you the most professional finish.
Yeah, so with this, your tools are kept in a nice little side pocket.
Yep.
So you just open it out, and then you've got there's three elements to it. You've got your scoring ruler.
Yep. Your
ball tool, which most crafters will be, you know, familiar with, and then you've got your scoring channel, which is on the opposite end.
That's the revolutionary bit, isn't it?
So your scoring channel is what you'll use with your scoring ruler. So it just easily pops out, she says. And you'll see you've got one end that's got a little red tip on it, the other end's just flat. The red bit is what goes into your measurements along the top.
Okay.
So
that's actually a metal rod through the
yeah,
middle, yeah,
it's got a metal channel all the way through. Okay. So if you just pop it onto wherever you're wanting to score, I'm just going to put it there just for, and then you'll hear it sort of click down, but it's in. Okay. If you give it a wiggle, it's in place. So then you can see here I've got thin vellum. If you pop that on.
That could rip easily, couldn't
it? Generally, if you try and score through that with either end of these, it would rip.
Yeah.
But because of how the engineering that they've done and how they've managed to, you know, the technique they've got to use it, it will just literally go through. I'll show you, and it gives you a really professional finish. So if you just run it down, it's almost like a U shape.
Yeah.
So it gives you that sort of, you know, when you buy card blanks ready done, it gives you that finish that you can do yourself.
Look at that.
I don't know whether the camera picked that up.
I mean, what it's doing is it's stretching the fibres, isn't it?
Yeah, so then if I just bend
it's not cracking or anything like that.
And then you'll see
well, that
you've got a perfect edge.
That fantastic email we had saying that for making your own card blanks, you know, you get a professional edge to it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll run it just through a piece of the AC Cardstock.
Tell you what, Julie, before we do the next demo, let me show you what the price is. That is not the price. GM 4740, a lot of interest in this. Loads of you have been asking, what about the crease? What price is it going to be? Can I order it? $39.99. Try finding it anywhere else. We couldn't, and we really did try and find and look for it. And let alone at that price as well. $39.99 for the Cutterpillar crease. It's brand new today. It's genius. Go, if you can afford it, go for both. Under £40 for a scoring board that will revolutionise the way you use scoring tools. It really, really will. So standard cardstock now.
So this is standard cardstock. Again, I'm just going to pop it on. And it's so easy because once it's in that, against the metal of the ruler, it's not popping out. So just run it straight down. I mean, you can do it twice and it still won't rip your card.
Look at that.
I mean, you can see from the inside and that's the outside. And if I just fold it for you, you'll see it gives you...
How many times have you looked at the side of a card that you've scored and it looks like a dog's hind leg?
The thing is, you know, if you're wanting to cut a different shape of card, something that you can't just buy and you're doing it yourself, the amount of times you waste card because you fold it and it cracks and you just, you know.
Well, it could save you quite a lot of money in card
this
blanks.
gives
Make your own.
you a professional finish every single time. It is revolutionary. It's a game changer.
And there is nothing to replace. There's no blades that you need replacing. There's no batteries for anything.
No.
It's just basically that revolutionary bar system. And
like
the
I
tool.
say, it's almost like a U shape. So it gives you that lovely rounded finish to the outside of your card.
What about that?
And like I say, to be able to do it on the thinner, perfect.
I don't think I've seen the crease for about 2 years.
No.
It's been a long time since I've seen it, so it's great to have it here. Again, it comes really well presented, well boxed as well. It's brand new. We have got Cutterpillar at Hobbymaker, and we are over the moon and delighted with it. And thank you so much for all your testimonials from those of you that have bought it elsewhere in the past and love it. It's still going strong after 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. Go for it today. You will not regret it, whether it's the crease, whether it's the pro, or whether it's the crop. Can we make something?
We can. I can give you a demonstration. I've just made some simple things using literally the crop, the crop or the pro, and the crease, and some of the AC cardstock. So
Fantastic.
I will show you.
And if you want to get a message into us, if you've already, maybe you missed me saying earlier on, message in with your reviews or comments on it. Lots of you have, but if you want to send us a message, just a short little message to say how much you love it or what you think about our prices or anything like that, just go to the website, you see contact the studio, there's a little box there, you can type in a message, we'll get it straight away, we can put it on the screen. We'd love to know what you think. What do you think about the Cutterpillar brand? What do you think about our prices? Maybe you've got the pro or the crop already, but you haven't got the crease, and that's what you're buying today, or the other way around. Oh,
so I'm going to show you how to make a little Halloween treat box.
okay.
You can make this treat box for any occasion. I just thought, go with Halloween, you know.
Is that for you in your house for trick or treat?
Yeah, I would make these.
Yeah.
Your kids have got a Halloween party, even Christmas. I mean, you could change the design on it, you know. I'm just going to show you how easy it is, just with a few products, to make that.
What's your normal day in crafting world then? Are you a card maker or...?
I like to have a try at any. Papercraft is definitely the thing that I do the most. Stamping and colouring. I love to stamp and colour. Card making, home decor. I like a bit of MDF, painting MDF, anything. I
won't tell the bosses. Did you get any work done when we're on between 1 and 6?
I do.
All right.
Yeah, I spend most of my days just like thinking, oh, I could do with that. Oh, I'd love that. You know, yeah, Liam shows me something that we've got coming. I'm like, I need that. Right. Yeah. So I've extended the arm out because I'm obviously using the crop for this. So this is just a 12 by 12 sheet of the AC cardstock.
American craft cardstock, yep.
So I am just going to cut it at 11 inches. We do, I don't know how many viewers of our viewers know, have a Hobbymaker blog.
Yes.
If you go on the website, I do tend to make quite a lot for that. So there is a tutorial for this on the blog. And there's also a free downloadable sheet that they can get.
You made my nominated badge.
I did make your nominated
Thank
badge.
You very much.
Yes.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. So you can get everything you need after the show on the blog.
And there'll be behind the scenes gossip and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well,
there's all sorts on there.
The team.
Right. So I've cut it one way at 11 inches. I've now turned the card and I'm going to cut it at 8.5 inches. And you'll see that just glides through.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. Right.
It's a professional tool at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's what it is. At such a great price.
I'm now going to bring in my crease and I'm going to use just the ball end this time, just for scoring. So you're going to pop it on your long end and then I'm going to score at 2 inches.
So you can use it as a conventional scoreboard.
Yeah.
Right.
And I like the fact with this, it sits in and it doesn't move out. Sometimes, you know, with scoring boards, you end up going off.
Yep.
It doesn't. Once you're in the channel, it stays in the channel. And again, with the ball tool, it gives you a nice rounded edge.
Well, so the ball tool and the groove are exactly the right size.
Yeah, it's perfect. So 2 inches, and then I'm looking at my measurements, 5 inches, 7 inches, and 10 inches. And then you're just going to turn it onto the short side and you're going to measure it at 2 inches. Oh, she says 2 inches and 7 inches. And that is your base of your bag, gift box bag. So then
Seems pretty simple.
it is simple. This is actually, I'll use this just for
You
sport.
pay a small fortune for those if you bought those in a gift shop.
Yeah, you would. So then all you need to do is just burnish your edges. So, but you can see, sorry, before I do that, it's marked it perfectly. Those,
Yep.
Yeah. It makes it so easy. It's quick and simple. So just burnish your edges.
I wonder how many of you are texting friends and family at work.
Oh,
and stuff, saying, oh,
I
they've got
know.
the pro, they've got the crop, they've got the crease.
It's-
The prices are crazy.
It's fabulous. It really is worth every penny. Right, so I've done it that way, and then I'm just going to do the top and the bottom. This is going to be your base,
Yeah.
and this one's your... Okay. Okay. So then, with your scissors, I'll just pop that on there. You need to, sorry, that's my other pair of scissors. You just need to cut out, this is going to be your lid. So you just need to cut out 3 along the top. But because it gives you that lovely edge, it makes it so easy just to cut along.
I suppose you could use your trimmer as well if you wanted to.
You could if you wanted to, but for quickness, I'll do. But yeah, definitely. Okay, then cut that piece out. That one.
So when's Halloween? 31st? We're about halfway through
And
the
then
month, so a
you
couple of weeks. Plenty of time to make Halloween little treat bags for
you
the
just
kids when they come ringing.
Cut just a slight angle off there, just because that's your tab that's going to join the whole bag together.
Yeah.
So, with your choice of
Are you a fan of American craft cardstock?
oh, I love it. I've been using it for a long time before we had it here, so it's so exciting that we've got it here and the colour ranges we've got.
A friend of mine who's a professional demonstrator, much like yourself now,
Yeah.
was saying to me the other day, in her opinion, she thinks it's the best cardstock in the world.
Yeah.
That's what she said to me. And she would know. So yeah, and I'm sure many of you would agree as well. So we have it in stock. This is the colour, if you like that orange, from this one, which is your autumn cardstock. We've got lots of different varieties, 60 sheets in each of 12 by 12 American craft cardstock. That's coming from this particular bundle, and it's all on the website. We'll do that towards the end of the show. So.
Yeah. So you'll see, I should have cut that one there. I've created the box shape.
Yep.
If you just snip it in now, this is going to be the base. It's so much different doing it on TV to doing it. The blog's easy, it's just pictures. Right, so then the base of your box, you're just going to fold your 2 in and then pop your double-sided tape or glue, and then it's going to form the base like that.
Brilliant, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to pop a bit of tape on there and do that for you.
Now the Pro, half the entire stock, and imagine the size of stock we ordered for our debut show, half the stock of that has gone. That's the one with the solid base, this one here. So if that's the one you want, please pop it in your basket and check out. It is on split pay as well.
I'll just line that up. There you go. And that forms your base of your, so then all you need to do, if you just sort of like pinch your sides, and then that becomes your lid.
That's great.
Like that. So Liam informs me we will be having a crocodile soon.
Good.
But I have my own crocodile here, just to cut a couple of holes in. So if you pop...
That's a tool and a half, that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I love it. I've had this. This is one of the original ones. I think I've probably had it about 15 years.
I remember them, yeah.
Yeah. So just pop yourself 2 holes. Normally I'd measure it, but for quickness I haven't. And then if you just get a pencil and just pop yourself 2 dots, and then just repeat that process. So
Right.
just pop it in. You'll know that your ribbon twine will thread through and it's going to be even. So I've got some twine here. So again, just cut yourself a length. With a crocodile, obviously it's got 2 things, so you can do a bigger hole or a smaller hole. It doesn't really matter. So.
But when you've got tools like this, whether it's the crease or the
Oh,
Cutterpillar,
amazing! It makes things so much easier.
and more professional too.
Yeah, definitely. So, sorry, it's going to take me a while.
I wonder how many more shows you're going to be dragged onto now you've done this.
Do you think?
Really?
Yeah.
Free for a show
It could be the first and last day.
No, don't.
I said that to Liam. I was like, you might never ask me to do anything again.
No,
This is like living the dream to me. I've been a crafter for so long and a viewer for so long. I've probably watched you my whole crafting journey.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
probably. Because papercraft I really got into about 20 years ago. So yeah, you've probably been with me most of the time. Oh, wow. So again, fold that over and then you'll see you can pull your twine through. Fingers don't want to work. And then just tie it into a bow. And then, like I say, for the face of this Halloween one, there is a downloadable template on our blog. So just tie it.
Also, it's not just, the blog's not just for kind of behind the scenes gossip, there's all sorts of...
No, this whole tutorial for this is on there. I do regular ones, and we also have guests. Some of our guests also do things for our blog.
So how do people find it? Well,
If you go onto hobbymaker.co.uk, onto the website, you'll find along the top there is Hobbymaker Hub, I think it is.
Yeah,
If you
Hobbymaker
go
Hub.
onto the hub, you should then be able to find all of the blog posts that we've created. So you'll see, you can see the treat boxes there. Look, second item down.
I didn't know that was there.
So I've been trying, as I've been doing them, if there is an element that I can add something that you can download, then obviously you can. So for this, you'll see you've got the pumpkin, the vampire and Frankenstein.
Oh, I didn't know that was there.
Yeah.
There you go. Learned something this afternoon.
I'm just gluing the little bits on now. Yeah, I think some of our guests have also created stuff on there. I've been trying to do a pick of the month, so one product that I like from that month, I get to take home.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is lovely, and have a weekend creating stuff with it, which is absolutely fabulous. So there we have it.
There it is. How to do a little Halloween treat bag.
Yeah, like I say, you could use it, that basic bag shape, you could use for any occasion. Whether,
Well,
you know.
The big news at Hobbymaker today is the fact that this is the first time ever we've had the Cutterpillar Pro, the Cutterpillar Crop and the Cutterpillar Crease. And I was so excited when I heard that it was coming as well. Now, before we say cheerio, and I told you the hour go quick.
It's flown. I can't believe how quick it's gone.
Now, the American Craft Cardstock, we've loaded certain options that are available. And again, I was so excited to hear that this was coming. Which one did we look at first? Oh, the autumn one. Okay, yeah, the autumn one that I was talking about a few minutes ago. Now, the thing about American Craft Cardstock is not just about the quality of the card, it's about the way that it actually arrives and it's packaged, because you can actually put this onto a shelf and just easily take a sheet out at a time. It's not bound cardstock, so if you just want to go for a green in the middle, easy to take it out. You're not going to end up getting them damaged or dusty or torn or anything like that. So it's a really clever kind of delivery system from the packet that it comes in. But look at all these colours that you've actually got in here. Those are the colours of the autumn, all 12 by 12. You've got that very unique texture, almost like a linen texture to the front of the cardstock. I know loads of you that have got cutting machines, whether you've got a Brother Scan and Cut or anything like that, or any of the other machines out there on the market, swear by American Craft Cardstock for that. But just as a general everyday crafting card, you cannot get better. That's what my crafting expert friend told me the other day. She said, best cardstock in the world. That was her opinion. I tend to agree with her. TB4628, Julie does too.
Yeah, definitely. And the colours are beautiful.
And our price.
The one you've got in your hand, that's my favourite.
Is it
But
really
I love
autumn?
autumn colours. Yeah.
I mean, there are other colours on the website as well, things like natural and so on. I've only got a few of them here in the studio to show you today, but really appropriate for this time of the year. There are all your colourways, okay? So that's TB4628, TB4628. So that's the autumn one. Next one, which one do you want to go to? Okay, winter. Let's do the winter. Now, the winter follows autumn, so that's the obvious next one to do. All your winter projects, you've got beautiful colourways in here. Again, there are your colours that you've got 60 sheets in total of 12 by 12. Our prices are crazy. $14.99, and if you've bought something already today, you don't have to pay any more P&P. It's already been taken care of, so that's $14.99 delivered for you. If you've bought the Crop or the Pro, and you paid your $3.95 postage, now you want your American Craft cardstock, then there you go. 14.99 for 60 sheets. That's really good value, and that's CS4628 if you want all those lovely winter colourways. And then we have the spring as well, but remember we've got naturals and all sorts of other colourways as well on the website to look at. But if you love your brighter colours, won't be long before we're thinking spring.
No, that's right.
We always think a couple of seasons ahead very
Yeah,
often
definitely.
in crafting. So how far ahead do you work for craft? When do you start your Christmas preparation?
I've already started making Christmas cards. I'm not quite as good as a lot of crafters, but I think that's because I work full time and I don't always have the time. But I start mine normally August, September.
Yeah.
And then also throwing into that, there's a bit of Halloween-y, you know, I make certain Halloween things. So yeah, definitely, I'm done.
Brilliant. $14.99 then gets you spring, but we have got the other colourways if you would like to check them out on the website right now, IG4626. Now, the most core cardstock you could ever have is the black and the white. Now, hang on a sec, just checking. Yep, black core,
Yeah.
black
Yeah.
through and through. So there's, is it 60 sheets of this? Yeah, 60 sheets of 12 by 12 black cardstock from American Crafts, 116 GSM. Oh, 216, even better. 216 GSM, gorgeous quality from American Crafts. There is your black. I'll be honest with you, I didn't realise they did black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I use both all the time, and it's good quality even for your basic, making your own card blanks. It's perfect.
And of course, if you've gone for the trimmer, if you've gone for the crease as well, perfect harmony. Use, of course, American Craft cardstock as well. So that's your black for $14.99, JG4603. And the most classic of all has to be the white. Again, 216 GSM, 60 sheets of classic white cardstock. I mean, it's white card at the end of the day, but it's the quality of it that matters. And are you a fan of the linen texture?
Oh yeah, I love it. That to me adds a little bit
Luxury.
extra luxury to it.
Yeah.
And I think if you make your own cards, if you've got something that's got texture, foil, anything that's got a little bit extra, you can always charge a little bit extra if you sell your cards.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But I love as well, it's only a small thing, but the fact that you keep your cardstock in the card packaging, store it on a bookshelf or somewhere like that, and just take out one sheet at a time as you need it.
Yeah, and you'll use it. It won't have time to get dusty.
Well, I know I think one person the other day actually bought 15 of them.
Yeah.
In one go.
At the price that we've got them at, which is crazy price, yeah, I would, you know.
Yeah, because normally they're $19.99.
Yeah. And I mean, before you used to get the packs, I used to buy it by the sheet, and you could pay probably $1.50 a sheet.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. Certain places, you know, certain shops that you go to.
Well, that would make it 90 quid
Yeah.
for 60 sheets. Blimey. Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
But certainly, if you want quality, you know, it makes absolute sense. Quality usually costs more. With us at Hobbymaker, we're kind of bucking that trend now. We really, really are. And if you're not a fan of 12 by 12, cut them down.
Yeah,
You've
I've got
I've got 240 6 by 6.
I didn't have time to make any cards, but I did make a couple of samples that I was going to do, and those are made with the AC cardstock.
Lovely.
So you can see it's good sturdy quality, and that's just one sheet.
Yeah.
That's just one sheet of the AC cut down.
So that's one sheet cut in half.
Yeah,
and then
I did a
stored.
6 by 6 and just under a 6 by 6. So yeah.
So actually, yeah, thinking about 6 by 6 card blanks, that would be 120 6 by 6 card blanks you could get out of one pack.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
HC4697, that's the product code if you want the white, but we have got the black and we've got other colourways as well, remember, including naturals, which is my personal favourite. That's on the website as well. All of it is in stock, but it is selling very, very fast indeed. Now, reminder of what we're kind of, hold the front page. The news of the day at Hobbymaker is that we have the Cutterpillar in stock at groundbreaking prices. This is the Pro. This is the one that gives you that big surface area to work on. Now, obviously, the Cutterpillar crop is the more portable of the two, so you pay your money and takes your choice. If you want to have this one to stay in your craft room on a regular basis, you know, you don't want to have the light on all the time, you don't need it on all the time, but when you want accuracy, maybe you're working in your own shadow, or you can't really see exactly how your cardstock's lined up with the cutting edge, just turn on the light. It illuminates, because those LEDs are bright, it illuminates through the cardstock. You can see exactly where the cutting line is going to be, so you get professional results every single time. And you get the drawer in the Pro as well. Keep your tools in there, but also you can keep your American Craft cardstock in there.
Yeah. Like I say, you could put everything in there that you needed to if you wanted to, if you are going to go out crafting at workshop friends, you know, It's they're both, in terms of weight, they're both relatively lightweight. They probably look a lot heavier than they actually are.
No, they're not heavy at all,
no.
really. No, not at all. But if you're looking at the screen thinking £89.99 for a trimmer, oh, my last trimmer was £14. Yeah, but how long did it last? And how many trimmers have you bought at £14 over the last 5, 6, 7 years? Probably an awful lot more than £89.99's worth. This is the only trimmer you'll need. I mean, thank you very much for all your endorsements and your referrals as well that you sent in on email. I mean, you know, you took time out of your day to do that. You're not buying this because you've already got one, but you wanted to tell us and everybody else how good it is. It's the only trimmer you need buy, because in the unlikely event of ever that blade blunting, it doesn't happen, but if it does for whatever reason through natural usage, they're just going to replace the blade. But I have heard on many instances, on the odd occasion it's happened, they've actually just kind of given you a new trimmer. That's the sort of company they are, because they get so few problems. We can't kind of guarantee that, but that's what I've heard has happened in the past. Now, that one on the screen is the crop, which is the one that Julie's got just over there.
I've got the crop and the crease. You've got the pro.
And the mechanism, the blade, and everything else is exactly the same.
Everything is exactly the same. The way you use it, the sharpness of everything is identical, other than the fact this one's more portable and it does cut a little bit wider. That one's just over 12 inches on the pro. Yeah. The crop is just 17.5.
Okay. Can you just cut something for us again?
I can.
Because we've got to see it working.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
how thin a strip can you do? No pressure.
you can literally, I'm not going to use any kind of guidance on the measurement, but if I just do that, you'll see.
Oh, wow.
You can literally take the tiniest little.
Well, like that email said earlier on, when you just want to slither off something.
Yeah, and I think as a crafter, sometimes you look at something, somebody else would say, oh, that's straight, but you know it's not. You literally can just take the tiniest little slither off.
Look at that.
And it cuts perfect.
I think we've got a message coming in from Jess. We think it's Jess from Tilly Victor. She said, can I cut my own quilling strips on the trimmer?
Definitely, yeah. You definitely could. Average quilling strip is about 5mm, is it? I think.
About that.
So yeah, so again, if you lined it up and just bring it down your 1/4 inch, and then just slide along, you've got your perfect quilling strips. I'll show you.
Perfect. Thank you, Jess, for the question.
Yeah, so you could then, and I think you can even, if you're going to quill a picture, you'd need 10mm, so you could definitely cut your 10mm, but yeah, easily cut your quilling strips, iris folding strips, if you do iris folding.
Well,
perfect.
Julie, you've been a star. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome
Thanks for having me.
We'll get you on there again. Brilliant. Now,
been a
remember,
pleasure.
if you can order this if you want to after the show, this is the only stock we've got. And as soon as that stock's gone, we can't get any more until after Christmas into next year. So if it is a present for someone later in the year thinking, oh, buy it next week, buy it next month, it probably won't be in stock. The stock is going incredibly quickly. The Cutterpillar crease in particular is absolutely flying as well. Try and find that anywhere else. GM4740 is the item code if you fancy that. Big thank you to Julie. You've been a star. Brilliant. Crafter's Companion coming up next.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Tune in to Hobbymaker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi guys, Sandra's not in the office today, so I thought I'd give you a sneaky peek of what's on Hobbymaker on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. We've got the Dragonfly, love this one. Spanish bands are back on, and probably shouldn't be showing you this, new stamps and a new frame. I hadn't better show you anything else. See you Thursday and Friday. Bye.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises. Cocktail hour is already in full swing, so visit the Hobbymaker website to find out more and join the fun.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Afternoon, everybody. It's Wednesday and we're in the middle of our fun-filled afternoon right the way through until 6 o'clock. Thank you to Julie. You did a brilliant job, didn't you?
She done so well, didn't she? I was watching in the green room. I know she was a bit nervous as well, but yeah, she done absolutely fab. And Dave, as a crafter, to actually have the Cutterpillar and American Crafts here at Hobbymaker is phenomenal.
And have that as your first show
exactly,
as well?
I know, eh?
Brilliant. Okay, and that Cutterpillar, is it still available if you want it on the website? So go and have a little look, and I'll let you know if it sells out in the meantime. Right, Craig is back from Crafter's Companion. I said we've not seen Craig for a very, well, I haven't seen you for a very long time. And we've done one show already. This is completely different, although there are similarities to some of the things we had in the first show. And bundles, the value of which...
You know, sometimes I'll say it's incredible, it's ridiculous, but I'm going to say it again for these ones here. Certainly when we've got the first one, which is new to Hobbymaker, and the things that you'll be able to see that you can create.
Now, you've actually got in this 57 elements in here, and these are your trifold aperture stamps and dies.
They are indeed.
So what sort of things do we make with these then, Craig?
So I'm going to bring this one into the side here. You can make what I'm showing you now with your A4 cardstock. You just need to trim it down. So of course I'm going to say either with my my Crafter's Companion guillotine, or if you've got the Cutterpillar, you'll be able to do that. Now what you're going to do is create these trifold cards. So if I go that one here, so as you say, all you need to do is score them. So either with your scoreboard or your Cutterpillar, if you've gone for that one as well, but you create your trifolds. That is the concept. So these characters, these are full character stamps that you've got, and the actual aperture is cut in the shape of the animal.
Okay, now let's look at what animals you've actually got just here. You've got a spotty Dalmatian.
You do.
You've also got the gorgeous elephant. That reminds me of like Barbo when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
You're older than you look.
I remember that.
This is the owl. You've got the beautiful owl. You've also got the next one, which is your butterfly, and then the last one here is your little rabbit. But you've got a collection of stamps and the actual dies to cut out the apertures for you as well. Now, these should be, for all 2, 4, 5 of them, $9.99 each, $49.95. Really good value, under a tenner for stamps and dies. Absolutely brilliant. But that's not what we're going to give you the price of today. We are going to give you the most incredible value for money. Brand new to us at Hobbymaker. This is what we do best.
For all of them.
$19.99 for the lot.
All of them.
Yeah. So
fab.
actually, you're buying 2, but you're getting 3 free.
I mean, when does that happen? Well, it does now.
It happens
It
quite a
does
bit
now.
here.
It does now. I know. That's incredible. That really, really is. That one they were showing with the Dalmatian, I've actually got that finished card in front of me right now. So again, with the doggies, the trifold. No. So you open it up, and then you open it up, and then that's your message.
That's really cool.
Just very, very quickly though as well, Dave, is you don't have to do the trifolds. If you want to then use these into different concepts, you can absolutely do that. So although they are trifolds, do your different things.
Now, I've got Andy in my ear for the next couple of hours. He said, Dave, he says hello, everyone, by the way. These are flying, 20% gone already. It's just an absolute must. You're only paying for 2 sets, and you're getting 5. 5 sets of stamps and dies with all these cute creatures and characters. And if they're not appropriate for the card, you've got the butterflies on there as well. PY2042 is your product code if you would like that. Free phone number if you've never shopped with us before at Hobbymaker and you'd like to get involved in our shows and buy something. I always say, ring the call centre. It's a free phone number from a mobile or a landline. They'll give you an account free of charge. And just say that you want PY2042. We use letters and numbers as product codes, okay? Or if you want to do it online and register online, you can do that absolutely free, of course, as well. It's hobbymaker.co.uk. You just need your email address. But if you haven't got one of those, just call the call centre. They'll sort it out for you. Right. Now, the next set we got for you. Now, this is where I said there's a little bit of a similarity. It will go with very nicely what we had in the 2 o'clock show.
It does. It really does.
Now, this is another bumper bundle that we've got for you. Look at these. Now, what have we got here? These are the cute characters.
They are.
Do you remember those from the earlier show at 2 o'clock that we had?
Yes.
These are all different to those, aren't they?
All completely different, yeah. So the 3 you've seen in the 2 o'clock show, you only get here at Hobbymaker with that magazine.
Yes.
These ones here, this is a complete set, but they are different to the ones that were with that magazine, but will complement.
To be fair, I dare say there are lots of other animals, but you've probably got every type of animal you could possibly think of here.
In each set, you're getting 2 different animals in each set, so...
So you've got in this one, let me just separate them so you can see. These 2, you've got your Otterfly and you've got your Otterly Amazing.
So, Otter and Beaver.
Otter and Beaver, absolutely. This one, you've got your Nuts About You, so you've got your deer and you've got your squirrel.
You do indeed.
Now this one is your sheep, You Make Me Happy, and the cow.
You do. And you've all got punny sentiments to go with them.
You have. Just because you've got the bumblebee and you've got little diggy bird as well. They're so cute.
They really are. You get embellishment stamps too, like hexagons or little nuts for the little otter or beaver.
Pride and Joy, you've got your lion and you've got your tiger. Next one. You've got your hippo and your elephant. Look at how happy that elephant is. Trunk in the air, that means happy. Yeah, absolutely.
Different directions as well, so you can have fun with the concepts.
And then you've got your giraffe and your zebra, and there's still 4 more to go. You've got your bunny rabbit and you've got your little mouse, and then the last couple, you've got your cat and your dog.
You do indeed.
Can't miss out the cat and the dog. All of those, all the dies to cut out what you've stamped, and then you can have fun colouring them in. Let's get that price down. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 sets. 9 sets of stamps and dies, 125 pieces in total. Where are we going to go with this? $39.99 for the whole lot. What a bargain we're having today.
That's incredible. So in each set, you've got 2 different animals, and you've got that animal twice facing either in a different direction or with a different stance. The die that comes with them is like an edgeable. Yep. So you've got the outline die, but there's no die edge at the bottom, Dave. So that means they become an edgeable. But the stamped animal, that is a full animal that you've got.
Look at what you can do. Look at these cards here. Aren't they just adorable?
They are.
Absolutely adorable. There you've got your elephant.
So stamp them out on their own, just individual characters if you want, but have them at the top there at the edge.
And then this one, the bees, look at this. Turn it into a shaker card. How adorable is that?
So if you do it on an edge, do it on an aperture. Yep. All you need to do is follow the line. The die will then cut on the outside, not along the bottom. It enables you to do that.
The whole lot.
Then what about mixing and matching, because you can do that. You don't have to use 1, you don't have to use 4, you can do 6, you can do 10 if you want. Or what about just doing the 1? Creating a little tag you can see there. So again, yes, you've got that die that creates that edge, that top fold. However, use them individually if you want to do your masking techniques. You can use them as standalone. As I say, you've got the punch when it comes to the sentiment, but then what you also have is all the additional embellishment stamps to go with them.
Well, we're actually showing you the Gemini Junior machine, which we have on offer at the moment with a £70 goodie bag included. These are edgeables to give you some sort of idea as to how the concept works, but we do have stock of the Gemini Junior if you would like to go for it. With the £70 goodie bag, it's making basically the Gemini Junior only costing you about 70 quid, because it's £139.99. We had it on earlier on. It's on the website. If it's a gift for someone, we have limited quantity. So again, if you want it for Christmas with that £70 goodie bag, there it is, VN2084. It's in stock now, and that's your personal favourite machine.
My personal favourite, the Gemini Junior, that I do 95% of my die cutting done with it. Still does your 3D embossing, still does your 2D embossing. It still works straight away with your foil press if you purchased that when I was on with it a couple of months ago. Still does your mixed media dies, which means you can use it for applique and sewing. If you watch Becky and her shows, so you can use it for so much. But that goodie bag, that is worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely, and it's full of really good stuff. Embossing folders, dies, stamps, you name it, it's all in there, worth £70. But back to these though, remember I've just worked out, it works out to £5 per product. So if you've got a limit, maybe you had a £10 limit for crafty friends, for Christmas gifts or Secret Santas or whatever. You've got 9 Secret Santas there for a £5 each, basically, virtually. Or was it 4? 9? 4? Yeah, just over £4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. PC2043. Right, let's get on with our first demo, if that's all right.
Right, of course. Let's do it. Let's go and have a look at the trifold stamping dies,
These
because these are fun. These are one that you just need to get your head round it the first time, because in some ways it looks as though you're cutting back to front, but it'll all become apparent in a moment.
Okay.
I've taken a piece, this is our white multi-purpose cardstock, and I've cut it to 6 by 12 inches. So it could be your multi-purpose, it could be any. What to keep in mind is potentially you're going to be stamping and colouring.
Yep.
So multi-purpose cardstock, you can still do your alcohol colouring on, so we're all good.
Terrific.
I'm going to take my score
That
master.
used to be called stamping card.
That's
didn't it?
right, yeah.
And you changed it because it was multi-purpose.
It was, yeah. You would hear us say, oh, my card blanks made from our stamping card. We've embossed with our stamping card. We've done this with our stamping card. We've done that. So what Leanne and the product development team had thought, well, it's a multi-purpose use,
Yes,
so let's rename it. So if you've still got bundles of stamping card, this multi-purpose is exactly the same. We'll just change the name. So to create your trifold, what you're going to do is you're going to take your scoreboard or your guillotine with measurements, your Cutterpillar with measurements, and you're going to score at 4 inches. You are going to score at 8 inches, but to make it even easier for me, all that I'm going to do, Dave, is flip it around and score again at 4. So we've got 4 and then we've got 8. We're then going to fold in on themselves. So then what that's going to create is your trifold. Done.
Gotcha.
So 6 inches by 12 inches, score at 4, score at 8, that's your trifold done. So all that I need to do now is I'm going to come in with my stamp set. So with your stamp set, you have got 2 dies to go with it. So it's a little bit of an aperture, but it does look a little strange. As much as, of course, you can watch this on Catch Up, and then we've got tutorials on our website, you do get a step-by-step included in each one as well. So if you want to then keep that, laminate it, maybe you can do that.
And if you're looking at the packets, you might think, oh, well, I've got aperture cards in each one. Why do I need so many? It's because the shape of the stamps are all different, so the aperture shapes will be different.
They absolutely are. So what you are going to do is you need to envision which is going to be the front opening, which is going to be this side here. This is going to be the front. So I'm going to open it up, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the big die. Now this die here, it has the flow, which if you bring in your stamp, it has the flow of the bottom of the butterfly.
Clever.
Refer to the packaging if you want. Packaging's there with the image, so you can just keep an eye on that if you want to. So all that I'm going to do now is if I bring in my tape, what I'm then going to do is I'm going to position that as not quite centrally. I'm going to go just a few mils further up. Have a look at the size of your stamp and just keep in mind the size, because if with some of them, if you go further up, which you can do that, but then if you come to stamp, you're going to stamp off the card.
The edge, yeah.
So just keep that in mind. So therefore, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this die a little bit further down.
I suppose you could make your card a little bit higher if you wanted to.
Absolutely, you can do.
Oh, now, update on the stock. 30% of the stock has gone on this at $19.99. I'm not surprised.
Wow.
2, 4, yeah, 5 of those, 5 packets with the dies and the stamps in them for $19.99. So that is crazy. That's £4 per set.
It is.
The die and
It
stamps.
really is. And although the die is an aperture die with a funny shape in it, the stamps, these are full character stamps.
Yep.
So you can completely use them on their own. It's not as if the stamps got a little part of the design missing.
Did you stop it then?
Yeah.
Oh.
So the junior, if you already know and love our large Gemini, or maybe you don't know our Gemini range at all, we do have a pause and reverse function. So it just means instead of going all the way through, because you might not need it, I didn't need it, so I could let it go through, or I can pause it and reverse it. And it
I wish I had that function.
Oh, and
Pause and
wouldn't it
reverse.
be great? Wouldn't it be great? Yeah, I'd probably do more reversing than pausing. And incidentally to say as well, the Gemini was the first die cut machine out there to have a pause and reverse.
Was it? I didn't know that.
Feature.
Okay.
But because of it is so useful, other manufacturers and that were there, so thought, yeah, that, you know, crafters do benefit from that. So you'll find that in
And
a lot
actually,
of them.
if you are on the market for a Gemini Junior, the mouth opening is 6 inches. So if you want to go up to your craft room and see just how many dies you've got that are 6 inches or less, I bet you the vast majority of your dies will go through that machine. So it may be your machine of choice like it is for Craig.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now that I've created my first aperture into my card, we can just see that the aperture there. What we're going to do on what will be this next layer, so this next layer here is where we're going to do our next die cut. So if I bring in that aperture die, now once again, you will see the butterfly here, it stamps in flow of the die. So what I need to do, I always do the largest one first, because then what I can then do is I can sit that so that it's in the middle. I'm going to tape that one down. And this is what I meant by, at first, sometimes you think that you are going to be cutting back to front. So press that into place. What I've then got is that one's now in the left-hand side, and I'm ready to cut that.
Now, Craig, 40% of the stock of this has gone. This is absolutely flying. Hello to Helen in Midlothian, Lee Martin in Cambridgeshire, Tracy in Lancashire, Janet in West Yorkshire. You're all checked out. A brand new craft has gone for 2, I believe, as well. Mary in Kent, hello to you. If you are looking at quality gifts for people that aren't going to break the bank, it makes absolute sense. But I know a lot of you are buying them for yourselves.
Yeah.
Why not? If you love the characters and you love the fact that you've got the die to cut out the apertures and everything kind of works together so well, check your baskets out, because these offers only come along usually once and then they're gone and we don't see them again. So
Nope. So then when I fold these back in on themselves, what we've got is we're starting to get the trifold aspect. So then I'm going to open it out once again.
and you've got little kind of perforations around
We've got
the edge.
little perforation lines all the way around as well.
Stitch detail.
So the detail's done there for you. If you wanted to go in with a little pen and add little detailed stitch lines, you can. And now I'm going to go in with my stamping platform. I would usually use my 4x4. It just happens to have the 6x6 to hand. And then all that I'm going to do, I'm already that organised that my ink pad's in front of me. I'm going to do some alcohol colouring with it. So therefore I'm going to use my alcohol proof Noir Black.
Okay.
And if you want to, you can then use your stamping platform. But what you're going to do is, and there we go, I'm sticking my head in the way just for a moment, and the outline of this body is then going to follow the outline of this die cut edge.
Perfect.
So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in, and then once I'm happy with the outline, I'm going to press that into place. And now we've got our
perfect.
butterfly. That is perfect.
Lovely and crisp.
Really crisp when it comes to the impression.
And don't forget, of course, Crafters Companion and all the suppliers here at Hobbymaker have got their own brand pages on our website. So if ever you want to look at what inks Spectrum Noir do, which is part of Crafters Companion, I love it because they actually say on the top of the ink exactly what it does, whether it's water reactive
Yes.
or waterproof or whatever it may be. The whole range will be there. So even things that aren't actually on the TV at the time, there's you. You look huge there.
That's all real size as well.
That's the team. But you can see everything that we don't even have on the show on the website. You can order it if it's in stock. So
Now I've done the same with the middle butterfly.
Yep.
And you can see it's just fluttering away at the edge. And then what you can do, if you are going to be using your large stamping platform and your magnetic discs, then you can hold it down. I will because it's a trifold, sometimes it can open as it is, even if you do give it a little burnish. So what I do, Dave, is with a very light pencil line, I just go into that little corner there so I know this is my little guide here to stamp into. So then what I can do is I can go in with one of the sentiments. So let's go in with Hello Beautiful.
Have all the packets got different sentiments then?
Yes, they do.
Oh, right, great.
They really do. And for instance, this one here, Hello Beautiful, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to go with the butterfly.
No.
So if you want to use it with one of the other ones, then you absolutely can do.
Yeah, on the doggy one, you've got You're My Best Buddy, Lucky to Have You, I Love You So Much, Yappy Birthday, like that.
So a lot of these ones you could be mixing and matching.
Exactly, and remember, they should be £9.99 each, so nearly 50 quid. Well, actually, nearly 60, isn't it? It's 5, isn't it? 5. So nearly £60, you're getting them for the price of 2. 5 sets for the price of 2. 3 sets free. £19.99.
Crazy, isn't it? In a good way.
Nearly half the stock
Crazy
gone.
in a good way.
I love to see that quite a few of you are going for more than one, so they are possibly present ideas for later in the year.
Absolutely, yeah, really, really good for, your gifts or that, or maybe you've got a craft class and you've got a few people, nice to then give out as gifts.
I think all of us this year are going to be budgeting for Christmas.
They are, aren't they?
Closer than ever before, and trying to make the money go as far as possible for obvious reasons. And things like this, offers like this, are perfect for that.
They really are. They really, really are. They're one of those ones as well that maybe you're not necessarily a concept card maker, but you want to mix it up a little bit. Maybe you're not overly comfortable with stamping. You're more of a die cutter or a construction, but these are a nice fun set for you to get your hands on. And as I said, once you grasp that initial, your first die cut on the right-hand side, you work that way down, that we can see
It's
here.
good that the instructions are in there as well. So.
All there, absolutely, there for you to follow. But what we can then do is take that one in, and similar to what I was saying earlier on, you can just type the collection or the title name into our YouTube, and little hints, tips, tutorials will be there.
And that's free.
All free.
Yep.
All free for you to then copy, replicate, sell if you want.
I mean, aren't tri-blends just the best thing ever? Look at the way that fusion of colours just blended beautifully, and tri-blends will be on the website as well.
Absolutely love them. For anyone who wants to know, that was pink, pale shades. But then all that you would do, Dave, is go along, and then you would then colour in the rest of them. So as you open them up, there is your trifold. So I'll let you see that one, and then I will show you the one that I've coloured. So open up, that's how it looks, but then colouring it all in with that one colour that I done, you can see there.
And do you know what? It's a bit different, isn't it? It's a little bit different compared to the ordinary everyday. Now, remember, every single packet has got a different aperture because all the stamps are different. Let me just turn them around so you can actually see what you're getting, because it's not obvious from the front, possibly. So there you've got all of your stamps there on the right-hand side. Your apertures are on the left-hand side. They're your dies. But you've got all of these wonderful images of your little rabbits at a party. The next one's the butterfly that Craid was using, obviously. There's 11 elements in there. Those are the apertures that match with the stamps in that one. The next one, you've got 9 elements in this one, and that is your You Have My Heart, that's called. So that's the owl, really, really sweet, very romantic. Then we have You Mean So Much, with the absolutely adorable elephants, trunk to trunk. They are gorgeous. Now, if you check out your basket and everyone else does exactly the same, 2/3 of the stock of this offer has gone. You've got your little doggy at the end there as well. So right-hand side are the stamps, left-hand side are the apertures. All the apertures look similar, but they are all different because the stamps are different shapes, obviously. And we have asked if we can get any more, and the answer was don't think so. So, yeah, you pay for 2, but you get 5. I like offers like that.
I do as well.
And just to show you again quickly, there we are. There's another kind of trifold to show you. Look at that. How cool. How cool are they?
It's just fun. They really are fun. But because you've got that aperture, Dave, that just creates that flow for you to stamp into, you can then, of course, do them in that concept of your trifold by simply every set it is 6 inches by 12 and score at 4.
Right.
But then if you want to get creative, you can then start to do your diorama cards, your theatre cards, any concept cards, you can absolutely do that.
And how you colour them in is entirely up to you, but we'd thoroughly recommend the tri-blends that we'll find on the website. PY2042 is the item number then if you had to go in for those. They're very, very busy this afternoon for those, as you can understand why. Working out to £4 per set, they should be a penny short of £10 each one.
Yeah.
So pretty amazing growth. Now, we're limited stock if everybody checks out. What happens after a limited stock? Very often a sellout. So if you have it in your basket, I always urge you, because if you call the call centre, they can actually take it out of someone's basket if it's been sat there for quite some time, because it's unfair if someone wants it on the phones and someone's left it in their basket and forgotten about it, which we've all done in the past, I'm sure. Yeah. So please do check out your baskets. That confirms your order. Now, the next collection we've got for you that we went through, this is equal value for money. Absolutely incredible. These are your cuties. Now, in the first show at 2 o'clock, we had the magazine that had and featured cutie characters. These are all completely different. Each set is a set of dies and stamps with 2 different characters. The first one just there is probably the most classic of all, the cat and the dog, but you get various different dies and you get various different designs of stamp as well. And these are all they're edgeable dies, aren't they? So they stay attached.
They do indeed. So the die that you come with each character, it cuts out around the character, just not along the bottom,
right,
which means it gives you that edgeable feature. If you do want it to be a separate animal, then it's very little fussy cutting, just to trim away at the bottom. But top of your cards, use the stamps. Although the die is not a complete die, the stamp themselves are, so it's still a full character that you are getting. So top of your cards, and because there's no cutting edge on the bottom, it means you can do your apertures in the middle.
To be honest, that bee looks completely different, even though it's exactly the same bee, but because you've cut it on 4 different angles, 4 different sides, it looks like 4 separate bees. And this, I love the elephant. I think it's my favourite of all. Look at them marching in line.
So much fun.
It is like the Jungle Book, isn't it?
It really, really is, yeah. And because you've got, in each set, as you were showing, you've got your 2 characters, and each 2 different characters, and each character you've got twice in a different pose or featured a different way, but you've got lots of embellishment stamps. So for instance, the elephant, you've got it so it's splashing water, you've got some peanuts with it as well, and then you've got different, some are punny sentiments to go with them, and some are just nice generic sentiment stamps.
Well, I think they're brilliant, I really do. And again, if you're buying them as a gift purchase for separate friends, separate members of your family maybe as well, or maybe you're part of a craft group online or whatever and you want to give some Secret Santa gifts. $39.99 is your price for all of them, and you're going to get 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 sets. So 18 characters in stamps and dies. How many in total? 125.
Gosh.
125 stamps and dies, all in that collection for $39.99. PC2043. Busy for that as well. Yeah, absolute bonkers. Amazing value. Okay, now something different. Something very, very different and very beautiful as well. Now this is again a combination of dies and stamps. I love the artwork of this.
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful when it comes to the artwork. Something a little bit different to what you would maybe expect from Crafter's Companion. You've got the illustrated animals, but then what you've got is a die to die cut out the image, should you wish.
Giraffe, the absolutely beautiful giraffe. So much decorative detail going on in there. And of course, I love the fact you've got the coloured in image on the front of the packaging, because that gives everyone inspiration. You can copy that colouring if you want to, or go completely rogue. It's entirely up to you. But you get all those stamps as well as the main die to cut out your image when you've coloured it in. Next to that, we've then got the equally beautiful unicorn. How wonderful is that unicorn?
It really is, isn't it?
I mean, when you see where this price is going to go, you'll realise these are just too good to miss out on. You've got the most magical detail in there too. There's no rules when it comes to unicorns. With the myth and magic, you can make them any colour you like, whatever you choose. The butterfly is amazing. I'm looking at that thinking gemstones on that butterfly.
Exactly, absolutely, you can do. These are also really good, and I would say certainly the butterfly for your Zentangling or Santangling, you can do that in the middle as well.
And Sandra is here tomorrow, by the way, 3 shows tomorrow,
nice,
1, 3 and 5.
Sure.
Yeah. Love her to bits. She's here tomorrow. Going to be a busy afternoon if you love your sand tangle. Want to find out how it went in Kent as well. Then you've got your elephant. There's your elephant. There we go. And again, look at the size of the die there.
It's good. What's good with these ones as well is, for instance, this elephant actually shows it off. So the giraffe earlier on, the die cuts out the whole of the giraffe's head. With the elephant, it's just its face, its ears, and its
So you can
trunk.
decoupage them.
So it's like you can decoupage them.
Right.
But then these dies, whether it be full dies, these are really good for little apertures as well.
Perfect.
So you can have a good play when it comes to getting creative.
And then the wise old owl. There's the wise owl look. And again, you've got a special friend, thinking of you. So these are just absolutely magical. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sets. Now, this particular collection, okay, we'll try and find out the item number for you. It is on the website, I believe. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you'll find it there. We haven't got the details for you on the screen at the moment. Sorry about that. But if you go to the website, you'll find it. It is available. It is on offer. And loads of you have found it in actual fact on the website right now. So hobbymaker.co.uk is the place to go, and you will see it there. Now let's go back to our trifolds at the very beginning of the show.
Let's do that.
How much stock have we got left of these, Andy? Ooh, blimey. We're limited stock. I thought we would be. Limited stock on these. 5 packs of apertures and all the dies. When I first saw them, I thought, why do I need 5 sets of apertures? They look the same. They're not. If you look at them, if I put 2 side by side, you can see that they are similar, but they're different shapes because, of course, the stamps are different shapes. So that aperture die there wouldn't work on those stamps. That one does. So that's why you need all the different apertures. But it's a very simple concept, but very different as well.
It is. It really, really is. And the fact is, because it's versatile, if you are using them on their own, or, you know, you can do your front panel, and that could be on the front of a little card or a large card, or you can create them in that trifold aspect. But I thought with this one, let's use the spotty dogs. And I say spotty dogs, they've been coloured that way, so they don't come spotty. So if you've got a cute little doggy, well, all dogs are cute, but if you want to colour it to be like your dog, then you can absolutely do that.
Dog rescue.
Yes.
Yes, animal charities, perfect
Exactly,
for that.
yeah, because you can still make and sell. Own profit, charity, up to yourself. Now, once again, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to follow that same concept, but I'll show you, maybe you want to do a little bit of matting and layering. Maybe you don't necessarily want it all to be white, you want some layers. So what we're going to do is we're going to score at 4, and I'm turning it over to make it easier for myself and scoring at 4 once again. So that is 6 inches by 12 inches and scoring at 4 and then 8. So give it a really, really nice burnish. And then what we can then do is if we open it up, remembering when it comes to open it up this way, this is going to be your front. So I'm going to take my best buddy and let's take out our stamps. And once again, you get a step-by-step guide in every single packet. I would highly recommend maybe laminating one of them or
that's a good idea.
just putting some clear sticky sheet over the top too.
Oh, by the way, if you like the look of those stamps and dies we showed you a minute ago that we couldn't put the details on the screen, I can let you know the item number for them, HC2054. That's the 25-piece collection with the elephant, the unicorn. So if you like that, what we showed you a minute or two ago, HC2054, you'll find it on the website. It's $22.48, saving you £50. It should be £75, those. So yeah, that's on the website if you want to check it out.
Really good saving on that. Well,
Really
I know
good.
there's good saving on all of them, but yeah, that one especially, really good. So what I'm doing this time is I'm going in same as before. Now, unlike the butterfly, the doggy comes down to the bottom left-hand corner. So if I bring in the corresponding stamp, so you can see that the stamp is going to go down there. So I don't need to worry about the height of it. So I'm just going to go in direct.
You could make that the entrance to his kennel, couldn't you?
Could. You absolutely could do, yeah. The fun things that you can be doing with these ones, it really is no end to them. So we're showing you before with the one with the owl, where it could be theatre cards, diorama cards, and there was the front aperture, there was the middle, and you had that back bit. You can extend that, Dave. You can have a couple of apertures if you want to.
Send that card to Leanne, your product development manager.
Yes.
With her new dog.
With her new wee doggy, yeah.
Cute. A rescue.
Yeah.
Really sweet.
Hopefully, I shall be able to see. I can't remember if it's a he or a she.
It's a he, I think.
He. See him very, very soon. Oh, yes, she was so over the moon. Not surprised. Cute wee thing. The dog, not Leanne. Although Leanne is. Leanne is. If Leanne's watching.
Oh, you're living dangerously.
Oh, no, I'm in adjust. There we go. I love it a bit. I really do. So if I close that back up now, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my next one. Now, if you have a little bit of difficulty working out, well, what way is it meant to go? Just bring in the stamp. So the stamp, this is the one that is going to work in conjunction.
Yep.
You can see that the stamp just flows in with that aperture that you can see there. So I know that's the right way. So the reason I always do the front one first is it's bigger, and then it means it gives me a guide where I can then pop my smaller die.
Perfect.
So we're just going to go in. If I do that one first, it's going to be a bit of a guessing game of where to put this largest one. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to then pop this one through. And notice it is a long trifold card, but it's still fitting within my junior.
Now don't forget, we're live every day 1 until 6, but of course these shows do get repeated a bit later on as well, so things can often sell out on repeats, like for example the Gemini Junior, but we've only got literally a few of them left. At £139.99 with a bonus £70 goodie bag. That's still available on the website, but not for much longer, that offer.
No. And there's stamping dies there. I believe there was someone from, if not a few things from Sarah's signature, 2 de-embossing folders, 3 de-embossing folders. It's an incredible bag that you're getting with it. So then what we've then got is our trifold. So we've got our front, we've got our middle, and then you can decorate the back as you wish. Now, the one thing I should have done, and that was the whole purpose of doing this demonstration, what I was going to do, if you're wanting to mat and layer, put your mat and layers on first, because then that gives you that perfect guide. And even with the Gemini, it's going to cut your mats and layers, no problem at all. Bit of pattern paper, a little bit of black card, and then your actual cardstock at the bottom. I would recommend doing the pause and reverse, so it's giving it a double cut.
Yep.
But once you have then done the whole die cut together, it would end up looking like that. So what I'm going to do is let's take my layers off that I've already got. So we're going to take this one out. If you still sometimes feel that you struggle a bit with your die cut in multiple layers, if you've maybe not got the Gemini, what you can do is gut away some of the black cardstock. So that's reducing some of the layers.
Good point, yep.
So I'm just going to pop that into place here. And now if I fold this one in, this is where now you're thinking, well, where do I stamp the dog? If you're doing your mats and layers, what you're then going to do is you're going to stamp them separately.
Right, onto white card or something
onto
like
white
that.
cardstock. So I'm going to bring in the doggy, and I'm going to bring in my stamping platform. And once again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a piece of our ink. So my alcohol-proof Noir Black. So all that we then need to do is we just need to come along. I'm going to use this bit that I've got here. So I'm going to stamp it out. And then this is where your large stamping platform would come in handy, because you're missing bits. So there's no way I'll get that bang on, but I'm doing it in pretty close.
That's pretty good going.
close.
That's pretty impressive.
So all that I would do is using a red tri-blend, I would colour it in. And then with these little patches, I just took a little fine line and just doodled in between.
The artist has been very clever on that, because that dog could be any variety.
Of course it could.
Any variety.
Of course it could. And if you want to limit the amount of fussy cutting that you're doing, what you could do, Dave, is you could start it off. So you could pop that part of the die around it, run it through your Gemini. Don't worry if this has not got any cardstock, won't damage your Gemini. So then when you take it out, this bit will have started for you, and then you just need to fussy cut the rest.
Good idea.
So use what you've got within your tools to then work it all together.
Now, if you've got any masking, if you've got the mask kit from Creative Expressions that we've got coming up with Gwen at 5 o'clock, you could actually have a whole litter of dogs in front of each other using the mask kit. So
Good, couldn't you? That would be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So then what you would do with the butterfly, where I stamped into that middle component, we can see here, I've taken the other doggy, which is then facing in the other direction, and then you're going to stamp it. So let's just do that actually, so you can see how it's looking.
stamping platforms are on the website as well, big ones and small ones. They're not very expensive, they're really affordable.
And although you're getting something, for instance, your trifolds where they're quite long and in some ways large, your stamps will fit on a really small stamping platform, stamping block, acrylic block, whatever it is you like to use, they're going to fit on them. And then once again, all that I'm doing is I'm looking at the out edge of my stamp, the outer edge of the die cut, and then once I'm happy with where it is, I'm going to press. So press that one in.
And what I love about your stamping platforms is they've got 4 sprung feet, so you haven't got a hinge. Sometimes on some of the stamping platforms I've seen that are hinged, you can end up having more pressure on the left of the stamp than you have on the right of the stamp, whereas this one is straight down, so it's even pressure.
Yeah, even pressure. So then what I can then do is, because I've already coloured and stamped the little doggy out, you can either leave it on your flap with your double-sided tape, or you can put it on your glue gel, or of course your foam pads. So I'm going to press that, pop that one into place, so you've got your dog here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one that I've already done. We're going to do a little bit of fussy cutting, because I want to show you how you don't necessarily have to go into all the nooks and crannies.
Right.
Once again, either use that die.
Right, leave like an edge to it, or
and I like to leave a little edge to it, because it just makes it look nice. And then what I also do, Dave, is you've maybe noticed, I go round my stamped images with a light grey pen.
yes.
So when it comes to our tri-blends or our classics, it's ice grey too that I like to use. Gives it a little bit of a halo, but then what it is also doing is it's giving it that faux drop shadow. So all that I need to do is work my way round like so.
You're a dab hand with those scissors, aren't you?
I do that much fussy cutting, Dave. I adore fussy cutting. I can sit there and fussy cut any stamps that I do. You know, I'm a crafter, hobby maker, customer. If I've got my hunky-dory little books, I'll sit there and I'll fussy cut them. I just love fussy cutting. So you can overlay that together. And then the middle part, all that it is the decoration. So this is a piece of pattern paper that was in one of our previous craft boxes that I had left. So if you've got that, you can then add that one in. So let's press that one in. Then what I've done is another piece of multi-purpose cardstock. I've cut this one to 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. The paw print is the stamps, but what I've done is it does stamp out as a hollow paw print.
Oh, okay. So
I've
you
gone
coloured it in.
with my black pen and coloured it in. And then once again, I'm just going to take this one.
You could make your own backgrounds with those paw prints.
Absolutely, you could do. You really could. Little borders if you want to, full backgrounds if you want to.
You could even spell letters, make little sentiments
that's a good
and
idea.
names. Yeah, out of the paw prints.
That is a really good idea. I like that. So what I'm going to do is, so that I can kind of get that as central as I can, pop that one in, and then still using the stamp set, what you've got is you've got an empty speech bubble, and then you could stamp a few of these ones that are going to fit in there.
Yeah.
So I've done with you.
You're in my heart, buddy. Lucky to have you. I've missed you so much. Yappy birthday, that's my favourite one. You bring out the best in me. There you go. Cool.
They're really cool, aren't they? And then including, you're getting the little doggy
Cute's
bone.
that little doggy bone.
So for this one, what I'm going to do is let's go into there. You've even got a little tennis ball, and that one can go onto there. I did have a second bow. It's just still in my bag here. Let's bring this one in to finish it off. And what I'm then going to do, using the stamp sentiments included Yappy Birthday, because we all know a dog that just yaps and yaps and yaps. That's going to go there. I'm going to bring this bone down into there. So we've got Yappy Birthday. So you've got your front, and then you can centralise it a little bit better than I have, but then you can open it and then open it.
Just 99 more to go.
That's, yeah, yeah.
£19.99 gets you, if you just switched on, just got in, you got 5 of these fantastic stamp and die sets for £19.99. We are still now limited stock. What does that mean? It means that we've got only 10% or less of the stock remaining. They should be basically £9.99 each. So you're paying for 2, and they are on our website. If you have a little look, they are supposed to be $59.95. Today, £19.99 if you go for all of them together, working out to be a crazy £4 per set rate, basically. And great gift ideas for anyone who loves crafting and card making, or just treat yourself to them today. They're a bit of fun. I love the elephants. I love all of them, to be honest with you. The Dalmatian is adorable too. They're all gorgeous, but you have got the butterfly for maybe older members of the family as well. And if you're a brand new crafter, or you know someone that said, oh, mum, dad, or nan or gran, I'd like to do what you do with crafting, treat them to something like this. Yeah. You know, you're saving an awful lot of money. It makes the gift-giving process go that much further, because just one of these as a gift is lovely. You know, it's 10 quid's worth, but you're only paying for 2 of them, and you're getting 5.
And then think of it as this way as well, is you could, what I've done there, keep it flat, don't put any foam pads, keep it completely flat. That's going to go in a 4x6 envelope. Yep. So you think something dimensional, something fun, yep, is going to be really inexpensive to post.
Absolutely. And I never forget that whenever I go out to like events like the NEC or wherever it may be, and I meet loads of you, most of you say, not all of you, most of you say that you like to make cards for charitable purposes. Yeah. Very often animal charities come up in conversation as well. So these are perfect for that. They really, really are. PY2042 is your item number, PY2042. Now, the other collection that we have found, we found the details of it for you. I did give you the item number. I think I was right with it as well. HC2054, that's the right one, isn't it? Yeah, HC2054, there it is, $74.95. I've already told you what the price is going to be, so yeah, you're not paying anywhere near that. You've got the stamps, you've got the dies. And remember, the die, they're pretty big in actual fact, because the stamps are a really good size as well. I love, it's almost like a boho, kind of bohemian sort of look to it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good way to think of it, yeah.
Now, the saving is crazy. $74.95 for all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. So that, what does that make them normally? 15 pounds? Yeah, $14.99 each. The lot for $22.99. I know.
Wow, you dropped that further than what you told me you were originally going to do it for.
What a tease. Yeah, we've taken it to £22.99. Have you got one out there or not?
So there's a couple.
Oh, just to show the size, that's what I wanted to do.
They're actual stamps, yeah.
Yeah, let me just show you. Look, they're not small dies. They're not small stamps. They are big. They're incredible value for money. I've seen artwork very similar to this before, and I absolutely love it. I've seen people do like embroidery with it as well, and colouring with it too. The giraffe is adorable. The wonderful unicorn is just absolutely out of this world. There's the butterfly, and then as well as that, you've got the elephant, and you've also got you've also got the owl there as well. I mean, look, you know, these are not small products.
No,
these are not small stamps. They're big. They're huge, but they're great. What does that one say? Stand tall. Yeah, stand tall as a stamp. The other one on the other side. Born to be wild. Born to be wild. There you go. 10% of the stock is already gone. Yeah, isn't it lovely when you're making a purchase, and you know you've saved double what you've actually spent?
Yep.
It's great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And then you don't have all that extra postage on top of it.
That's true. Yeah, very good point, Craig. Thank you. Yeah, $3.95 for the day. So if you bought yourself a Cutterpillar, or you bought something from Gwen in the 1 o'clock show earlier on, or anything from our website since midnight last night, you've paid your $3.95 P&P. You don't have to pay it again until tomorrow. So midnight to midnight every day, 1 P&P, no matter how many things you buy. And just to let you know, this is the way the process works if you've never shopped with us before. At midnight, the computer puts all of your orders together, whether they're from Crafter's Companion, Creative Expressions, whether you're buying the Cutterpillar or whatever it might be. All of your orders get sent to you in an email confirmation, and then your P&P is just totaled at $3.95, no matter how big or heavy or whatever your products are to get home. And they'll all come from the individual companies. So Creative Expressions ship out their products, Crafter's Companion ship out their products, so you probably get them on different days and certainly in different parcels. Should we go back to the trifolds? Can we do that?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Or, well, what I was going to do, shall we have a look at the cute edgeables and show you how they work in case you get them with the magazine?
Okay.
And then these ones.
Are we okay with that?
Because these are really
let's do that.
simple to work, but just something to think about.
These are flying as well. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 packs of cute animals. There's 2 in each pack. No duplicates. You're going to get 18 of the animals, and you get the dies to cut them out, and they're edgeable, so they stay attached to the cardstock, whether it's on the side or on the top or whatever it may be, or in an aperture. They're gorgeous. They really are. The whole lot, $39.99, or 9 individual presents, which will be just under, what would that be, about £4.20 each, something like that.
I see how you keep looking at me when you're trying to think of maths, and I'm just looking back
just
at you.
Just nod
going,
and go, yeah. That's all I need. Just
nod. You should see, she's probably done it here, Corinne. She's a whiz with maths.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute whiz with maths. And yeah, I'm still like 15 minutes down the line, I'm still thinking of the original sum that she was saying. So yeah, straight away, the crafty Carol Vorderman that she was.
Oh, it's 32p a piece. When you take into account all the stamps and dies that are in there.
Yeah, that's good. Really, really good. Right, what I'm away to show you here, because these are edgeable stamp and dies, what to do is, or what not to do is, don't start with your card blank with the fold down it, because otherwise, at the bottom of its feet, it's going to have a fold at the bottom of its feet. So if you can imagine, if this was the card blank that you can see here, when we go and pop our die on the outside with the stamp, what means along the bottom of the animal's feet, you're going to have a score line.
Oh.
So that will become apparent just in a second.
Okay.
So I'm going to do a nice little card, which could be for a table setting. So it's actually going to be 5 inches by 3 inches. But because I'm going to do a card blank, I need to extend that to 6 inches. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a light pencil line. Let's go in with our elephant. So I'm going to do the elephant as if he's walking away. I need the coordinated die, so you've got all the dies to go with them that you can see here. So what we've got is, let's take the one that I need. So for this one, what I'm going to do is the die goes all the way around the edge, but it stops at the left and the right.
So it stays attached to the card.
So that bottom bit goes anywhere you want along that line.
Yep.
So we're going to go onto my pencil line, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to tape that one down. Now this is where you can do 2. If it's a longer piece of cardstock, you can do 3, 4. You can mix and match if you want to. You can mix and match with the animal that come with the magazine earlier, because it's the same collection family, but they are completely different.
They're completely different, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you've missed the magazine that we're talking about, look back at the show at 2 o'clock, or just go on the website and you'll see it's issue 3 and issue 4 of the magazine. I think it was issue 3 that had the cute characters. We've actually got details of it, actually.
I think it was 4.
Oh, was it 4?
4.
We think it's issue 4, Andy, not 3, sorry. Issue 4. Yeah. Okay, issue 4, we'll find that for you. It's the magazine plus loads and loads and loads of goodies. It's basically a way of Sarah and the team letting you play with Crafter's Companion products at an amazing price. There it is, AS 2090. And yeah, you got the cute characters, there we go. So that's got cute character stamps and dies in it, along with lots and lots and lots of everything else. And it's not $33.96. This is what you get in it. It's called Crafter's Inspiration, issue 4, when it was relaunched. You get all of these dies, and you get papers, and you get stamps. You get tons in there, absolutely tons for your money. Look at the price, $19.99. We've still got a few of those left if you want it. AS 2090.
Definitely, depending on your budget, it's worth considering if you're going for the cute character collection to go for that magazine as well.
Because it also gives you loads of construction ideas in the magazine
It does,
too, yeah.
You'll get ideas in that magazine with that stamp and die set that you've got, the cute characters. But then what you could do is you could follow those steps, but then just
Adapt
replace
it to
them
these.
for the other one.
Yeah,
so
good
you
point.
could do that.
Brilliant.
So what I've done here is now that I've die cut, you can see that my die edge only goes to now my pencil line. So what I can then do is come in with my elephant, and similar to before, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow that outline, and then once I'm happy, I'm going to press, and you've got your outline with your elephant.
Right.
And this is what I was meaning. If our card was pre-scored,
Yes.
that score line would be all the way through the legs of the elephant.
Look at his expression though, he's absolutely full of it, isn't he?
He really is. He's really
sweet.
happy, isn't he?
Yeah.
So then what we do is then we score. So we score up to that first die cut piece, and we're going to score up to that second die cut piece. You would, of course, take your eraser and rub it out, and then as we fold that over,
I'm going to think of that for a long time.
we've got our card blank with our elephant standing proud at the top, no score line whatsoever. So then what you can then do, I've got one all finished, but let's just show you how I got to the stage on my way to show you. Let's take our other elephant. So I could use the same envelope. I'm thinking of what I was away to say, and that is because you're making your own card blanks, you can then make your own envelope if you've got your Ultimate Pro.
Yep.
So this is where you're not dictated to the size of the envelopes now. So we can then stamp that into place.
Looks like he's about to sneeze. That
Does, doesn't he? It really, really does. And then what I'm going to do, I am going to use my little acrylic block, only because I find it easier, but you could use your smaller stamping platform. You've got all these tiny little embellishment stamps. So you've got the little peanut. So let's stamp that one out there. And
That'd be a good name for him, actually.
Peanut.
Yeah.
Really good one, wouldn't it? Really good one. And then the splash of water. So that water, as if he's splashing
Well, that's when he sneezed.
out his trunk. So he's sneezing. And then all that I need to do is put that in. And now the one that I've already done. Okay, that was...
I've not heard that before.
I
Just
didn't.
heard from Andy that evidently never, was it? Naughty elephants squirt water at the points on the compass, north, south, east and west. I never thought about that.
Never thought of that either.
Never eat shredded wheat, another one. Oh,
I've heard of that one.
other brands are available. It's very nice,
Yeah,
very
I've
nice.
heard of that one. Ice grey tri-blend pen and ice blue, and that one was muted brown for the peanuts. That's what I've done to colour in. And then my sentiment, which is have an elephantastic birthday, stamp that one out. That can go onto a piece of blue card I've got within my stash. What I can then do is pop that one into there, and that is how you would use your cute character.
Do you know-
And you're doing that with all of them in that set, including the ones with the magazine.
Do you know what? We've got 3 amazing sets of bargains in the show. We really have. If you can go for all of them, what a fantastic opportunity. But if you just want to go for one or the other, that's entirely up to you. Remember the detail of the last collection that we were only able to get to you in the last few minutes of the show. This is beautiful. Big dies, big stamps, worth £75 of anybody's money. Today, we are giving you £50 plus off, $22.99. Behind the giraffe.
A unicorn
That one there.
inside
Oh, that one, sorry, a unicorn. There we go. So you've got a unicorn, the giraffe, the butterfly, the elephant, and the owl, and colouring hints on the front there, but you can totally ignore those and do whatever you want with them, colour them however you choose. And the details of the trifold quickly, which is what we started with, which are different apertures and the stamps that will obviously work with the apertures and the shape of them. $19.99 if you would like those, PY 2042. Craig, it's been a joy. Great to see you, mate.
Yeah, you too. Yep, really
see you
good.
soon.
I will see you a week on Monday with something brand new.
Brilliant. I might be here, so I'll see you then. Right, final show of the day. Gwen's here next, and we've got some creative expressions.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
Tune in to Hobbymaker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi guys, Sandra's not in the office today, so I thought I'd give you a sneaky peek of what's on Hobbymaker on Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon. We've got the Dragonfly, love this one. Spanish bands are back on, and probably shouldn't be showing you this, new stamps and a new frame. I hadn't better show you anything else. See you Thursday and Friday, bye!
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafters Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises. Cocktail hour is already in full swing, so visit the Hobbymaker website to find out more and join the fun.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's our final live hour of the day, but do remember you can watch back any of our shows whenever you like, up to after, I think it's about a week after they've gone out live. You can watch them back on our website when it's right for you. Like, for example, Wake Up with Hobbymaker this morning. If you want to watch that back, we have the lovely Kerry here. You can watch that back this evening. So you can have breakfast with us at whatever time you like. And you can watch every single day on YouTube as well. Since our day of our launch, you can see us on YouTube too. So there's lots of ways of watching us, not just live, but whenever you fancy. Lovely Gwen is back. You did the first and the last show of the afternoon.
Yes. Start as you mean to finish, or finish as you mean whatever.
Yeah, I know. Now, we've got a brilliant collection for you of stamps and also stencils, which is very refreshing and lovely. And they were very, very popular earlier on. This is available as a big bundle and a great saving on it as well. We've also got some amazing ink pads in the show for you, wonderful cosmic shimmer products, dyes at incredible prices. You'll find it all on the website if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. One thing that we haven't included on that display is you're actually going to get this paper pad as well, the watercolour breeze paper pad. But all of these are stamps. So you've got hello, always be kind. You've also got laugh a little longer. But those are all messages in the middle of there that you can actually interchange. So that is a completely, if I turn it around, you can see they're totally separate. So laugh a little longer is a standalone sentiment, and all the other sentiments you're getting in the collection just there that you can see will fit in the middle. So you can actually tailor make the frame with the right sentiment for the occasion. And you've also got these beautiful kind of background stamps as well, with splodges and butterflies and daisies and swirls and all sorts of things. They're great fun. And then you get these down the bottom here. You're actually going to get 5 mini stencils, and they are brilliant. And you might think to yourself, well, they're not very big. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't mean that you do small projects with them. It means that you can multiply use them on bigger projects to build up backgrounds and that sort of thing.
Yes, definitely. And I love these little stencils. I think they give you more versatility sometimes, because you can do a small card, but you can do a big card and just use a little bit of it here and a little bit of it there. Or you can repeat pattern. If it's a geometric pattern, you can repeat and create a huge design. We've got some fantastic samples from RDT showing great versatility with these.
I'm going to show them to you now. Yeah. And the Easy Breezy collection is what it's called. Look at this watercolour breeze paper pad. You're going to get this included as well. 6 sheets of each design, and you get 36 sheets in total. And they're 8 by 8. But all of these wonderful backgrounds that you see lots of our demonstrators do, if you're like me, sometimes you stand there and go, I couldn't do that. You don't need to now, because it's all been done for you in the paper pad. That's
right, and these have been designed by Caroline, so I think she's probably created these backgrounds herself and then had them photographed and created papers from them, which is wonderful.
Okay, so you get the lot. Now let me show you some of the finished samples from the amazing design team of Creative Expressions. For example, these fantastic stencils that are here, and they've actually got a little hole drilled in the top of each one, so if you want to put them on a jump ring and keep them all together as a collection, you can do that. But they're very, very handy and very useful. And this one here is from Caroline Webley. This one.
Caroline's the designer of the collection, so it's lovely to have samples from her.
Absolutely.
Actually showing how her mind was thinking when she designed this, so that's really lovely.
And that's what I said earlier on. Look, you can see a stencil that size, you might think, what can I do with it? It's been used multiple times to create that kind of Hessian
I love that,
background.
It's really beautiful.
It is really lovely.
And some of those little accessory stamps as well.
Now, the set of 5 stencils that you're going to get in the big bundle, if you just want those on their own, and there's a massive fan base for these, £7.99. And remember, that is a delivered price if you've already bought something from us this afternoon. No more P&P to worry once you've paid that £3.95. And that's a little bit of texture paste on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then
I think the good point about the little hole in the corner, putting them on a jump ring, because we have dozens and dozens of these.
Yeah.
And they are popular and people do collect them.
Absolutely.
So you could either gather them into styles that are similar or themes that you like, or just keep them all together, whatever.
And as a background, Christine's done that one really lovely with the bright, almost kind of luminous colours. There, that's the vine one here, that one. Isn't that great?
I love that, the way it's been split and black between, looks really graphic.
And this one, what product is that? Don't recognise that.
I think it's one of Jamie's glossy glazes. I'm only guessing because I haven't really looked that closely, but it looks like it might be.
Well, that works. It's certainly glossy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that, yeah, fantastic. You can use them in all sorts of ways. And actually, it's a marriage. To have stencils like this with the fantastic Cosmic Shimmer products and Creative Expressions products is absolutely fantastic. All the kind of, the pixie powders, all stuff like that you can use, of course, as well. There's loads and loads of things that you can put through there. You can spritz through them, all your texture paste. We've got some micas in the show as well coming up. So if you want those on their own, they're available at just under £8. If you buy the collection, you're saving the most money, and that's $49.99. They'll be in there as well. Now, next we've got, let me show you these background stamps, because these are really, you look at them and you think, okay, there's a lot of tiny little stamps there, but what on earth can I do with them? Here are some ideas. Diane Williams has done that one. I'm a big fan of the small stamps, actually.
Well, because you can use them like that and create a grid. Look at that, that's wonderful. Using them to create a wreath. Lots of stamping and colouring and going on.
Caroline again, the developer and designer of these.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Using those swirls.
And I love that, just a really bright background and then stamp in black or white. Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, Debbie Smith's done that. I love that.
I love that. I think that's using Jane Gill's bubble top die that we had at...
Okay.
And all those little panels, each with a little stamp on. Fantastic way of showing them.
And Jacqueline's done this one, which to me reminds me of like Flower Power 60s.
Yeah, I love that. So bright and happy. It's just a lovely card. And
So,
again, those lovely scallop circles being used on there as well.
so if you just want the stamps, that will give you all of the frames. It will give you the sentiments that will go in the frames as well, and the background stamps too. The whole lot, all 5 sets of them will be that brilliant price of $34.99 on the screen. Now, the next stamps I've got here for you are these. Now, here we've got... There we go. This is the one that's the circular frame with the word hello, but as I said to you before, all the verses you get in the middle of them, they're separate. So if you don't want to use that, you want to do something completely different with it and put another verse in, they should work very nicely for you. Just for you, the word celebrate in the middle of that one. This is using white embossing powder.
Yeah, I love that.
And of course, you've already got sentiments at home. I'm sure a lot of them would fit in the middle.
Yeah, they would, definitely, because these are quite big fonts, quite big font styles. So, you know, for them to fit, you can think probably a lot of your others would fit. Or die cuts either. Die cut sentiments would fit in there.
Maybe put a picture in there if you wanted to too. £7.99 is the price if you want to go for that particular one. And that's EX2841, but it is in the big bundle, remember. So the next frame is a rectangular one. And this has got the word laugh a little longer, but again, you can easily put other verses in there if you wish to. There's the stamp. I mean, there's a lot there for your money. And individually, they're just £7.99 each.
It's not bad at all. They're a big stamp. They're an A6 plate. So you've got obviously the main stamp, the sentiment, and some of them have got extra little bits and pieces as well.
Again, that's Caroline. This is Irene who's done this one. Beautiful embossing powder. Another one from Caroline. I can tell Caroline's one. She puts hers in cellophane.
Wallet. Well, I left them in the wallets because I thought it was easy to see then which were hers, which was nice. Although the style's very distinctive as well.
And that one's just kind of stamping off the page completely, but it works, doesn't it?
I love that. Just half of it, yeah.
Okay, and then the last stamp set we've got for you is Always Be Kind. And that's, I don't know how you describe this shape. It looks a little bit like, it's like an ornate frame.
It's like a label shape, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Sort of elongated label shape. It's lovely, very elegant.
Now this is, I believe, Caroline again, as it's in the cellophane.
Yeah, she likes doing tags, so she does a lot of tags, and they're so effective, aren't they? They're just beautiful.
Love it. Look at it on black cardstock with white embossing powder.
And these stamps you can orientate any way you like. They don't have to be used the way they first might appear. Yeah, maybe not, you know, get your writing the right way up, but the rest of it you can have whichever way you like.
You're not restricted. I mean, if that was actually set in the middle of the frame and that was the only verse that would, you could use, you'd be terribly restricted by it. But now you can interchange all these different verses. It's fab, isn't it? $34.99 for all the stamps if you just want them on their own. If you want them individually, they're available as individuals as well. You can buy the paper pad individually. You can buy the stencils individually if you want to as well. It's all on the website. Now, the paper pad on its own, if that's all you want, and maybe you bought something already today and you're thinking, I just want that paper pad. I haven't got to worry about any more P&P. Buy anything in the show and you're going to be entered into a prize draw. Now, what is the prize and what's it all about? Basically, you buy anything in the show at all, whether it's a paper pad, whether it's the big collection, whether it's the collection of the ink pads or whatever it might be, one person will win the entire collection, okay? The easy breezy entire collection, and we'll let you know the winner just before 6 in about half an hour's time. So get your orders in now. You'll be in with a chance of winning that entire collection that we've got in the show for you today. So good luck, and I'll let you know who's won it in about half an hour's time. Okay, should we start our first demo?
Yeah, let's.
Great.
All right, so I want to show you how to stamp onto acetate, because we've got some acetate available for you today, and it's a heat emboss acetate. So that's what I'm going to do, heat emboss onto it.
I don't think we mentioned that yet.
No, I don't think we did.
Here it is.
But there we are. It's around and available. And it's a lovely, very lightweight acetate, so it's not going to add a huge amount of weight or depth to your cards, which is always a good thing. So it means if you want to stamp onto acetate and then add mats and layers, it's not another layer kind of, encroaching. And because I'm stamping on acetate, I'm going to use the VersaFine Clair, which is a pigment ink specifically designed to assist when you're stamping with clear stamps, because it clings better to the photopolymer.
And does it dry on the acetate really quickly?
Not really quickly, no, but it would dry eventually if you just left it.
Right.
But I'm going to emboss it anyway, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But because it will adhere to the clear stamp, by way of thinking, I'm thinking, well, it will adhere to the acetate better as well. So that's why I've chosen to use that particular ink. So let's press this down. And obviously you need to stamp all over. Make sure you press in firmly across the whole design. And if it doesn't stamp perfectly, then we've got a chance to do it again. I'm just going to hold my acetate down because I do know it's quite sticky, this ink. So yeah, it's not quite.
That's pretty good to me. No?
It's a bit patchy.
Is it?
It is from where I'm sat. So I'm just going to give it another layer,
Okay.
and then we'll get our embossing powder onto that. So.
Now that stamp that you're using at the moment has sold out individually. You can't buy that on its own. The only way you can get it now is in the big bundle of stamps or in the whole collection, or win it by buying something in the show.
That's better. All right. And I've got this beautiful black sparkle again, which has got this amazing rainbow finish in it. And this is going to give our stamp a really lovely effect.
So this is embossing powder, although, like you said in the 1 o'clock show, if you don't want to heat emboss it, you can just leave it au naturel like that, can't you?
You can. Any embossing powder, it's not something you might think about, but I know through working with Cosmic Shimmer, they've got some stunning embossing powders, which even as a dry glitter look amazing.
Right.
And so I've started using them like that and adding them into texture pastes, on top of texture pastes, onto double-sided adhesive, and just leaving them as they are.
Never thought of doing that.
Really gorgeous, yeah. So it gives them another lease of life.
Now this is part of the Black Magic collection where you get black sparkle, which is what Gwen's just used. You also get your glitter jewels in black. I'll show them to you in a minute, and also the black drops as well. We're doing like a little shopping list at the end of each demo, so we'll show you all the products that we've actually used.
So
in the show.
with the heat emboss acetate, I always recommend heating it from underneath. For some reason, it prevents it warping quite as much, because even though it's heat emboss acetate, it can still warp if you get it too hot. So this is on one occasion when I would say do allow your heat gun to move a little bit.
Yeah.
It's just so it's not concentrated so much on one point, for too long. So I just gently move it, and you can see the powder turn. It does this little dance. The sparkle just twinkles a bit more as it heats and melts. So that's the only sort of visual I can give you really for these powders, because they don't change an awful lot when you melt them.
Mm-hmm. It makes them more permanent though, doesn't it?
It does. It bonds them to the surface of whatever they're going on to. So there we've got that beautiful finish, and it really does have a rainbow sparkle. I'm not sure we can pick it up on the camera.
Oh, wow. Yes.
But it's really got multicolours in there. It's gorgeous. Now I want to show you the mica powders. So I've also brought today acetate. We looked at the vellum earlier and the masking, and I've also brought double-sided adhesive sheets. So I've got a piece here cut. It's a very, very thin adhesive, like your double-sided tape, but it's got protective paper on both sides. So if you peel one side and stick that to a piece of card, and then peel the other side, you've got a sticky surface to work on.
Right.
So I've already done that. It's already attached here to a piece of card, and I'm just going to reveal.
Now the double-sided self-adhesive sheets are on the screen, pack of 5, $5.75.
That top surface. Actually, I'll keep that just for a bit. Now I want to bring in 3 of the mica powders we've got today. So we've got Graceful Mustard, Tantalising Teal, I think it is, or Decadent Teal, and the Pumpkin, Chic Pumpkin. And I've got these little dusting brushes, which I think are also available.
And you also get Frosted Mink if you go for the set of 4. Those 3 colours plus Frosted Mink.
Yeah, beautiful. So I'm going to keep my release paper just so I can hang on to this. If I put my fingers on it, I'm going to stick to it. And I'm just going to work across this piece, almost as if I was inking a background. So sort of working in 3 spots.
I tell you what, that mica powder goes such a long way.
It really does. Now you can collect up the spare. Be careful each time, and lift off each colour. But I'm just going to, because obviously we're working against time constraints, I'm just going to slap it on. And then what I do is gather it up into a pot, and I have a mixed pot, which gives really interesting results. Or I can use that to mix into pastes and things like that. Oops, wrong brush.
It's so fine, it's like dust.
Yes, it is really super fine, and it's got this amazing shimmer. It is a natural mineral mica.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It forms like sheets, very thin sheets, and then they break it apart, and then I suppose for this sort of product they grind it to make a dust. And obviously you can colorise it as well, so it's quite incredible stuff. So I just want to blend this now. Now I've covered it, I can go in with my brush and just blend some of that excess powder away.
Oh, I like it.
And it makes, I really, as you said to me last week, I really like backgrounds.
Yeah.
So I'm always looking for different ways to bring backgrounds.
I never thought of putting mica powder onto a self-adhesive sheet, but it works.
Well, it does work. It's beautiful. And then you can stamp on top of it.
Right.
So just sweep off. You see, you don't have to worry too much about being too clean or precise. All this, I would just put that into a mixed pot.
Yeah.
I'm just going to use that, again, that protective backing sheet, and I'm just going to use it to sort of really press the mica down.
That kind of secures the mica a bit.
Yeah, because the dusting brushes are so soft, you can't apply a lot of pressure with them. The other way is to turn it over and press it that way, but as long as you give it a little bit of pressure, you're fine. All right, so that's that process. Tidy up, get rid of your mess. As I say, I would normally save all of that.
Don't forget, you've still got time to order anything in the show to be in with a chance of winning the main collection, worth £50 or $49.99. You've got about 20 minutes to make your purchase and you'll be automatically entered into that draw. One of you will get the good news that you've won the collection in about 20 minutes.
All right, so I've got my mica background and I've got my acetate overlay. Now that's going to look absolutely stunning, and you can decide which way you prefer it, you know, which bit you want where. But how am I going to stick this to that mica?
I don't know.
Double-sided adhesive.
Ah.
Because it's crystal clear.
Oh, I get you. Yep, yep.
So I can apply another layer of it in between. Because acetate, obviously, if you put glue anywhere or tape anywhere, you're going to see it. And you don't really want that to happen. So by using...
It's not cloudy, it's totally clear.
Absolutely clear.
Oh, right.
So you can use it to layer between delicate... Like I use this on vellum a lot to adhere vellum, because vellum's problematic when you want to stick it down. And so this is another way of attaching it. So you wouldn't know that was there now, would you?
No, you wouldn't actually.
In between.
This is what, I mean, every time I work with you and see you, you come up with a new technique that I've never seen before.
Well, thank you, Dave. That's really quite lovely to hear. So that's firm now. I need to stamp my sentiment in there, so I can do that before or after. Just be careful, because if you overheat, the adhesive sheet can start to bubble.
Okay.
So, you know, probably would have been better to do this first, but I didn't. So we'll pop this in. I love this stamp. Why, hello.
Why, hello. Yeah,
Why,
I like that.
hello.
Yeah.
It's like greeting somebody you've not seen for ages, isn't it? It's lovely.
And that is in with the...
This is the circle stamp. It's called Why Hello.
Oh, the circle, right.
Yeah. So let's just give that a quick melt.
Now, quite a few of the individuals are going. We've already sold out of the circle, which we're using in the demonstration. Some of the others, we've got the Always Be Kind with the kind of frame effect. The sentiments, that's nearly gone. Happy birthday just for you, with love, celebrate, congrats, thanks, best wishes. And the little butterflies and love hearts, that's now down to literally a couple, I believe, left if you want those. Are the background smaller stamps, are they still okay, or are they? Okay. So if you get all of the stamps except the stencils, and of course you don't get the paper pad either, if you just want the stamps, that's available in there, and that's $34.99 for all the stamps, but just the stamps, okay? So there's something hopefully for everybody in the show.
So what I forgot to do was, with my original sample, I'd actually popped a little black frame around that as well, which I think really helps to make it pop.
Love it.
And then all I've done to finish that off is chosen some complementary colours, and you could pick out any one. I mean, you could focus on the orangey tones, the blue tones, the gold tones, whichever you prefer. And just by mounting that, and a little black and white spotty bow, I think really sets it off. And there you've got a lovely
Stunning.
example.
Again, techniques that I've not seen before. Maybe you're the same at home. And maybe if you want to use those mica powders to do similar techniques, we've got the double-sided sheets available. We've also got the white vellum available as well. But if that technique that, that Gwen just showed you with the Cosmic Shimmer mica powders made you think, do you know what, I want to kind of give that a go. We've got the set of 4. Now, the one that Gwen didn't use is this one. And I must admit, this is my favourite, because they're calling it Frosted Mink, which is quite an unusual description, but look at the colour of that. Look at the amazing shine that's coming off that mica. These are loaded. You use the tiniest amount. So those are the 3 colours that Gwen used in the demo. There is the frosted mink. Now these are brilliant. The price is fantastic. You can paint with them. You can use them as Gwen did with that double-sided adhesive sheet. $8.99 for all 4. That is less than £2.50 each. It's about £2.30, £2.20 each, something like that. DZ2860, they are fantastic. DZ2860 for 4 beautiful jars of the mica powder. I mean, look at this blue. Look at this teal, the decadent teal. Look at that. Again, a little bit goes a long, long way, but you can see just how fine. It is like metallic dust, basically, at the end of the day, is what you've got there. Now, we've also got, what do we look at next, I wonder? Oh, the Heat Embossed acetate. I haven't actually got it here, but we have it on the website. We can show it to you on the website. I've got the white vellum, and I've also got the masket as well. That's here, but I haven't actually got the actual acetate. But there it is. You're going to get a pack of 10. So, like Gwen said, do be careful with it. Although it is heat resistant, it still won't stop it from buckling and bending if you overheat it. So be a bit careful with it. $4.99 is your price, and it's YW2876 if you fancy that one. And this is almost like a little bit of a shopping list, bearing in mind what Gwen's been showing you in that last demonstration. What was it called? The Black Magic. That's it. I couldn't think what it's called. Now, Black Magic is magic. This is something I've never seen before until today. Coloured PVA glue. So basically, it is like black pearls that you've got. Okay, so that is included. This is the embossing powder that Gwen was using, which I absolutely adore. Can you see all the AB colours going on in there, the Aurora Borealis? So you've got blues and greens and pinks and yellows. So you can heat it to secure it, or you can just put it onto your sticky ink and leave it and just let it set. It's up to you. And then these just blew me away. Now, how often do you get the chance to have black, chunky glitter? This is actually glitter jewels, it's being called. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And bearing in mind, Halloween's a couple of weeks away, best time to bring out a selection of black like this. $9.99 for all of that. And we're down to the last few remaining of these. And Gwen, you actually put all of these together for the shows for us, don't you? I mean, these are really unusual, aren't they?
Well, I did with this particular trio because I just had this idea that I wanted something black and white.
Yeah.
So I went through our catalogue of Cosmic Shimmer and I was looking for black items. And we don't often bring black.
No.
And I thought it'd be really nice for a change.
Yeah,
so I asked for these 3 products and I was allowed to have them. And I was really pleased because it's worked out well for my demos and I think you're going to love them too. It gives you a great variety of techniques. It offers you all sorts of opportunities to use these. Double-sided adhesive, you can put those little glitter jewels onto that and make a sheet. You could sprinkle them. The last technique I did with the mica powders onto the double-sided adhesive, you could have sprinkled some of those in beforehand.
I was told half stock had gone, and now this second it's limited stock.
Oops.
Let me just put a little bit of this onto the table, just so you can see. They're tight. They look well, they look really, really chunky, but they're actually discs of glitter, which are fabulous. They really, really are, and they're so reflective and so shiny. So there you go. If you fancy that today, $9.99, it's about to go. We get it to you as quickly as we can. We're very, very quick at getting everything out, and so are Creative Expressions as well. NJ2878, that's about to sell out, so I hope you get yours. Good luck. Free phone number, 0800 001 4433. Free phone from a mobile and a landline, and it's free to order on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Demo 2. I think we've shown everything that you demoed with, haven't we? I think so.
I think so. Hope so. For now. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of alternative design, shall we say, with these. I'm not going to use the whole stamp. My finished piece is going to have a black square on the left, and I just want to feature part of the stamp just popping out of one side. So I'm just going to get this where I want it, which is about there. Okay, let's get that in place. And I'm going to just stamp this in black. So I'm going to go back to my black archival ink pad. If you heard me speak about this earlier, it's a dye-based permanent ink pad. And so because I'm stamping onto paper, which is very porous, I wanted to use an ink pad which I knew was not going to bleed into the fibres of the paper. So it's a really good one. And it's a great black. You can get re-inker for it because it does seem to dry reasonably quickly. Mind you, I do use mine a lot. So let's stamp this down.
And also your stamping platform, although it has got a hinge, it's actually sprung loaded, so you can...
Yes, I heard what you were saying about Craig's before, and I was thinking, yes, it's a wonderful asset to have that, where you've not got that fixed hinge because the opening doesn't give you equal pressure. Whereas this, the whole lid is sprung and it lifts at the hinge, so you can see it goes down perfectly flat. Which
And that'll be on the website under Creative
really
Expressions, under the
important,
brand.
yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I love that feature of it. Right, so we've got our image stamped, or part of it. You don't always have to use the whole stamp, and I think it's nice to show that, because sometimes with a fixed design like this, you tend to think that's how you've got to use it, but you really don't. Now, there's all sorts of bits and pieces with this. I did this yesterday using the water mesh stencil, which was this little one. The black sparkle texture paste and sprinkling on the black sparkle embossing powder to create the panel.
The texture paste we've got in the show today, which is, it looks actually a dark blue. It's called Midnight, but it dries black.
Yes.
And we've also got the white available as well.
And I've also used the little Daisy Do stencil, just half of it to get 6 little daisies. And I've used the texture paste through that, the white, the polar white, mixed with blue mica powder, and then put that through. And I'm just going to tear the edges of this panel. If you want me to repeat that technique, I will do. I'm just trying to be a bit quick. Now then.
You've got plenty of time, so you can do it if you want to.
Lost my gadget. So, all right, I'll come back to it. Let me just do what I was going to do, which was edge this piece. So I've got a jumbo dauber here, but you can use any sort of finger dauber or sponge applicator, anything you've got. And I'm just adding in some of the perfect medium.
So you wouldn't use a blending brush, you'd use
No,
foam,
a brush isn't going to allow you to just stay on the edge. They're a bit too imprecise.
blending pad maybe?
Yeah, you could definitely use a blending pad.
Yep.
And then I'm going to edge this with this embossing powder.
That's so decadent.
It's just lush, isn't it?
Makes me think of like Pirate's Treasure.
But you could equally pipe glue along the edge of this and add in those glitter jewels.
Yeah, that would work.
That would be fabulous too. In fact, I wish I'd done that. All right, so put that to one side.
Now, the blending tool that we have available, just quickly, if you're in the market for one of those, it's £7.99, and you're going to see this. So you're going to get not only 2 blending tools with spare blending pads, but a whole replacement set of blending pads. £7.99 LE2876. That's from Woodweb, and it's all part of Creative Expressions. So there it is.
And obviously they're going to be great for blending with your inks, your lovely inks that we've got for you today as well. But this is just showing you don't always have to edge your cardstock with ink. Why not do it with embossing powder?
Yeah, why not?
So there we have a little panel done with our lovely water mesh. And then I've got my little black square here. So I just want to attach these together. And then I'm going to show you a trick with some ribbon. Ooh, come on, glue.
And by the way, those stencils that you're loving, they're going very fast actually. They're literally a few pounds for 5 of them. And they're, you said to me earlier on, they're kind of ATC size, which they are like credit card size, aren't they, really?
They are about that, yeah. I haven't actually physically measured them, so I wouldn't like to be so definite about them.
£7.99 for 5, bargain. EN2854.
So I want to pop that just a little bit off. I don't always put things dead central or dead straight. In fact, I very rarely do. And I just wanted to show you this, if I can make it work. This is an organza ribbon, and if you use organza ribbon and turn the heat gun on it, you can actually crinkle it, and it's such fun. Just don't be too vigorous, because you can singe it and burn it quite easily.
Again, a technique I've not seen before, so.
Stick with me, Dave, you'll learn a lot.
I haven't lived, obviously, have I? It must be great fun though, just to kind of play and discover new demos and new techniques.
Oh, it's wonderful. And not everything works, obviously.
No.
But I think, as adults, we learn this fear, don't we, of having a go. Well, I haven't
Well,
ever
you're
learned
frightened
that
of
fear.
ruining things.
Yeah.
You know, you've spent your hard-earned money on something. So that's why
Exactly.
you as the expert can come along and say, try this, it works.
Yeah, and I love that. And
Yeah.
then I love being able to share it and hopefully help people grow their own crafting style. There we go. So I say you do have to be a little bit careful, keep the heat gun away, moving. But look at that.
Yeah.
How cool is that? Just a little trick. And I can now tie this around this panel. I'm not even going to attempt to tie a bow. She'll just do a little knot. But it's just a little bit different. And again, anything that makes your craft stand apart is all good.
Remember, the Easy Breezy collection that we got for you are basically a set of gorgeous frames with sentiments that are interchangeable, many, many more separate sentiments, background small stickers that, or stamps that you can use, amazing value, and those mini stencils, a set of 5. All of that for $49.99, and 2 of the individual stamps have completely sold out on their own. The only way you can get them is either the stamps on their own as a set or the whole bundle.
So I'm just going to stick that panel there. And now we've got that lovely feature of part of that stamp, but I haven't finished. I want to bring in that mica powder again, and we talked earlier about the fact that you can paint with these.
Yeah.
So I have a water brush, but you don't have to have a water brush. You can work with just a paintbrush and some water. I'm just going to bring out some of the powder onto my acrylic block, which I use as a palette.
The tiniest amount.
Tiny, tiny bit, yeah. And you just mix it till it's formed a sort of liquidy. That's a bit too wet, so I'm just going to put some more powder in.
And of course, because you use that to create the background, it's going to be a perfect match colour-wise.
Exactly, and when this is dry, if you had it in a palette, you could reactivate it. You don't have to get rid of it each time.
So don't wash out your palettes, just let them dry and then just wake them up again.
But you can create a beautiful paint, and it's just going to add a little depth to that design.
And when that dries, would that be like a pearlescent
It will be
shimmer?
really shimmery because the mica's got that fantastic finish to it. So we can just pick out some elements from this. What about doing that little circle? You can also splatter with this and create a lovely
You like a splatter or two,
shimmery.
don't you?
Oh, I do like a splatter. Yeah, so just pick out bits and pieces. It really doesn't take very long. It's not like trying to paint a whole design. Okay, stop there, that'll do. Just rinse that in water.
And actually, the shimmer intensifies as it dries.
Yes, it does. You can speed it up with a heat gun, and just leave it to do its thing. Yep. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
So if I have time, I'll go back and show you the
technique.
The technique with the.
Okay. Using one of the stencils.
I'll show you the one with the daisies because that was
Okay.
the one that was had a little bit more going on.
A set of 5. Now, they're made from the same material that all stencils are made from, so it's mylar, good quality mylar. So you can do everything that you can do with bigger stencils, but in miniature, including repeat patterns. So to do bigger backgrounds with smaller stencils is very easy to do.
It is. Excuse me. So I'm using the polar white. I'm going to be working on my craft mat with this. So just bring out a small amount of your texture paste and then add into that a little bit of whichever your chosen mica colour is. Never go more than 50% mica to your paste because it'll just get too thick and won't be workable. So up to half mica to paste. And then just give that a good mix.
If you bought something in this show or in the 1 o'clock show, you're in with a chance of winning the complete Easy Breezy collection. Stamps, stencils, paper pad. And we'll let you know who's won in about 5 minutes. Get your orders in.
How exciting.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to pass this through the stencil. And I just, as I say, with this, for this particular card, I only wanted half of it. So just pick and choose which bit you like. Because I'm going to tear the edges, it's not too much of a worry that I haven't taped it down. just enough.
I was going to say, how do you get just the right quantity?
It's practice like anything, isn't it? When you get familiar with doing something, you can do it. So believe me, I've worked at it for a while. Just let me clean this up. All right. So then I added in a little bit of the embossing powder again, but this could be equally a glitter or it could be those little glitter jewels. I don't want it everywhere.
Just want kind of hint of it.
Just here and there. I don't want it to obliterate the work I've just done with my paste. So tap off the extra. And then you can just leave that to dry or you can heat it with a heat gun. I'm going to leave that alone. The only other thing I did on my original sample was to stamp my sentiment onto vellum. Excuse me. And this is lovely because you can add whatever sentiment you like. We've got that lovely set of sentiments available. So I'm just going to stamp hello using my anti-static back.
Now the white vellum we've got on the show, we'll give you details of that in a second as well. And the white vellum you get 20 sheets, wow.
Yeah, and it's lovely. It really is a crisp white.
Because normally vellum's like a grey colour, isn't it really?
It can be creamy, but this is really white, so I love that. Again, heat from underneath with vellum, it just stops it puckering. And just watch that turn. The trick with delicate materials is don't get your heat gun too close and be patient.
You've got one of the quietest heat guns ever.
Well, that's why I brought this one, because it is lovely and quiet and I can talk over it. Plus it's quite a lot hotter than a lot of them. So when you need speed, it's good for that, but it's not always what you need. And then I've already started to tear the edge of this, so I'm just going to tear the other edge. Really easy to tear vellum and it gives a lovely delicate edge to it. So there we go. And that should have gone over there before I did the rest of it, but I forgot. So moving swiftly on, you can see I used a different stamp. That was the side of the circle stamp, the big circle one.
It's so different though, isn't it?
Painted in with the blue mica as before. Here's my Daisy Do, the sentiment on the vellum, that textured panel, and I've added some little stamps onto the black cardstock. Have a time just to show you that? So again, going back to that fantastic accessory stamp set, I found myself using this time and time again. It's just wonderful.
I mean, you look at them and you think, well, they're small stamps. What am I going to do with those? They're not going to fill a large area. You multiple stamp, create your own backgrounds.
Oh, they're brilliant for building up all sorts of pictures.
Yeah.
Just adding texture, just adding a detail here, there, you know. So I can add a little spiral. I'm going to go, but this is my favourite, these dotty dots. I love them.
You don't have to know what they are. They don't have to be anything. It's just a texture. It's
That's
just an
right,
image.
exactly it. So some there, some up there, and go on till you're happy with whatever you've got. And then again, just bring in a little bit of that fantastic mica powder. I'm just going to take a little bit and put it in the lid. I don't want too much on here. When you first do this, pounce it on to start with, just gently. This is using perfect medium, which is another thing that it's really designed for, is holding these mica powders. So just pounce it on to start with, because if you go in and brush straight away, you'll disturb the ink.
Right.
And then once it's coated, then...
And those brushes, are they special, like stipple brushes?
Yeah, we've got these available.
Oh, have we?
Little soft dusting brushes, set of 3.
Okay. Now, if you're going for the micas, go for those brushes. A set of 3. They are available, and they're pretty unique tools. So perfect to use with the micas because they're nice and soft. They're not too abrasive and not too coarse or anything like that. So I didn't realise that we have those in the show, actually.
Yeah.
There they are. So a set of 3 of those brushes.
So you can see that little
Really?
detail.
$3.99.
Yeah, they're brilliant as well. They're so soft.
Okay. JB2848.
So you can just see, it's amazing how just that little detail has made all that difference. So as I say, moving on to the finished one, and there we go.
Love it. Okay, now a little bit of a shopping list then of what Gwen used for that. Firstly, of course, the mica. obviously took centre stage, the mica powders. Now these are the 4 colours. It's easier actually, if I put them on the side here, you can see the colour of the mica much easier because of course the tops are a little bit cloudy, but you can see through the side the vibrancy and the shimmer and shine coming off those mica powders. $8.99 gets you all 4, and as you've seen with the demos with Gwen, a little bit really does go a long way. They'll last you probably months and months, I would have thought, because there's a lot in there for your money, and they're not much money at all. DZ2860, DZ2860. Now the texture paste, we haven't talked about that yet. Now this is a little bit deceptive in that I'll do the black one, or the midnight it's called. I opened it up earlier, I thought, oh, what a lovely rich dark blue. But you told me, Gwen, that this actually dries black.
I thought the same as you, Dave. When it came, I thought, oh no, I was hoping it was black, and it's actually dark blue, but it dries black.
It dries black.
It's quite unique.
Wow. So that one, if you would like it, is only $5.99. And you get 50 ml in there. And although it does have a texture, it's not gritty like you'd expect it to be.
No, it's very sparkly. It's
very sparkly and very smooth when it dries. It really is. And then the other one that we used actually was this one. Now, bearing in mind your festive makes, whether it's MDF, whether it's kind of gingerbread houses you're making or anything like that where you want to have maybe snow or frost on the roofs, this is perfect for your snowy pictures. Snow on the ground, snow on the roof, snow on the trees, and great through stencils as we've been showing you in the show today. That one is your white, and I think it's called Polar White, so it really is a lovely crisp white. $5.99 for that one. A third of the stock of that has gone, and we only mentioned it for a fleeting minute or so in the earlier 1 o'clock show. So I think a lot of you are thinking frost, snow, snowflakes, that sort of thing. Perfect. Maybe treat yourself to a couple. You only pay 1 P&P every day of $3.95, no matter how many things you order, no matter what companies you order them from either. Provided they're with us at Hobbymaker, you only pay 1 capped P&P of $3.95 per day, which I love, and you tell me you love as well, which is great. Let's announce the winner. Remember, the Easy Breezy collection, which is all of these stamps, the 5 of those wonderful stencils, and also, of course, the paper pad, which I buried somewhere. Here it is. There's the paper pad. You get all of that for $49.99. Who is the winner? Who's bought something today? Someone's won it today. I've got no idea who it is. It's been chosen at random. Heather Goff. Heather Goff, congratulations, Heather. You have won yourself the entire Easy Breezy collection. It will be in the post from Creative Expressions in the next day or two. Congratulations.
Congratulations, well done.
It pays to shop the Hobbymaker. Brilliant. Okay, now, remember, all of what we have here still available. Lots of the individuals, though, have gone in the stamps, but you can buy them as a set, all the stamps on their own. Or you can buy them individually, or you can buy, of course, those stencils individually, and you can buy the pad individually. But the best value is to go for the big bundle where you save the most money, $49.99. Now, what else did you use in the last demo? Did you use the black?
Everything.
Yeah, you did really, didn't you?
I used the paper pad, one of the stamps.
Oh, the paper pad, yeah.
I used the texture paste, the embossing powder. I used both texture pastes, actually, the black and the white.
Oh, and the white vellum.
I mixed with some mica powder. I used vellum. I used acetate.
You used a lot. It's all listed on the website. This paper pad, though, I think a lot of you are putting more than one in your basket. It's only $9.99, and they're lovely backgrounds.
I love it because you can stamp on top of it.
Yes.
Sometimes if a paper's really patterned, it obviously doesn't lend itself to them being stamped on.
No.
But this is definitely a background
It's
paper.
enough that it's impressive, but it's not overpowering,
yeah, but you can build on it, and I really love that.
Great, so $9.99 for that, IO2875. Don't forget the white vellum, I didn't mention that in the earlier show. This is how it comes, and it's a true crisp white, not a faded grey or anything like that. So A4, you've got 20 sheets of white vellum. Oh, hang on, is that the vellum or is that foundation card? That is the vellum, isn't it? Yes, it is, yeah. When it said foundation card, I didn't see the vellum underneath it. ME2856, $8.99 is your price for 20, so well under 50p a sheet. And it stamps great, and you can, of course, rip it and tear it and create all sorts. You can even, of course, emboss it if you've got any white work that you want to do with ball tools and things like that.
Yeah, you can emboss it with a stencil.
Yeah,
You can pass this stencil through your embossing machine with a rubber mat and emboss the stencil texture into the vellum. That's a really lovely technique because it comes up very white, whiter than it already is. So it looks like parchment, but you haven't had the work.
Brilliant, and you can also, of course, score it as well with the Cutterpillar crease. Have you heard the news that Cutterpillar is with us at Hobbymaker now? You can watch back that show at 3 o'clock. It was on live. We've got the Crop Pro, and also, of course, we've got the fantastic Caterpillar crease as well, the ultimate creasing and scoring tool. So all of that you can see back. It was on 3 o'clock today. You can watch it back on the website and see the products on our website and see our prices as well. Amazing prices for the Cutterpillar range. Right.
Well, I thought rather than do another full in-depth demo, I'll show you some little techniques if that's all right.
Yes, great. Yeah.
Because there's such a lot that you can do with these products. So again, I'm going to go to double-sided adhesive. And I'm going to attach this to a piece of card. Don't forget as well, once you've created a sheet like this, you can actually die cut through it. So you can create your own textured panels, mica powder panels, and then die cut it. That's really lovely. So there I've got a speck of something in there, never mind. Let's bring in that one, and I want to bring in those glitter jewels because I haven't really used them today. So I'm going to start by sprinkling a few of these around this panel. So I'm sort of going to create a frame of speckles.
This is going to have the wow factor. These little discs.
They're just amazing. They're so sparkly. It is really like jet. Really stunning. So just a few sprinkles here and there. You don't need to really... You can cover the whole sheet and then you can die cut that. That's amazing. Even with a fine sentiment, I've done that and it works. And then if you kept your release paper, that's quite useful to then press those in to the adhesive. There will be some that fall away, but you can retrieve those. Oops. So just give that a firm old press. And then, as I said earlier, you can sprinkle on embossing powder and leave it dry. You don't have to heat it. So you could enhance this with some of that gorgeous rainbow crystal. Again, I'm just sprinkling. I don't want to fill the whole thing. I'm just creating a different sort of background. Again, to me, backgrounds are just such fun because you can really do whatever you want.
You can. And you're always giving us loads of ideas.
No rules. Okay, so that's a little bit of that. Just again, tap off any loose. Ooh, this is looking a bit Halloweeny.
It's looking like the black magic, which is including, of course, the glitter jewels, the embossing powder, and the black pearl drops. That's on the brink of selling out. So if it's in your basket, please check out to confirm you're going to have the last one. So we will get it back in the future, but I don't see it very often. That's the thing.
This is it. But if you're enjoying it, maybe I can persuade the powers that be to let me have some more. So I'm just going to add a very light coat of perfect medium to my stencil. This is only because I want to stick it to that. And if I stick it without protecting it with something, I won't be able to get it off again. So I'm using perfect medium. You can also use something like Versamark. You can use soap or candle wax, and then just wash it off afterwards. Okay. So I'm going to pop this down in the middle of this panel. And I'm going to burnish that so it's nice and stuck to my adhesive sheet.
You must love getting your hands on new products when they get developed.
Well, I get very excited.
Yeah. So they've got their own, Creative Expression's got their own in-house chemist, haven't they?
Yes, we do. We have a team.
Right.
It's a company in their own right, but they do work for us
right.
and produce all our products, so it's really lovely to have that. I'm going to resort to mica powder here.
Yeah, why not?
All right, so I'm going to bring in the blue. I'm going to pounce this through the stencil onto the double-sided adhesive. Now, something else you could do here with the stencil is just onto normal cardstock and use the perfect medium to pounce through the stencil. So with that dauber thing I had, or with your sponge applicators, you can put the perfect medium through the stencil and then take the stencil away and put the the mica powders onto the perfect medium, like you just saw me do with those little stamps, and it would adhere to it. Right, now the only thing here is I've got to be a bit careful before I remove my stencil because any loose powder on top here would jump and get in the bits where I don't want it.
Right.
So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a dust. All right, and then I can take my stencil away. It does stick, so just be careful you don't actually bend your stencil. All right. So that's quite interesting.
It looks like you're looking into a glen or something like that, doesn't it?
In a way, it's because I'm a stamper, I think, and so I'm using these products as I would a stamp and an ink, and sort of creating a frame, yeah. And then I'm going to fill up the difference with a second colour. Because where the blue is now protected.
Right, I get you.
So the mustard is going to go in between. So if you look at that, you can see.
So it doesn't turn the blue green or anything
It'll
like
change
that?
it very slightly,
Right.
because they're so fine, these powders. There's not really any way of avoiding that. It's part of the effect, and I quite like that.
Well, there's brushes again, by the way, $3.99. We didn't show you those in the first show, but there they are. Perfect to use with any mica powders. They're soft, and it's JB 2848. JB 2848, $3.99 for 3 brushes, and they're washable and reusable and all sorts. So I would have thought $3.99 each. That's a really good price.
Yeah, they are. They're super soft. They are really lovely. So you can just burnish that a little bit and then just get rid of any loose. It's not going to be the crispiest of images, but you can certainly see that stencil design there, can't you?
I love that colour combination. I really do.
It's just a little bit different.
Yeah.
And then you could ink around the edge. You can just add some vellum with a sentiment. In fact, where's that?
Sadly, we're out of time. The day has run away with us as it always does. Remember, tomorrow I'll be back with you for Wake Up with Hobbymaker from 6 until 8, and then back again at 1 o'clock in the afternoon through until 6. We've got Santangle tomorrow, so we're going to have a very, very busy day. We've also got Hunky Dory as well, so lots to look forward to. You've been a star. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Great
I've
to see you.
enjoyed that. Thanks
Do
for
you know
joining us.
When are you back, Gwen?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm back next Wednesday.
Skinner.
I've got Andy Skinner's new release.
Ooh, now he is a guru and a god in craft. So
Oh, he is.
whatever you do, make sure you don't miss that next week. I'll see you in the morning, bright and breezy. Thanks for watching. Have a lovely rest of the evening.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafters Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!